Hello everyone, we're starting a little bit early. Brooks will be joining us at 8 p.m. PST in approximately half an hour. He's finishing movie night with the Duluth server, apparently. I did start early. He's not late. That's me. So in the meantime, some slight change of plans. We're going to go a little bit beyond just... Yes, your music's very cool. We're going to go a little bit beyond Duluth tonight. We're going to do the Duluth reading, which will probably go for about an hour. Afterwards, apparently there was an awful debate. There is an awful debate, actually, as we speak, involving Stardust, Sunsoul, apparently Beckett of Crabs, and some other people in the Crucible, on whether atheism will cause the decline of the West. So, I need an excuse to play more Dead Space, so I'm going to take it. That's what we're going to do. So in the meantime, we have about 30 minutes until Brooks comes in, at which point we will start the next section of Anti-Oedipus from where we left off months ago. I am so sorry. Stuff piled up. Oh, that's not Anti-Oedipus. That's Anti-Oedipus. Although these are both also very interesting books. I'm holding The Ontogeny of Information by Susan Amaya and Wild Thought. Not Wild Thought. That's this version's title for it. It's La Pensée Sauvage? I think that's how you pronounce it. La Pensée Sauvage. Savage Thought by Claude Lévi-Strauss, which they've changed the title for obvious reasons. But very, very good. So, without further ado, we're going to do some Dead Space while we wait, and he will be with us within half an hour, I believe. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I need my mouse. There we are. Okay, brilliant. Boy, I really do hope we get Vosh as the moderator for the Haas debate. That would be swell. I would love to have a few thousand viewers for that. That would be a first for me. Well, we shall see in any case. Oh, and one more thing. So obviously we are debating Haas on his groundbreaking new political theory, as well as on Ukraine. And that will take place on the 20th, which means I believe, it being the 4th, we have about 15 days. So every stream henceforth is going to be, at least for a significant portion of it, probably for the majority of it, will be a research stream. The first one on Monday, we are going to go through and figure out exactly what points of interest we need to hammer down in order to structure our position, in order to peel his to the bone. And we are going to do exactly what we did with Destiny only to Haas, and the difference is, Haas can't run. Alright, here we are. Should probably also pick up Marcel Mouse at one point Sunday. Funny you should mention that, actually. Because I hold in my hands a hardcover of Marcel Mauss's General Theory of Magic, which just came in last month. Alright, this thing's lying down. That's way too loud. It will drown me out. We don't want that. I like to pretend you're here for me and not just for the stuff I cover. Okay.
Medical.
Grab you a fork. Thank you.
Now arriving at medical.
Wait, no, no. Take the spoon, too. Thank you so much.
What? You said the chemical lab? I can barely hear you.
Thank you for the $5, Nowhere. Haas used Deleuze to analyze the film Hellraiser. I have no idea if he is accurately using Deleuze in his analysis. Well, neither do I. We actually haven't gone through all of... Oh, dear lord. We haven't actually gone through all of Haas's political theory yet, because he interrupted us to have one of the strangest debates I've ever had with me. So we'll have to go through that a little bit too, and apparently there's a lot in the Substack as well. That's also a spoon. Oh, thank you.
Daniels, the door to medical just locked behind me. Hello?
Another survivor, at last. You'll be safe here. I'm a doctor.
Is Nicole Brennan with you?
You're not here for sanctuary, then? Well, Dr. Brennan's currently engaged. Shall I send you to her?
How about you unlock these doors and I'll find her myself?
Are you that selfish? You might let something in. Or out.
Shit.
I heard something wet. That's not good.
You've decided to be difficult. Take a seat. I'll deal with you momentarily.
Oh my god. There we go. That's what I wanted. So I can justify using plasma more. Oh, we're about to run into the hunter, aren't we? Oh, great.
Kindly avoid disturbing my other patients.
What is this?
Research, of course. I'm so close to finding that missing factor. A unitologist would understand.
Yeah, she snuck up on me. That's new. What is that? I don't remember those. Oh. Okay, I do remember those. I'm currently reading the first 6 books of Euclid's Elements. That sounds difficult. What? Where? Hmm.
Clearance confirmed.
Oh, the line rack. I don't want to talk out of turn, but I feel like this ship may not be worth salvaging. Well, we're not trying to salvage the ship. The problem is that the ship we came on is destroyed. So, if we lose the ship, this is the only means of life support that we have right now. It's like Event Horizon. In fact, it's actually largely based off Event Horizon in terms of its aesthetic. Which is a terrible movie with really, really good sense of place. It's not really a terrible. It's badly written, but it's not bad horror. It's just a little dumb, but it's got like good ideas. Not even good ideas. It has good judgment in terms of its aesthetic. It survives. Oh, we're back here again. I see. Okay. It lives and dies by just the architecture of the Event Horizon itself.
All survivors, please join us.
Oh yeah. Big boy.
This is Senior Medical Officer Nicole Brennan. Medical is a sanctuary. All survivors, please join us.
Event Horizon, the stealth prequel to 40K. I think 40k predates Event Horizon. Bronze semiconductor, nice, very nice. Flamethrower fuel.
Medical is a sanctuary. All survivors,
Shipwise transmission override. Isaac Clark.
Just a trick.
Isaac. Isaac. Make us one.
Okay, we need sound for this. His voice acting should not be ignored.
All right. Dr. Brennan's nearest and dearest. We were colleagues, you know. Dr. Chalice. Mercer. Are you the reason the marker won't begin? That's it. Convergence is installed. She's meddling. How is the question? But even if I was to ask, I suspect you're not the talkative type. And I haven't fully explored the cause of death as that missing factor. Dismemberment. Now I think you're on the right track there. Try and relax, Mr. Clark. Convergence is so close. Maybe your death will tip the balance.
That's right. Oh boy, he is ugly.
Daniels, open the chemical lab!
What?
Just do it!
On it.
Hey, stay down, stay down. Hey, hey.
It's open. Go.
Run. Help, save me, Brooks. The body without organs is coming. Hey! Stop! Being attacked by Captain Crunch.
Isaac, Nicole's broadcast.
It was a trick by a fucking unitologist. Dr. Mercer. He's locked down medical to experiment on the crew.
Oh, God. Every way out is locked down through one of the offices. Must be Mercer's. I can brute force the internal doors, but you'll have to reach his office and lift the lockdown manually.
Unwise, Mr. Clark. My hunter may regenerate, but he takes an attack like this personally.
Oh! Fuck you. Okay, stop it! Stop it! Oh shoot, oh shoot, oh shoot. I'm gonna die. I went the wrong way. Okay, here we go. Oh, thank God. Okay, so... do we have the line gun? Or do we need to make it still? I guess we don't have the line gun yet. Did we miss it? I hope we didn't miss it. That would be unfortunate. Okay, well, what we do need is health. Well, in the meantime, I guess we could sell this. That gets us close. Damn it. Okay. Whatever. That one bit of health might get us through. We just won't save. We'll give it a go.
Unwise, Mr. Clark. My hunter may regenerate, but he takes an attack like that personally.
Where's the big boy? There you are. I see you. No, oh. Oh, don't put me back up. No. No. Nope. Go. Down. Down. Thank you. Okay. No, there's not more than one. It's the same one chasing me. We are in the wrong building. This is bad. I don't know what we're doing. Oh, we've been here before, that's why. Ugh. I wonder if he'll chase me here. Secure unit. Well. Okay, now we turn right. We turn right this time. Nope. Oh, thank God, we went the right way. Oh, frabjiste, Kalu Kalay. Alright. Oh, hey, Brooks. Let me know when you're ready to go. What? Why do I hear wet things? Hey! What the...
Warning. Local door protocol corrupted. Rebooting system. Please stand by.
Who's there? Oh, God. Hold on. I can help you.
Not me. Save hydroponics. We're all dying. Air's poison, but there's still time. Her enzyme will work if... She just needs liquid nitrogen. Save us!
She was right. Air quality is dropping ship-wide. Something needs oxygen and hydroponics. If we lose our air supply...
He said we could fix it. He came looking for liquid nitrogen. There has to be some in the cryogenics lab.
Okay. Not like we have a better option. I'll clear you a path to cryo.
Door protocols rebooted. Thank you for your patience. Toxic hazard detected.
Oh, boy.
Shameful, Mr. Clark. Forcing me to liquidate my research subjects.
Who's that in the back? There's gotta be. Here! There's emergency bed controls at the security checkpoint. Go! I'll try to lock him out!
Is there an auction booth in here? No. Okay. Well, hello there. A little token of my appreciation. Yoink. Oh boy. Nope. Nay rolls. Okay. What? Why are you locked? Why are you locked? Okay, I see. Aha. Hee ho ho.
Toxic hazard cleared.
Okay, it's clearing. Mercer pumped that gas in from hydroponics. If the air's already that bad,
I'm gonna need a faster way to cryogenics.
I'll open the other door from the chemical lab. It'll take you straight there.
Okay, we're gonna save, and then we're gonna bring in Brooks. Oh boy. Wow, 8 o'clock on the dot. We actually did that perfectly. That's amazing. Well, hello.
How's things? What?
My blood pressure is sufficiently raised for to lose.
Well, that's good.
How are you?
I'm doing okay. Enjoying having a weekend, which is nice. Getting random shit done, cleaning a kitchen, cooking food, all that fun fun stuff.
I remember having weekends once.
Oh, I have two children. It was more of a facetious joke. We went and we got I got crickets for my frogs at the pet store. That was our big excursion for the day.
You got frogs. How many frogs do you have?
I have four. I built a bioactive paludarium in a 55-gallon tank. So all I do is add water, and it's completely bioactive. It's great.
Huh.
It's got 20 fish, 20, 30 shrimp, a bunch of snails, and 2 tree frogs, a red belly, and a leopard.
So a paludarium is basically just a vivarium that has like water and land, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
So it's like a 20-gallon aquarium with a big plant area on top.
Cool.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah. You can make your own highly toxic escargot as well at home.
Sure, I guess.
Yeah.
We're
Yes.
doing some anti-Oedipus because I know no one is remembering the plot at this point. So,
Well, yeah, it's been a few months. We're gonna keep it pretty rigid this time. I was swamped, and it just
no, you're fine.
Yeah.
Mostly, I'm just giving you shit.
Yes, you are, as I've come to expect.
Yeah.
So where we left off last time,
Desiring machines.
Desiring Machines. Did we finish Desiring Machines?
We did not finish them, but starting halfway through, or even towards the end where we were. It's only like 6 pages.
Yeah.
So we got more than halfway through. And starting halfway through would be pointless because I'd have to go back and re-explain the beginning to finish the end. Easier to just summarize a lot of it and then move on to the second section about the BWO, the body without organs, which is, we'll say, a troublesome term that a lot of people completely mistake and misunderstand and get a little lost in. So I think it might be a really good one for us to spend a little bit of time on, build a little bit up towards it, get through a paragraph or two and see what we can talk about as we go.
All right. Well, let's do so.
Yeah. So easier place to start. Do you remember Desiring Machines? I mean, I'm not being sarcastic. Like,
Yes.
actually, do you remember
So
the idea of them?
So yeah. So actually, I can see if I'm not like completely mistaking
Go for it.
Bataille as well. So just to draw on my horribly rudimentary understanding of Bataille, Bataille tries to sort of reorient economy as sort of like a description of sort of like a holistic description of the flows of energy starting from the sun and whatnot. And what Deleuze is talking about when he's talking about Desiring Machines is he's talking about all the little things and how they connect via a continuous set of reciprocal relationships or relationships of flows rather, sort of within that kind of super general view where you're not really seeing one thing as being a discrete entity that's simply causal on another thing. You're recognizing that behind like all of our little compartmentalizations and categories and concepts, there's actually a continuous just flow of energy or whatever that does not differentiate between they use almost deliberately sort of queasy examples like organs copulating or like breastfeeding or whatever. There's not like a solid distinction between them. It's literally just a transfer of energy from one thing to another. And so I guess Desiring Machines is just referring to those things that are sort of drawn to like the other sort of machine. Like
it's partial objects and the drive of connection.
Mm-hmm.
The reason they use desire and libido has deeply sexual connotations. Still does even colloquially. They use this very particularly. The first type of desire, because desire changes, they use libido throughout, and it's because it's basically things copulating. It's things connecting. Now, when we say things, as you said, it's not really things. It's not like Brooks and his wife. It's not this person and that person. It's not explicit. Instead, it's partial objects. This comes out of Melanie Klein, who sort of followed Freud in her work. And the idea of partial objects is a very clever sort of way of breaking down, as you said, the categories of whole objects. It's not so much that we have a tongue, that we do. That's the partial object that is the tongue, or that is around the tongue, is this edge, that edge, these nerves, those nerves, this connection with different elements. The way that you wouldn't necessarily say, if you've ever had a canker sore or torn cut in your mouth, and your tongue is always like touching it and won't stop, you wouldn't say your whole tongue is touching it. It's the connection of the two. So it's these partial objects, and that connective energy that brings them together and is produced by the connection itself is really ultimately that that drive that is the sort of sexual energy that he sort of wants to start with. The desiring machines then, as they do, they disconnect, and this productive process, as they say, has the connection, disconnection, connection, disconnection over and over and over. As the disconnection happens, there's a little bit of a slough off, a little bit of something that is created and left behind, little bits of the energy. This is the recording energy. It's important to sort of be very particular about the disjunctive synthesis, as they call it, because this is where the BWO begins to come into existence. This is effectively the recording process of the psyche. Again, there isn't a recording process, a single place that it takes place. There is no ego, superego, and id as they open up the book. What a mistake to have ever said the id. Instead, it's a billion ids. It's all the connective and disconnecting machines. But this recording element, the process of the psyche sort of developing what these things are, this is the recording, the disjunctive synthesis. And this is comes out of like this is where we start seeing stuff in a difference in repetition, for example, come back in. We see a lot of Deleuze's earlier work starting to get matched with Freud's work with sort of beyond the pressure principle, the idea of compulsion to repeat how we find habits, how we do those things. And this is where the body without organs begins to be formed. And formed is a very unique way of talking about it, but this is that element. The final bit of the desiring machines is the conjunctive, the final bit is sort of the production of the subject, but we'll get to that. There's a whole other section and a dozen sort of subsections that really go through that pretty heavily.
Okay.
It's a decent summary, I think, to get us to where we're at. Does that work?
I think that works. So we're gonna go through the body without organs, I suppose, and we can end
Yep.
with the subject and enjoyment.
Well, we can just go as long as you're up for. I don't think we'll make it all the way through subject and enjoyment, but we can try. How's that sound?
We can. I kind of like the idea just because I will run up against my own like my own capacity to sort of internalize and hold on to things. If we keep it to like a chapter by chapter thing, that gives us.
I'm very happy with it.
Oh,
no. What I'm saying is I don't think we're going to get to the end of the chapter.
Oh well, let's just do the body without
We'll
organs,
go.
then.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean is we're not
Yeah.
going to get to the end of this section. Apologies.
Oh, you're not going to get to the end of the body without organs.
No, we're going to get through 4 or 5 paragraphs, maybe. We'll see how fast we burn through it,
Right.
because there's a lot there, and I mean, there's just a lot there. I'm just going to leave it at that because that's probably the best way to describe it.
Sounds good.
So, if that sounds all right to you, I will just get going.
That sounds good. Let's press on.
All right. An apparent conflict arises between desiring machines and the body without organs. Every coupling of machines, every production of a machine, every sound of a machine running becomes unbearable to the body without organs. Beneath its organs, it senses there are larvae and loathsome worms, and a god at work, messing it all up or strangling it by organizing it. Quote, "The body is the body. It is all itself and has no need of organs. The body is never an organism. Organisms are the enemy of the body." End quote. Just a note, that's Antonin Artaud. It's a fantastic playwright. Go check it out. Merely so many nails piercing the flesh, so many forms of torture. Sorry, I skipped the line. Merely so many nails piercing the flesh, so many forms of torture. In order to resist organ machines, the body without organs presents its smooth, slippery, opaque, taut surface as a barrier. In order to resist linked, connected, and interrupted flows, it sets up a counterflow of amorphous, undifferentiated fluid. In order to resist using words composed of articulated phonetic units, It utters only gasps and cries that are sheer unarticulated blocks of sound. We are of the opinion that what is ordinarily referred to as primary repression means precisely that. It is not a counter-cathexis, but rather this repulsion of desiring machines by the body without organs. This is the real meaning of the paranoiac machine. The desiring machine's attempt to break into the body without organs, and the body without organs repels them, since it experiences them as an overall persecution apparatus. Thus, we cannot agree with Victor Tausk when he regards the paranoiac machine as a mere projection of a person's own body and the genital organs. The genesis of the machine lies precisely here, in the opposition of the process of production of the desiring machines and the non-productive stasis of the body without organs. The anonymous nature of the machine and the non-differentiated nature of its surface are proof of this. Projection enters the picture only secondarily, as does counterinvestment, as the body without organs invests a counter inside or a counter outside in the form of a persecuting organ or some exterior agent of persecution. But in and of itself, the paranoiac machine is merely an avatar of the desiring machine. It is a result of the relationship between the desiring machines of the body and the body without organs, and occurs when the latter can no longer tolerate those machines. I told you we would not be getting through a great deal today. There is seriously like so many things that we could chase down here. I'm going to do a tiny version of sort of talking through what they're getting at here. We have to kind of go to what they're responding to first. If you don't have a background in Freud or Lacan or Klein or the dozens of other sort of very influential writers in psychoanalytic or psychiatric thought, the short version is that, again, traditional psychoanalytic thought is that we have sort of an id, ego, and superego. We have various drives that come together out of these interaction of these things. These are our unconscious. We come out of these and make choices based on all of that. There is a level of social repression, but really there's a primary repression that happens by the superego and a few other elements that sort of keep us in place. But all of that seems to happen after desire already is formed, after the id has done its thing. As they talk here in the line that they're sort of being very lightly snarky, they have a very snarky sort of take. Normally we would refer to that as primary repression, but it means precisely that it is deeply primary. It is the first thing that happens. The desiring machines connect, they disconnect. That is way before anything else. We're talking far before you have a thought, before you have noise, or far before you can even say words. There are gasps, there are stutters. That's about the closest that this primal repression comes to. And here's the BWO as that thing that is able to slip in, to disconnect machines, to keep them from, how to put it, to create that level of repression and to create that sort of larger scale interaction that is what they're getting at here. Does that make a top level sense?
That does, I believe, until the very end when I was reading at the top of my PDF, this file claims compliance with PDF8 standard has been opened only to prevent modification. So, yeah, I'm following.
I'm happy to share my screen, by the way, or send you my PDF.
Why don't we do that? I think you did last time, and I opened the wrong one.
That is fine. One moment. Here's the one I'm reading out of. There it is. So they start going into what the paranoiac machine is. And you're going to hear this term a lot. They're not necessarily terming everything as equal. They're talking about the sort of the machines that produce these things, because to them, there is no such thing as a paranoiac. A person is not perverse. There's a perversion machine, a paranoiac machine, desiring machines. These machines and what they produce ultimately sort of create us and put us as subject. We are produced by all of this. It's a sort of large scale series of complex interactions. The paranoiac as a thing, they're talking about it basically seeing the desiring machines. The paranoiac is seeing desiring machines as ultimately threatening. The paranoiac experiences this, wants to repel them, but without losing touch with them. This is the forces of repulsion that they're talking about. This is their opening, which is basically going straight at, as they name, Victor Tausk and really Freud and a lot of others, I would say Lacan too, to really sort of talk about the nature of where this paranoiac experiences come from, the feeling of persecution, and these elements, rather than just sort of building them up as they say, projection, which ultimately only comes in secondarily, as does countercathexis, as does everything else. These are after the fact. This primary repression is where we're experiencing it. It's at that deep of a level.
There we go. I have it on the screen now. Perfect. Okay.
I hope that answered a little bit there.
It did. It did. Let us.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And okay, sorry, I'm just setting the PDF, and there we go. We are good.
Yeah, and again, when we're talking about the paranoiac, or we're talking about schizo, as I just have to say it every time, we are not trying to valorize the terms, and we're not necessarily talking about unique people. We're talking about the process of that, the organizing principle that makes that. So we're talking about process here, and the production of subjectivity.
Yeah.
All right, good.
Okay.
What do you want to know?
What do
Where
I
are we
want to
at?
know?
Yeah. What is the question? Come on.
Oh, I didn't have a question.
I
was
can
setting
just
up the
ramble.
PDF. I think you should ramble right now.
I'm
Sorry, I'm multitasking here.
That's fine.
Oh, hang on. Did I? What the hell? I might have lost the stream. Give me a second. I shouldn't have lost the stream. It should still be streaming directly there. I lost the No, there we go. Okay. Looks like we're still here. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now,
Okay.
okay, we're good. I don't think we lost the stream. I think we're good. Okay, let's continue.
All right. A lot more of this will come into form kind of in the next couple of paragraphs, honestly, because again, we're talking about again the formation of the subject, the formation of society, and the processes that produce all of those things. When we talk about here the body without organs repulsing desiring machines, the paranoiac production of that, feeling that persecution.
Yes.
Again, this is at the very base level. You're talking about not necessarily a person feeling it, or, oh, I'm feeling persecuted, therefore we're talking about that.
Yes.
We're talking about the very, very semblance of tiny little interactions and how the overall body without organs is responding, because everyone kind of has that thing that is their sort of subjectivity at large that is being produced by it.
Or maybe putting it another way, and maybe I'm following you here. The body without organs sort of includes like the undifferentiated identity of a subject, whereas when you consider the body with organs and all those little machines that comprise it, all those little like relations that are not subject to, this is probably like language again that's going to be bullshit later on for reasons they'll probably get into. I just don't know. But that sort of work against the identity or the subjectivity as agent, because it talks about like beneath its organs and senses there are larvae and loathsome worms. Well, it's like we have similar discussions all the time in like 101 psychology classes, where they'll explain like how like anxiety can be rooted in things like an imbalance of gut flora or whatever. The physical things that apparently are responsible for giving rise to so much of our psychology and our experience, et cetera. These are also things that are in a very serious way completely at odds with the subjectivity itself, which doesn't conceive itself as being sort of downstream from those things, and which is in an antagonistic relationship with them, something like that.
So something like that. Desiring machines are seen as loathsome worms because they are sort of doing what they're doing. Desiring machines, there is no thing that they're trying to do. They're not attracted to anything. They're not doing anything. They're just connecting with what they connect. Think of them as sort of the reason they use the term loathsome words. They're under the worms. They're under the surface just connecting. And they don't really give a shit. They don't think twice about what they're connecting to or how. They are naturally emergent, and the desire that comes out of them is naturally emergent. But the BWO is not a fan of that. The BWO is a hard recording. It is the excess of recording in that process. So as emergent connections happen, and that little bit gets left behind, and that slow arrangement happens that makes the BWO the constellation of sort of recorded experiences that sort of says, here are all the things that happen. Why are you still connecting? Disgusting. It's thinking of the desiring machine. It's not explicitly, again, we're not at that point yet. But it is that emotion of like feeling persecuted, sliding between things, trying to stop this disgusting process and trying to break them constantly. And that's sort of the nature of the BWO as a thing, is it wants a standard setup, I guess.
So it's like is a state of BWO in a sense. Or so like the constitution of one. No?
No, that's an explicit social machine.
All right, fair enough. Continue.
A body without organs is what manages the production of desire. It ultimately organizes. It is the body without organs. It is what is organizing desire. At a societal level, we would call it the socius. They have similarities because of the nature of sort of the magnitude of things and how they sort of work. But for a person, their body without organs is that. It is the thing that is organizing desire, placing it, connecting it, and sort of breaking it apart. How to put it? I'm trying to think of some better phrasing. It's in the world of Deleuze and Guattari, and this is because they only talk about it really in one aspect here, but in Mille Plateaux, 1,000 Plateaus, they talk about it differently. But think of it as the like this tabula rasa, this open space that frees us from the mechanical repetition of instinctual determination, frees us from the neurosis of just being stuck with our experiences. This tabula rasa does not exist from the start, but instead gets produced over the course of life and psychic development by the transformation of energies of connection into energies of recording. We are naturally emergent. Our body without organs is as well. It has the ability to absolutely be a locus of repression, but it also can be one of freedom. The knowledge that it's there and how it operates is what sort of allows us to do that. This is about how ultimately the BWO comes into play significantly later as we start having other people and social situations and the emergence of sort of the political and the historical also impinging on desiring machines. Because again, desiring machines only know partial objects. They don't have the idea of the United States or the Constitution or man, woman. They don't have any of those things. But those things are socially created. They exist. And so they impinge on them. They don't just do it directly. The BWO and the way that these things interact is what matters. So this is them setting that up as this locus of repression and ultimately also one of possible freedom. We don't get into that quite as cleanly here. Trust me, it's a big, long other thing.
Okay.
But yeah, I want to read from for a second because it's worth it, from Holland. Eugene Holland's Guide to Anti-Oedipus Introduction to Psychoanalysis is phenomenal. But just to read the paragraph here. The formation of the body without organs opens or subjects animal instinct to the distinctively human form of time, memory, and repetition. What registers on the body without organs are essentially signs of organ-machine connections that enable or oblige us to repeat previous modes of desiring satisfaction, albeit with greater or lesser degrees of freedom of variation within that repetition. Forming a system of relations, these signs bind or synthesize time, enabling us to relate or compare one satisfaction to another, and to take pleasure not necessarily in experiencing the new in terms of the old, but simply in experiencing one thing in relation to something else instead. For inasmuch as the signs comprise a system of possible permutations among differences on the body without organs, they bind time synchronically, as Lacan might put it, rather than linearly. Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So, short, putting the process of desiring machines and desiring connection in time and in relation to other experiences that have come before, and other recordings that have come before, and other desiring connections that have come before. That's the BWO.
Makes sense.
All right, next paragraph. Page 10, top of page 10. If we wish to have some idea of the forces the body without organs exerts later on in the uninterrupted process, we must first establish a parallel between desiring production and social production. We intend such a parallel to be regarded as merely phenomenological. We are here drawing no conclusions whatsoever as to the nature and the relationship of the two productions, nor does the parallel we are about to establish provide any sort of a priori answer to the question whether desiring production and social production are really two separate and distinct productions. Its one purpose is to point out the fact that the forms of social production, like those of desiring production, involve an unengendered, non-productive attitude, an element of anti-production, coupled with the process, a full body that functions as a socius. This socius may be the body of the earth, that of the tyrant or capital. This is the body Marx is referring to when he says that it is not the product of labor, but rather appears as its natural or divine presupposition. In fact, it does not restrict itself merely to opposing productive forces in and of themselves. It falls back on all production, constituting a surface over which the forces and agents of production are distributed, thereby appropriating for itself all surplus production and arrogating to itself both the whole and the parts of the process, which now seem to emanate from it as a quasi-cause. Forces and agents come to represent a miraculous form of its own power. They appear to be miraculated by it. In a word, the socius, as a full body, forms a surface where all production is recorded, whereupon the entire process appears to emanate from this recording surface. Society constructs its own delirium by recording the process of production, but it is not a conscious delirium, or rather it is a true consciousness of a false movement, a true perception of an apparent objective movement, a true perception of the movement that is produced on the recording surface. It's a lot of words here, and it's very important how they said it, but I can sum this up fairly crisply.
Okay.
The nature of the socius we live in, let's talk about capital, or you can go back and you can talk about any dictator, any tyrant who oversaw and was like a godhead, or you can go back to the primitive who worshiped the earth. The nature of what was recorded, where it was recorded and how, ultimately became the quasi-cause. With capital, we see money in the marketplace as being the base of all of society. It is not wild for me to say this. Again, they utilize Marx here because Marx very much talks about this, that the nature of capital is that it takes for itself the quasi-cause of production, even though it did nothing. In fact, it's produced after the fact. Somehow, its production afterwards is able to become also its creation. It is the thing that enabled production to happen. It is what chose what things got made where and where they got sold and for how much and how good they were and how much were they worth. Capital did all of these things. It didn't, but it has that power. It really does. It's kind of extraordinary. But there's no reason to think that this doesn't also apply to us internally. The nature of an internal struggle that we have and the nature of internal production and production of the unconscious is very much the same. Our version, the body without organs, is that which takes credit for the productivity that happens from the desiring machines. It falls back on them. It falls back on their connections, pretends as if it was the reason that the connection and the production happened in the first place. And as such, when it produces subjectivity, we then are somehow able to lay claim that we did something, right. We chose, we wanted, when in reality, our want came significantly after the fact.
Right. So causal power is assigned to the agency of this I guess the surface thing that itself is emergent from this sort of
The things it
blind
causes.
concatenation of yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So it's like causal of the things that cause it, which isn't really how things work. But we like to pretend that. We very much do. So with capital, and I'll just continue straight through. Capital is indeed the body without organs of the capitalist, or rather, the capitalist being. But as such, it is not only the fluid and petrified substance of money, for it will give to the sterility of money the form whereby money produces money. It produces surplus value, just as the body without organs reproduces itself, puts forth shoots and branches out to the farthest corners of the universe. It makes the machine responsible for producing a relative surplus value, while embodying itself in the machine as fixed capital. Machines and agents cling so closely to capital that their very functioning appears to be miraculated by it. Everything seems objectively to be produced by capital as quasi-cause. As Marx observes, in the beginning, capitalists are necessarily conscious of the opposition between capital and labor, and of the use of capital as a means of extorting surplus labor. But a perverted, bewitched world quickly comes into being as capital increasingly plays the role of a recorded surface that falls back on all of production. Furnishing or realizing surplus value is what establishes recording rights. Quote, with the development of relative surplus value in the actual, specifically capital mode of production, whereby the productive powers of social labor are developed, these productive powers and the social interrelations of labor in the direct labor process seem transferred from labor to capital. Capital thus becomes a very mystic being, since all of labor's social productive forces appear to be due to capital, rather than labor as such, and seem to issue from the womb of capital itself. What is specifically capitalist here is the role of money and the use of capital as a full body to constitute the recording or inscribing surface, but some kind of full body, that of the earth, or the despot, a recording surface, an apparent objective movement, a fetishistic, perverted, bewitched world are characteristic of all types of society as a constant of social production.
Okay, so
Mostly,
it becomes almost a new I guess a new plane of existence by which you can make descriptions of causal explanations for things in the world as if you were simply like talking about the world itself. So if you were simply doing like what Patai is doing, and again like referring economy to like literally the transfer of energy from the sun to earth and all the relationships that are downstream from that.
Yeah, it's well, I mean, it's as he talks about with Marx. In the beginning, capitalists are necessarily conscious of the opposition between capital and labor, and the use of and the use of capital as a means of extorting surplus labor. If you go back, you can actually very cleanly see capitalists talking about this, that's what capital does. That's the nature of labor. But over time, capital increasingly plays the role of this recording surface that falls back on all of production. And then, of course, he goes through the lovely, lovely section and ends with that sort of moment of what is specifically capitalist here is that money is the role, the use of capital as the full body, which constitutes the recording and the inscription surface. But it's always some kind of full body, regardless of where it is, that is able to give that apparent objective movement. Its fetishistic, perverted, bewitched worldview are within all types of society as a constant of social reproduction.
Which is meant simply that you can refer to capital as some omnipresent causal entity that simply exists, despite the fact that okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
And again, gets credit for all of it.
Yeah.
Like it's the thing that made it and also the thing that is made by it, which is great.
Well, that's kind of where I was going when I was asking about the state, because it seems like they're making sort of the analogy that I was kind of drawing with what you were talking about, the socius in the preceding paragraph. where you now can talk about, for example, something like society or something like the international state system or something like whatever you want, as this plane of causal relations that is treated as if it gives rise to things that itself are entirely responsible for giving rise to it. And in the case of the state, it's a lot more obviously illusory than the case of capital. Um,
Or
yeah.
I would ask if ultimately isn't the state simply in service to capital? I mean, capital being a thing that is ultimately able to care about borders or not as it chooses to, and we can justify it retroactively and allow it to fall back on production however it does. The way the state functions isn't necessarily one that is outside of capital. Capital is what fully organizes production, chooses where things are spent, how anything happens. Capital is the drive. The state reacts to it, certainly, but it's not one that is above. The socius at large, that which records and owns production, is ultimately what is in control in this space.
I'm following what you're saying. I'm not gonna press that any further because we're gonna run into complicating factors. Just because that's like an area where I'm like weird about that. But I'm
No,
following.
that's fine. They literally have an entire section in the book called the Urstat, where they talk about the nature of the state very directly.
Oh, perfect. I'm
So,
excited
well,
for that.
it's
In 2 years from now.
yeah. So you think it'll be that soon? Yeah. So that again, this paragraph, as in the previous, talking about desiring production, talking about the element which both organizes production, or claims to organize production, claims to control it, say what's happening, be the sort of source of the productive force that ultimately is actually causing it and giving it its power. That's the sort of thing they've been charging at, because again, there isn't a wild difference between social production and desiring production. They explicitly say, I believe, that social production is ultimately just desiring production under determinate conditions, because they're just levels and magnitude of the same thing. But we'll continue with the BWO, because the body without organs, as it does this, we have to talk again about sort of the three parts of desiring production. There's the connective synthesis, the disjunctive and conjunctive, basically connecting, disconnecting, and then we'll call the coming together, meaning generation, the production of subjectivity. Lots of different things sort of happen in that third bit. And again, the BWO is produced within that second. Now, again, these are not linear. These are not one then the next, then the next. These are imminent to each other. Very different way of thinking about it, taking cues very much from Kant's syntheses, which he does in DNR as well, and really plays with sort of the imminent order of things as they go. Yeah, and so we'll move to the next paragraph. I'm trying to get through these. Feel free to tell me where you're not understanding stuff. I will just keep pushing otherwise.
No, keep going. It's all good.
The body without organs now falls back on desiring production, attracts it, and appropriates it for its own. The organ machines now cling to the body without organs as though it were a fencer's padded jacket, or as though these organ machines were medals pinned onto the jersey of a wrestler who makes them jingle as he starts towards his opponent. An attraction machine now takes place, or may take place, may take the place of a repulsion machine. A miraculating machine succeeding the paranoiac machine. But what is meant here by succeeding? The two coexist, rather, and black humor does not attempt to resolve contradictions, but to make it so that there are none, and never were any. The body without organs, the unproductive, the unconsumable, serves as a surface for the recording of the entire process of production of desire, so that desiring machines seem to emanate from it in the apparent objective movement that establishes a relationship between the machines and the body without organs. The organs are regenerated, miraculated on the body of Judge Schreber, who attracts God's rays to himself. Doubtless the former paranoiac machine continues to exist in the form of mocking voices that attempt to demiraculate the organs, the Judge's anus in particular. But the essential thing is the establishment of an enchanted recording or inscribing surface that arrogates to itself all the productive forces and all the organs of production, and that acts as a quasi-cause, by communicating the apparent movement, the fetish, to them. So true is it that the schizo practices political economy and that all sexuality is a matter of economy. We'll skip over explaining Judge Schreber, which can be its own rabbit hole.
You can look at the previous stream in the series for that, actually.
Yeah, whole thing. But here, the BWO and its interaction and the movement has moved into something different. This is the miraculating machine, which is, we'll say, the creation of elements that are not there, the relationship between the machines and the body without organs creates this apparent movement. These organs become regenerated because they're assumed to be there. They're miraculated. Again, BWO, we're no longer dealing with the directly emergent. Now we're talking about something completely different. We're talking about the BWO and how it interacts. So it ends with the line, the essential thing is the establishment of an enchanted recording process or inscribing surface that arrogates to itself all the productive forces and all the organs of production and acts as a quasi-cause by communicating the apparent movement to them. So true is it that the schizo practices political economy and that all sexuality is a matter of economy. That's the push that they're making in this part. It's that last sort of sentence.
Yeah. Right.
Hmm?
Yes.
Hmm?
I'm following. Sorry, my PDF thing is going really slow on me for some reason.
No worry. I'll give you a second to catch back up.
Okay, here we go. What on earth? There we go. Okay, now we're on the right page. Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay.
No problem. So, again, to quote Holland, the body without organs is constituted as a recording surface in the first place, and as I said, when the energy of anti-production desexualizes or neutralizes these active connections made by productive desire. In fact, the interplay of desiring production and anti-production generates alternating rhythms of attraction and repulsion between the organ machines and the body without organs. When anti-production predominates, the body without organs presents its smooth, slippery, opaque, taut surface as a barrier. What is essential is that even while anti-production interrupts or suspends existing productive connections on the BWO, it is at the same time registers the diverse possibilities and ends up multiplying the relations among them to infinity. Hence the importance of the syntax of the disjunctive synthesis of recording, which selects and networks signs of organ machines that are produced by the connective synthesis in a strictly open-ended series. Either or. This is the phrasing they're using because, again, when we talk about logic or how we make sense of things, or say the logic of sense, wonderful book. The connective synthesis is the nature of sort of how meaning is generated from our interactions. The first connective is and. Design machines connect. They don't give a shit. BWO, recording, it's either or. This sort of interaction back and forth, and then ultimately moves us into a place where we're able to, as you may guess, as disjunctive syllogisms can take place. We can start making inferences. These things start playing into a completely different place. The body without organs gives us this. The potentials, the things that stretch to infinity, as they say, the ability to make inferences for a world. This is the nature of the recording surface. Now, this inferences we can make, or they can, you might say, make us, because like the BWO, as we were talking about with capital, the BWO can also simply take over, and those inferences can become the hard truth, how our things are done, and of course, what produces desire in the first place. This is the drive that they're starting to put in front of us. Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Because what comes afterwards, just because it's worth revisiting here, because as we start making moves to the next step, it's worth going back to the conjunctive synthesis of consummation. This is where ultimately the relationship of the two elements comes together. Let me see if I can find Holland, because he explains it so much better than I can on this one. I'll just grab it. Between the extremes of instinctual determination via mechanical repetition of the organ connections on the one hand, and cataconic breakdown via complete refusal of organ machines and withdrawal onto the body without organs of the other, the interplay of the forces of production and anti-production generate a wide range of familiar personality types and forms of subjectivity. When production and anti-production conflict systematically, two specific forms of subjectivity result, which are noteworthy, in part because Freud had already identified them as corollaries, the neurotic and the pervert. In the neurotic, the forces of anti-production prevail. Desiring production is denied one or more of its own connections, and is constrained to fix instead on the ungratifying substitute connection. In the pervert, the forces of production prevail, and unorthodox organ connections are maintained despite social sanctions against it, sometimes because of. Beyond their symmetrical relation to one another, however, the subjects of neurosis and perversion are noteworthy because they illustrate in dramatic or exaggerated form the relation of the third synthesis, the conjunctive synthesis of consumption, consummation, to the interplay of production and anti-production conspiring the first two. The subject emerges only as an after effect of the selections made by desire among various disjunctive and connective syntheses. It is not an agent of selection. Neurotics and perverts are not so by conscious choice. They're not the agents, but the results of connections and disjunctions made by the body without organs, by the interplay of forces of production and anti-production that constitute these subjects. Similarly, when the infant rejects the breast, turns away to smile at a familiar face, this act is not chosen by, but constitutes the infant as a subject. Maybe it's a snacker, or we call them an extrovert, or whatever. Normal adults, by contrast, typically indulge in the illusion, the metaphysics of sovereign subjectivity, whereby they choose their pleasures and desires, rather than being chosen, that is to say, constituted by them. Deleuze and Guattari draw directly on Nietzsche to dispel this illusion and insist that the production and anti-production of desire, like a will to power, always comes first, and the appearance of the subject always afterwards. Okay?
Yeah.
So this recognition of its desire, this is the conjunctive. Oh, that's what that was. I was hungry, or I would like to go have food. I want to fuck. I am going to waste time on President Sunday's stream. I am choosing to do that. I want to be here. All of these things are constituting me. It's not I'm making these choices. It's the constitution of the subject first. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Production is not recorded in the same way it is produced, however. Or rather, it is not reproduced within the apparent objective movement in the same way in which it is produced within the process of constitution. In fact, we have passed imperceptibly into a domain of the production of recording, whose law is not the same as that of the production of production. The law governing the latter was connective synthesis, or coupling. But when the productive connections pass from machines to the BWO, as from labor to capital, it would seem that they then come under another law that expresses a distribution in relation to the non-productive element as a natural or divine presupposition. This is how the disjunctions of capital operate. Machines attach themselves to the body without organs as so many points of disjunction, between which an entire network of new syntheses is now woven, marking the surface off into coordinates like a grid. The either or of the schizophrenic takes over from the and then. No matter what two organs are involved, the way in which they are attached to the body without organs must be such that all the disjunctive syntheses between the two amount to the same on the slippery surface. Whereas the either-or claims to mark decisive choices between immutable terms, the alternative, either this or that, the schizophrenic either-or refers to the system of possible permutations between differences that always amount to the same as they shift and slide about. As in the case of Beckett's mouth that speaks and feet that walk, quote, he sometimes halted without saying anything. Either he had finally nothing to say, or, while having something to say, he finally decided not to say it. Other main examples suggest themselves in the mind, immediate continuous communication with immediate redeparture. Same thing with delayed redeparture. Delayed continuous communication with immediate redeparture. Same thing with delayed redeparture. Immediate discontinuous communication with immediate redeparture. Blah, 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 blah. Same thing with delayed redeparture. Beckett's great. Read Beckett. Read Beckett.
Something in particular by Beckett?
Malloy. Malloy really helps with this book, but I mean, just in general, Beckett's great. But Malloy specifically is, I believe that's directly out of Malloy. If I have to remember, there's a couple that he references, but Malloy he uses all the time. He really liked Beckett. Again, the nature of the BWO and how it interacts. Now the desiring machines become medals on his vest, as he said before. They connect, but they are connecting to a very particular constellation, a specific location, these coordinates on this grid. These machines attach themselves as so many points of disjunction, and these choices are made. But again, the body without organs is not a sentient thing that produces or chooses and makes decisions either. It is the slough off. It is the leftovers, the recording process of imminent, actual, experienced desiring production. As partial objects connect, as they slough off this energy, the BWO is what is left behind. It is the arrangement as such. It is the arrangement of all of that. So it doesn't have a desire. The BWO doesn't like want you to do anything either. The BWO is not pushing one way or another. None of them are. None of this is like oh, you want this, it's acting this way. It wants this. It is just the nature of how this operation works. The desire machines see the recording from previous that was satisfying. They like this. They like the way that it was connected to these other things. And the subject that is produces out of that is fairly particular. But this over time, as the either or two choices, or the schizo version, which is either or, which allows us to sort of repeat and have minor changes over time. This is the different ways the BWO can sort of operate within that. And this is the next paragraph, which I'm just going to go straight into. Thus, the schizophrenic, the possessor of the most touchingly meager capital, Malone's belongings, for instance. Malone in Beckett's play has almost nothing. I think he had a bicycle and a series of rocks. And he inscribes on his own body the litany of disjunctions and creates for himself a world of paries, where the most minute of permutations is supposed to be a response to the new situation or a reply to the indiscreet questioner. The disjunctive synthesis of recording therefore comes to overlap the connective synthesis of production. The process as process of production extends to the method as method inscription. Or rather, if what we term libido is the connective labor of desiring production, it should be said that a part of this energy is transformed into the energy of the disjunctive inscription, Newman, a transformation of energy. But why call this new form of energy divine? Why label it Newman? In view of all the ambiguities caused by a problem of the unconscious that is only apparently religious. The body without organs is not God, quite the contrary. But the energy that sweeps through it is divine, when it attracts to itself the entire process of production and serves as its miraculate, enchanted surface, inscribing it in each and every one of its disjunctions. Hence, the strange relationship that Schreber has with God. To anyone who asks, do you believe in God? We should reply in strictly Kantian or Schreberian terms. Of course, but only as the master of the disjunctive syllogism, or as its a priori principle, God defined as omnitudo reatalis, which all secondary realities are derived by a process of division. It's a great line. It's a great line. You want to take a crack? You got a question or two?
Well, I mean, this would be taking shots at a very particular conception of God that you find in, like, I don't know,
Spinoza.
Like, I was going to say Spinoza, yeah, where it's synonymous.
It's Spinoza.
With the world
It's
itself.
Spinoza, the all one. Like Deleuze likes Spinoza quite a bit, so yes, that's a very good instinct there.
Yeah, you keep telling me his book on Spinoza's the shit.
His shorter monograph on Spinoza is excellent. The longer expressionism as philosophy is incredibly good, but really, really dry. I'm still making my way through it, like for a second time, so I can understand it because it's a lot. First book's great, short, simple, really, really nice. This section, this play that we're making, the ability for things to sort of attach as they do and for new to be created. We're talking about opening there in Malone. Malone gets stopped by the cops, and there's an entire scene that they actually go into in a few pages where Malone is like asked, and he doesn't respond to the police as the police expect. He's connecting things that it's how he works. So because of that, he's able to create, as they say, a world of parries. The police ask him, "What are you doing out here?" And he's like, "I like riding my bike. The bicycle's great." It's like he's parrying in order to make sure that whatever they say matches sort of the world he's created for himself. Because any tiny sort of setup that he's done, any small difference for how he responds, is intended to be a response to this new situation, or to the, as they call it, the indiscreet questioner who's maybe being a bit too bold and being too specific. This is the disjunctive synthesis sort of rearing its face out of the face of Malone and how he reacts. And this production that becomes and extends itself into the method of inscription, they make the move here where they talk about calling this secondary energy Newman. They call it divine because it is very much the sort of the Kantian or the Spinozist all one that they're sort of playing back to, because it enables us to have that, we might say, I don't want to say a connection to, but it enables a potential that is significantly wide.
We have about 3 minutes until we hit the hour. Did you want to do one more paragraph?
I mean, I've got time to make it through. Well, we can go. It's 2 more pages and we're done after this one. All right.
All right.
Hence the soul thing that is divine in the nature of an energy of disjunctions. Rubber's divine is inseparable from the disjunctions he employs to divide himself up into parts. Earlier empires, later empires of a superior god, and those of an inferior god. Freud stresses the importance of these disjunctive syntheses in Schreber's delirium in particular, but also in delirium as a general phenomenon. Quote, "A process of decomposition of this kind is very characteristic of paranoia. Paranoia decomposes just as hysteria condenses, or rather, paranoia resolves once more into their elements the products of the condensations and identifications which are affected in the unconscious." End quote. But why does Freud thus add that, on second thought, hysterical neurosis comes first, and the disjunctions appear only as a result of the projection of a more basic primordial condensed material? Doubtless this is a way of maintaining intact the rights of Oedipus and the god of delirium and the schizoparanoiac recording process. And for that very reason, we must pose the most far-reaching question in this regard. Does the recording of desire go by way of the various stages in the formation of the Oedipus complex? Disjunctions are the form that the genealogy of desire assumes, but is this genealogy Oedipal? Is it recorded in the Oedipal triangulation? Is it not more likely that Oedipus is a requirement or a consequence of social reproduction, insofar as this latter aims at domesticating a genealogical form and content that are in every way intractable? For there is no doubting the fact that the schizo is constantly subjected to interrogation, constantly cross-examined, precisely because his relationship with nature does not constitute a specific pole. The questions put to him are formulated in terms of the existing social code. Your name, your father, your mother. I'm going to pause there before I do the example they give, because it's worth just as a moment. This is what they were talking about in the previous paragraph that I was saying, this odd sort of energy that's able to create and produce these connections. The paragraph to this point, the book's called Anti-Oedipus, by the way, has been driving towards this as a thing. If the Oedipus complex, which Freud believed Oedipus was one of the first things, it's core primary repression. Boys want to fuck their mom, kill their dad. girls, it's a whole different thing I'm not going to get into. And everyone's sense has always been like, oh, that comes first. And he's like, well, wait. If that's the case, how does desire get into that? Wouldn't desire have to come from that? And that doesn't make sense. The nature of this, isn't this genealogy Oedipal? Isn't this social reproduction? Isn't this how this is making it work? And then that line, there's no doubting the fact the schizo is constantly subjected to interrogation, constantly cross-examined, because his relationship with nature does not constitute a specific pole. The questions put to him are formulated in terms of the existing social code. Your name, your father, your mother. Then they give the example of Malloy, and you'll see as you go through, and you can see this watch videos of people talking to mentally non-normative people. This is what they do. When you ask very much social coded things, they don't grasp them. Your name, Malloy, said the sergeant. Yes, I said. Now I remember. And your mother, said the sergeant. I didn't follow. Is your mother's name Malloy too? Said the sergeant. I thought it over. Your mother, said the sergeant. Is your mother's? Let me think, I cried. At least, I imagine that's how it was. Take your time, said the sergeant. Was my mother's name Malloy? Very likely. Her name must be Malloy too, I said. They took me away, to a guardroom, I suppose, and there I was told to sit down. I must have tried to explain. He did not have a great relationship with his mom, if he knew her at all. So he doesn't have the same social understanding, the same social connections. His constitution, the things that's constituting him in this moment, putting him in the space we would call schizophrenic. These connections are that of the either or, not the binary poles, but the continually connecting, ongoing. And as such, when we ask, if I were to ask you, is your mother's name Sunday? You'd say no, because you know what I mean. Even if you'd never met your mom, you'd be like, no, this is my fucking YouTube name. What's wrong with you, Brooks? But that's because this is the social connections. This is the social codes. This is social. This is the way it works. But to someone who doesn't have that, they're going to answer, well, I guess probably, like, that's odd. Her name must be Malloy too. And he certainly tried to explain to them, but they just wouldn't listen. He didn't know. And that process is the thing underneath it. And this is where they have the line, they say a little bit later, and why they use so much of Artaud and why they lean heavily on Malloy kind of throughout. The nature of how, again, not valorizing the schizophrenic or the mentally non-normative, but instead understanding that we are constituted between the social and the desiring machines, that they are all one process, and our constitution among them is not singular. It is a process, and we are at the end of how all of these things sort of connect and how we connect them. Okay.
Okay.
Questions on this, or are we doing okay?
I'm doing okay. Let me check the chat quickly.
Chat's doing fine.
Yeah, I'm not seeing questions. I think we can press on.
No, Karasu is nailing it. I just want to say, this is absolutely true that most of the tools to determine someone's cognitive functions are highly societally coded. Yes, they are. It's actually kind of, the first time I read this was years ago, and then I went through it with a family member, and it was like, oh my God, I didn't realize how absolutely, totally socially coded all of that shit is. It's wild. Now let's, the next paragraph is going to be shitting on psychoanalysis, because that is a thing they like to do, and I do too. We cannot say that psychoanalysis is very innovative in this respect. It continues to ask its questions and develop its interpretations from the depths of the Oedipal triangle as its basic perspective, even though today it is acutely aware that this frame of reference is not at all adequate to explain so-called psychotic phenomena. The psychoanalyst says that we must necessarily discover Schreber's daddy beneath his superior god, and doubtless also his elder brother beneath his inferior god. Worth mentioning, Schreber, we'll just say, is more what you classically hear about and colloquially hear as a schizophrenic. They travel through time. He's the leader of this mass civilization, or has a sun god, or I can't remember the inferior god he had. I want to say it was something silly. But Freud and others who come, they say, oh, he's not actually that. It's his sun god's like his dad. Like everything comes down to daddy, mommy, me. And his brother's the lesser god because he's still bigger than him, but he's not his dad. So it's really all that stuff comes back down to daddy, mommy, me. And that's what they're making fun of here and kind of shitting on as a thing. At times, the schizophrenic loses his patience and demands to be left alone. Other times, he goes along with the whole game and even invents a few tricks of his own, introducing his own reference points in the model before putting him and undermining, put before him and undermining it from within. Oh, yes, that's my mother, all right, but my mother's the Virgin Mary, you know. One can easily imagine Schreber answering Freud, yes, I quite agree. Naturally, the talking birds are young girls, and the superior god is my daddy, and the inferior god's my brother. But little by little, he will surreptitiously reimpregnate the series of young girls with all talking birds, his father with the superior god, and his brother with the inferior god, all of them divine forms that become complicated, or rather, desimplified, as they break through the simplistic terms and functions of the Oedipal triangle. As Artaud put it, I don't believe in father and mother. I got no pappy mummy.
Can you explain that last
Artaud.
one a little bit?
Uh,
Who is Artaud and why this
Artaud
particular
is
phrasing? I follow what he's saying, just like
yeah, no, Artaud is a, we will just say absolutely, flatly, I think I could say out of his mind, but brilliant playwright. He wrote the play that Body Without Organs came from, to have done with the will of God. Oh, fuck, I can never remember the exact wording of it. But his plays in general are all
like
this,
the phrase the Body Without Organs comes
the
from.
Body Without Organs. It's basically came from him and his plays, and his writing's incredible. This specifically, what he's phrasing and this sort of end here. Sure, you can get Schreber at some point, or anyone to go, fuck that. Oh my God. Yeah, the birds. Oh, that's totally, yeah. And then that's my dad. Oh, that is my brother. Oh, God, Freud, you're right. But give it a day, or give it someone else asking him something the wrong way or another way, and it'll switch again. Oh, fuck, you know that my dad, he was the god. And it kind of, that's the point, is it will continue. All of this will become desimplified because ultimately father and mother are social coordinates, and they're socially taught, socially learned. We don't have a mom and a dad.
Right.
It's not a thing. They're socially given to us.
You have to get taught. It's a big event when you say mommy or daddy for the first time.
Yep. Artaud's really very much worth reading. There's 2 or 3, I think, of his bits have been fully translated. I mean, all of it's been translated, but there's like some really good books out there that very much go into him and Deleuze's sort of fascination with. A lot of people's fascination with Artaud. He was no small figure at the time in 20th century France. So we're getting there. Desiring production forms a binary linear system. The full body is introduced as a third term in the series, without destroying, however, the essential binary linear nature of the series. 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1. The series is completely refractory to a transcription that would transform and mold it into a specifically ternary and triangular schema such as Oedipus. The full body without organs is produced as anti-production, that is to say, it intervenes within the process as such for the sole purpose of rejecting any attempt to impose on it any sort of triangulation implying that it was produced by parents. How could this body have been produced by parents when, by its very nature, it is such eloquent witness of its own self-production, of its own engendering of itself? And it is precisely here on this body, right where it is, that the noumen is distributed and disjunctions are established, independent of any sort of projection. Yes, I have been my father and I have been my son. I, Antonin Artaud, am my son, my father, my mother, and myself. The schizo has his own system of coordinates for situating himself at his disposal, because first of all, he has at his disposal his very own recording code. which does not coincide with the social code or coincides with it only in order to parody it. The code of delirium or of desire proves to have an extraordinary fluidity. It might be said that the schizophrenic passes from one code to the other, that he deliberately scrambles all the codes by quickly shifting from one to another, according to the questions asked to him, never giving the same explanation from one day to the next, never invoking the same genealogy, never recording the same event in the same way. When he is more or less forced into it and is not in a touchy mood, he may even accept the banal Oedipal code, so long as he can stuff it full of the disjunctions that this code was designed to eliminate. Again, just because I always have to say it, because people follow so many YouTubers, I have my pet peeves. They're not here to valorize the schizophrenic. This is not saying we should become schizophrenic. All of this is utilizing the mentally non-normative, looking into the process that they have, what their lives are like, how they react to things, what they do, how they work, alongside Guattari and all of his work in psychoanalytic thought and actual therapy. Deleuze and Guattari have done here something that I find very extraordinary, used those examples of the mentally non-normative to begin to discover and unearth what all of us share, the sort of hyper-universal, you might say, of experience that someone who is a paranoiac, a schizophrenic, a clinical entity of a psychotic, of any of these things, we're able to start looking at those processes and understand the universal that is underneath them that produces them. And that is here what they've done with the schizophrenic.
Yes. Okay. I'm following.
The next one takes Adolf Wuffli. Do you know that? Adolf?
Is that the boy with? That's not the boy with
No.
machines. That's from last stream.
Correct. Adolf Wuffli. I mean, more machine style stuff. His art is
Here,
fucking amazing.
why don't I find something quickly? Can you put, and I can put it on the screen actually. You can find.
Sure,
the,
I'll send you a couple. Let me send you. You can actually just go straight to. There's a wonderful website that has most of his work.
No, well, let's see it.
There's a link.
Gotcha.
And yeah, it's intense. He's an outsider artist, as you may guess as soon as you see it. It is, we will just say, not average art, and very much feels like if I had never stopped doodling when I was like 7, like the way I would fill in lines, and everyone, I'm not special in this way, everyone I know would fill in lines or build out things and sort of keep sort of pictures going and doodles. Very much his work. It's really beautiful and kind of it's very unique, very interesting stuff. Like I said, outsider art for sure.
You know what it reminds me of a little bit? Cruelty Squad.
Oh, you're just wanting to upset me, aren't you?
Oh yes, yes I am.
I mean, you're welcome to like games I found boring. I mean, I didn't want to upset Demon Mama the other day. People can like games I don't like.
I haven't. Yeah, but don't. No,
Cruelty Squad's just boring.
Cruelty Squad is a work of art.
I mean, sure. I'm glad.
Problem is, you're playing it like Doom.
No.
How can you find Cruelty Squad boring? It's like one of the most visually fascinating games ever made, and its mechanics are impeccable. It's one of the most fluid. It feels so great.
I disagree.
Oh, okay. No, we can't.
I mean, it's almost as if the way that we feel is ultimately constituted by a series of interactions that produce us, and that we have no choice over said thing.
Yeah, but the difference is I'm right here.
Oh no, the difference is we've lived different lives and we have different BWOs and processes that have ultimately created different constellations of response that enable us to have different subjectivities that respond to stimuli differently in the outside world.
Yeah, but see, the problem is I'm on Route C. You're still on Route B. You have to replay.
Sure, yeah. I'm on my route, my friend.
There you go. Well, that's cool.
Important. Hopefully you're sharing a handful of these on stream,
I
because
am,
the next
yes.
part is kind of a super big deal. Because it starts with Adolf Wolfley's drawings reveal the workings of all sorts of clocks, turbines, dynamos, celestial machines, house machines, and so on. As these machines work in a connective fashion from the perimeter to the center in successive layers or segments. But the explanations that he provides for them. Hopefully you have one up. Do you have one up with the
I
explanation?
have. Does it have an explanation? That's a good question.
They're all captioned.
This is all in German, though.
Well,
Cookies are
it's worth-
laufen. Hang on. Here we go.
It's
English.
okay.
English. No, I got it. Okay, here we go. The lead. I've got the lead up.
No idea.
The lead hammer snake. The lead hammer
Oh,
snake.
shit. Okay. So the explanations that he provides for them, which he changes as often as the mood strikes him, he did change them all the time, are based on a genealogical series that constitute the recording of each of his drawings. What is even more important, the recording process affects the drawings themselves, showing up in the form of lines standing for catastrophe or collapse that are so many disjunctions surrounded by spirals. The schizo maintains a shaky balance for the simple reason that the result is always the same, no matter what the disjunctions. Although the organ machines attach themselves to the body without organs, the latter continues, nonetheless, to be without organs. It does not become an organism in the ordinary sense of the word. It remains fluid, slippery. Agents of production likewise alight on Schreber's body and cling to it. Sunbeams, for instance, that he attracts, which contain thousands of tiny spermatozoids. Sunbeams, birds, voices, nerves. They enter into changeable and genealogically complex relationships with God and forms of God, derived by the Godhead by division. But all this happens and is recorded on the surface of the body without organs. Even the copulations of the agents, even the divisions of God. Even the genealogies, marking it off into squares like a grid, and their permutations. The surface of the uncreated body swarms with them, as a lion's mane swarms with fleas. There you go. Look at that.
Hold on. We did the entire. You said we wouldn't even do the entire body without organs, and yet here we are.
I mean, we didn't in an hour, so to be fair.
I mean, sure, but you also brought in like 3 other books. So first
Dude,
of all,
this was my fast reading.
Hmm.
This was my fast reading. This is I didn't pull out Malloy and make you read different sections of that.
This is true.
Which by the way, totally worth it.
I will take you seriously on that. Let me switch to my larger. Actually, no, we're gonna keep it the small camp because I'm gonna do some more Dead Space after this because we have a horrible.
Of course,
horrible
I'd
debate
hate to keep you. Oh wait, no, what debate?
It's God, you'll hate this. You'll hate this so much. Beckett of Crabs, Sonsol, and Stardust are debating with some Crucible bozos on whether or not atheism is causing the decline of the West. I'm just watching it to laugh at it.
Oh, yeah, but it's not going to be a nuanced, interesting conversation.
No, but it might be awful in some funny ways.
I would say yes, that it is.
That atheism is responsible for the decline of the West.
I think it's. I could say that. Yeah. If we're discussing, are we discussing modern atheism, or are we talking about just simply the lack of belief in a God?
I don't know. I haven't seen the debate
Because
yet.
I would say the logical positivist hardcore atheist fucks that kind of have taken over, because that's where atheism gave us Jordan Peterson.
Sure, yeah, but we're not talking about
talking about atheism.
No, we're talking about like stuff that some people might qualify as atheism of like serious cultural religious commitments. We're talking about like stuff that probably has atheist implications down the line. Like constant atheism.
Really? Because I mean, so am I. I mean,
sure.
in that view. But again, atheism gave us Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro, and all these people came out of this. Sargon.
Oh yeah,
Like
but
they
I
came
don't.
out of like the hard atheist, the Christopher Hitchens atheist movement.
I think
The
that's a level of specificity that's giving them too much credit. I think they're literally just going to be talking about belief in God in like a simple evangelical sense versus.
I see. That's why those are no fun.
I agree, but they are fun when you're playing Dead Space. Have you
Uh,
you've played Dead Space, right?
you actually got me to re-download it, and you're right. They did improve on a
It
lot,
is
and
so much better.
it is better. And I
Also,
did. I really liked the original. So when
I
you
did
said that,
too.
I was kind of like,
I was worried because like the original is I like Dead Space 2. The original is vastly superior even without like Isaac's character being fleshed out. Just in terms of its mood. And I will say this, the remake is not as
just real
scary.
quick,
Yes.
your chat's right. Turn on a light. Like, what the fuck is this high contrast thing you got going on here?
I don't know. I didn't realize I turned my contrast up. Is it? I have a
I don't
light
know.
on.
It's
I've got
like
like a giant ring light right above my head. Hang on, let me fix this.
you're very dark in there. I thought you would just. I thought you did it for like
What?
mood for Dead Space.
No, there we go. No, that's I think I was playing around with it earlier and I didn't save it. Is that better, chat? Oh my god. They're trolling, Brooks. They're saying we can't see your dome. We need the light to shine off your bald head. Thank you for that.
I mean, let's be very fair. It should be if you have actual light, and I don't know what is with your. It's got to be your. Wait, can you move your cam? I'll tell you because I think it's actually your stream in general is like a little fucked up.
Like on YouTube?
Yeah, because like your background is all.
Oh,
hyper-
the background I put onto high con or oversaturation for the infrared thing because that's its whole aesthetic, or it sort of imitates the infrared aesthetic, and I just kind of left it because I like it. So it's kind of it looks neat and colorful that way. I like the oversaturated thing. Do people like? Hang on, let me put it to a vote. I'm not going to listen to you anyways, but let's put it to a vote. Maybe I will. If somebody super chats me enough money, I'll think about changing it back. Hang on. There we go. Everyone's a fucking critic. Now it's too bright? What? What do you mean it's too bright? What do you want? What do you people want from me? Okay. Is that better? What LH fruit? What? What is an LH fruit?
That's
Oh, that's a person. What LH fruit says, so I had to scroll down all the way.
low hanger. It's a low hanging fruit from my Deleuze Discord. Actually, I think that's right.
Oh, I think you pointed them out before. Thank you
Yeah.
for the $2, Nowhere. I appreciate that. Well, yeah, I was worried about the new Dead Space because from the initial demo, I didn't realize they had changed as much as they did, and I thought it was just the same continuity as the original. And so it seemed like they just crammed in dialogue, which would kill just the pacing and the tone of the whole thing. And the tone is different. Like the first Dead Space has like a hopelessness and a loneliness that this one lacks because there's more dialogue and you never feel as alone as you do. Dead Space 1?
The periods of time between hearing people is very different. Like that's literally the first thing that struck me is how often you're communicating with everyone. Actually, like it did feel solitary in the first one.
And you felt like a reprieve. I think the Dead Space remake is less successful as a horror game and just much more enjoyable overall. Like it's less tense. Like I play it passively on stream, and except for the odd moment when I'm surprised by an enemy, like I'm not scared at all. Granted, again, like I've played the whole game before multiple times, so there's nothing new here, in terms of like the actual enemy surprises, more or less. But I'm enjoying my playthrough significantly more, which is frankly like kind of what I'm going for in a Dead Space game because it's not like the hunter is or the hunter is intense, but Like it's not
I
it's
don't,
not
I don't want to hear
amnesia.
spoilers. I now don't want to hear spoilers.
Oh no
'Cause
no, I'm not
I'm
spoiling anything. That this is stuff that's all in the original game.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I just don't talk about what if they did anything different, because
No. Oh
there's
no no.
enough.
I'm just saying what they did the same. They did well still. That's still good. It's not lost. But there's more plot. There's more stuff. Certain things have been improved. It's just it's an improvement all around, with the sole exception again so far that you never feel as isolated as you do in the original. It's very much more similar in tone to maybe even a little less isolated than Dead Space 2. But at the same time, I'm playing with chat and I'm listening to stuff at the same time, so my experience is probably warped a little bit.
I was playing alone. I found it to be more, well, maybe not less solitary.
Yeah.
It didn't feel as lonely. Like he was
Yes.
in the first one, it felt like he was abandoned. Like it was
Yes.
it was one of the things that kept taking me out is they would only talk when like ex machina moments. Hey, we know what you need to do to get out of the area you're in. That was like the only time they'd show up.
Yes.
And
And you never connect with the other characters.
Well, no, because they exist as ex machina.
Yes.
Oh, I can help you by moving the tram. Oh, well, I'm glad that you're talking to me. That's great. I'm wanting to die. I'm being killed. I'm good. I'm in the ship. Bye. Like it was just always odd. But in this, I actually found myself getting into that transition more.
Yeah.
Like again, I'm only an hour in because I have kids.
You know what it's like?
I don't stream for a living.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's like, it's kind of like if they made a Dead Space movie and they did it really, really well. That's kind of the vibe I get from it. Like the gameplay doesn't actually intrude on the narrative, which I like. Like with a lot of these games, it's difficult to imagine it actually translating to the screen, just because.
I think the nature of even the first Dead Space though, like they didn't do dialogue that really intruded in the first one. The whole thing that was amazing about that game when it first came out was that the UI was so deeply embedded within the experience.
Yes.
And talking to people and everything. I think they would have had to really fuck the game up to do that wrong. But then again, I did play a little bit of the Callisto Protocol, so they could have, I guess.
Oh god, that was so bad. Can we talk about that for a little bit?
If you only want to talk about the first 20 minutes before I got my Steam Bucks back.
Oh, you managed to get you lucky fucker.
You don't play games for longer than an hour, you get your money back.
I was playing it on stream, and the problem is like the first 20 minutes were okay. They
were
okay. As soon as the outbreak happens, it's like, oh my god.
No, they weren't, because they were out of your control. Like they did. The thing that set me off was the first time they did like a secondary camera sort of interaction, and I was like, because the whole thing about the first game about Dead Space, and the whole thing about all the Dead Spaces is again, you have one view pretty much the whole game.
Yes.
And everything is inside of that view. The moment that, and it was very early, it may not have been 20 minutes, it may have been a little longer, but they did like this weird camera cutscene thing, and I went, oh, I'm done. I don't need this.
Okay, well, you missed a bit of a treat, because it has one of the worst, actually no, not one of, it has the worst design segment in any game I've ever played.
Well, that's excessive.
There is no, it's not actually. The game actually lies to you. It is like it's a failure, not even in terms of like the mechanics not working. It's actually a failure in design at a fundamental level, and it's insane. So there's a sequence later on. This is where I quit. I just stopped playing, and I looked up the rest of the plot, and it's disappointing. There's no payoff. It's basically just Dead Space but less. So you go into this like garage type area. It's like an outdoor, there's like a bunch of like these industrial vehicles around, and there's some locked buildings. And as you enter, you hear a speaker. And the speaker goes, "Hey, these tunnels in this building that I'm in, they can get us to, or there are tunnels here that can get us to the cat garage or whatever. Find something to pry open the door that's blocking me from you, and I will get us into those tunnels." So okay, so it's pretty self-explanatory. You're in this junkyard garage type area. You need to find something to open the door. So you walk around this wide area, you look for stuff to open the door. Enemies pop up and they start attacking you. And you think, okay, I need to look for this thing, and I'm going to be attacked by enemies. That's the game. You do that for a little while. You don't find anything. What the hell's going on? And then eventually you hear the character scream in the background. Oh God! And you know he's been killed on the other side of the thing. But you have not been instructed to stop looking for a thing to open the door. As far as you are concerned, your goal is still to find a thing to open the door where the guy is. But there isn't one. And nothing changes, and enemies keep attacking you. And then after a timer goes off, like after a period of time, the door opens by itself and a monster appears. And at that point,
See,
it's like, wait a minute. So
See,
the game just lied to you. You've actually been like running around in circles, unclear of what you're doing, and you've been trying to do a task that is actually unfulfillable. And at no point has it given you any cue that, hey, actually, you're not supposed to still be trying to open the door. That was a ruse. It's just broken. And did you ever get to the combat?
No.
It's so bad. So in Dead Space like is scary in terms of its atmosphere, and in terms of like sort of the very hopeless, and in the original more so than in later entries, the loneliness of its setting. Not so much in the actual gameplay itself, except that you panic when enemies close distance with you. And so a lot of the stress comes from trying to make sure that unsuccessfully, that enemies cannot like get into close proximity to you, because you cannot contend with them in melee combat. With the Callisto Protocol, everything is melee combat. Your guns, of which you have, I think, about 4, but they all do the same thing, are just kind of like point weapons that supplement melee combat. You have a dodge mechanic where if you tilt your controller to the left or the right, you automatically dodge basically everything. And so it's actually to your advantage to just do melee combat as much as possible. And it ends up being, here, I'll actually show you. I made like a joke video about it. Let me pull it up quickly. And you'll see what I mean. Like it is so bad.
$170 million.
Yeah, it cost way more to make than the actual Dead Space remake, I think.
Oh yes. I think it cost more than the remake plus the original, if I had to guess. 170 is really excessive.
Just the acting talent on it alone, honestly, it's kind of incredible they only had to spend that much.
That's not how it works. I had this argument with someone on Reddit.
Yeah.
That's not how it works. The actors were not expensive. Actors are never expensive for video games. I have no idea where this meme started with this game. Everyone's like, "Oh, the actors cost a lot," and it's like, what? No, they didn't.
With
like,
motion captured people and like major like things, because like there's actually some of the boys in there.
So what?
She's a big actress. Expensive, has a price tag.
No?
That's
a C-list actress, tops. C-list. It's a person that people recognize when they sort of see them from something else but can't name them.
Okay, I'm sharing a screen. You gotta watch this.
Again, that's not what people cost.
All right, I'll take your word for it. So this is the combat in the Callisto Protocol, okay? You know in Dead Space, right, you're trying to close distance so that the monsters don't get to you and they swarm on you and they overwhelm you. And so you have to be kind of strategic about it. This is all like 6 or so hours of the Callisto Protocol.
You're using Bonetti's defense against me, huh?
I thought it fitting, considering the rocky terrain.
Naturally. You must expect me to attack with kappa fire.
Is it the same?
Naturally.
It's like 4 animations.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Unless the enemy has a study, he's a clipper.
This is not scary. It also feels so mechanical. Like you don't feel like you're actually like fighting a monster that's kind of like mindless in close proximity to you. It feels like a quick time event. It's awful. It's such a colossal waste. Like the game could have actually been tolerable if they had just done what everybody wanted them to do, and just literally, hey, use Dead Space's mechanics and have a different story. Just do the simple, elegant gameplay of Dead Space 1 in a new setting with a new, interesting story, and that's it. Just don't do what Dead Space 3 did. And instead they decided to burn it all on the altar of having this ridiculous Wii Remote style melee combat. It's just awful. Like, it looks like a Wii game. That's the kind of combat you'd expect from
170 million. And again, if the actors cost more than, God, honestly, if they cost more than $3 million, they
Well, we can find out. Let's see. Actually, so
I don't think we can find out.
Budget.
I've tried.
You have tried?
Yeah, because I got in an argument with someone over this. Because they were like, "But motion capture." I'm like, I kind of worked somewhere where that was done, and I know what the hourly rate is.
They failed to recoup the budget so far. I'm surprised they failed to recoup it. I thought it was pretty well.
No way. I mean, you're talking about on top of the 170, probably 30 to 40 million in ads. Like, there's no way they made 200 million.
They expected to sell 5 million units globally. How many did they sell? They sold,
I think, under 2.
2.1. It's like 2.1. That's bad.
2.1 times 40 is not great.
Also, I hated this. So remember how, like, there's that
goddamn 80 million. They didn't even come halfway. Oh my god.
Yeah. No, it was a colossal failure. You remember early on in Dead Space, there's that iconic scene where there's like the person is traced in blood, like shoot the limbs or cut off the limbs or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
In the Callisto Protocol, you're in a prison, remember, right? You're not on an abandoned ship where you expect other people to come at some point and collect people, so you need to leave a message. You're in a prison, underneath the prison, in fact, in the sewers. The organization above is still intact as far as you can tell. You go into the sewers, connecting the different like habitats that make up the colony. And deep in the sewers, you find a dead person in a large room. This is where he's had his like last stand or whatever, and he's done a little bit of an art project on the wall. He has let me pull this up here quickly. You can see it on the stream if you look. He has drawn a mural-sized thing saying "Shoot the tentacles" on the wall under a light. Like the message is like 2 men high and is massive.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like, think about how long it would have taken to do that with presumably your own blood, and for whom?
Well, it's just, isn't it just copying it's copying literally the opening of Dead Space.
It is, but it's midway through the game when it doesn't matter anymore.
Right, but it's cut off the arms or whatever. It's where you pick up
cut off their limbs.
Cut off their limbs.
Yeah.
Drawn in blood. So
yeah, it is. But you can't shoot off limbs in the Callisto Protocol. I mean,
I'm just saying, like, this is just copying that moment.
It is, but it's doing it like at least even in Dead Space, there was a reason for it. Because it's like, okay, there's nobody else on the ship that's alive that you can tell. So you're near the docking base, so you're telling like the people who are coming in, hey, this is how you fight these things. That makes sense. But in the Callisto Protocol, shooting their tentacles, what happens is when you fight certain advanced enemies later on, after you hit them a couple of times, some of them will sprout tentacles from their chest, and they will then evolve into stronger monsters. And to kill them then, before that happens, you have to shoot the tentacles in the center of their chests.
Right.
It's just so dumb.
It does sound pretty dumb.
It's really dumb.
I mean, again, it was about, I don't know, some short period in. I was able to get my refund and be done with it. For good reason.
I lost $100 in that, and I'm still mad. Canadian dollars.
No, there's so many better games out there, man.
Yeah. Resident Evil 4 remake looks really good. I'm excited for that one.
I'm hoping, because the first 3 remakes were exceptional. Like, genuinely, they're just
Even
I
2, honestly, people get
I
mad at
don't
that one.
fuck people, dude. 2 is amazing. I improve on the original in every single way.
Yes.
I adore it. I adore it. And 3 was great. I'm ready for 4.
2
Because
is
4 is actually my
yeah.
favorite Resident Evil ever. So I'm
Well,
very hopeful.
I'm hoping they inject more actual like Resident 2 remake style fear into it, because that's one thing I'm noticing about it. And to a certain extent, I don't wish, because I think they did an impeccable job, but I almost wonder what it would have been like if they'd managed to incorporate some of what makes the Resident Evil 2 remake so intense, because it's tense. It's actually, it's not, you're not fearful in the sense of like Alien Isolation, where there's that level of constant stress and terror, but there is stress there. With the Dead Space remake, not so much. I kind of wonder if they had made it so it was less of you go into a room, you kill everything in the room as it appears, and makes a loud noise, and instead they made it more of like there's fewer enemies, but they're more chaotic, and they're more and like just the bare fact that you can do more to prevent their appearance makes their appearance more intimidating. Like Resident Evil 2, just wandering through the dark halls of the police station, it's actually scary.
See, I found Resident Evil 3 very much also like the
like
remakes
the
have been
remake,
so
not the
good.
yeah.
Oh no, the remakes.
Yeah, me too. I think people didn't like the remake of 3 partially because and I liked Noah Caldwell-Gervais' review of this. They switched the roles of Mr. X and Nemesis. So Mr. X is the one who's like the xenomorph from Alien Isolation, following you around
Yep.
and kind of becoming a part of the place. The Nemesis is more just like a character in the story, which is fine. I do kind of like that a bit more, to be honest, just because if it had, unless they went the Alien Isolation route and really like made the entire game just about the chase itself, which they could have. I feel like just the mechanical nature of it would make it less intimidating. Especially given that it's from like a third person perspective. I think a lot of what makes like pursuit games like that really tense is just the waiting and looking around and trying to like
Well,
just
and that's
force yourself to turn a corner.
and that's for me. I think where they improved it is again, Resident Evil 3. I think part of it is that people just didn't like 3. Like as a thing, it never garnered the critical or fan following that 1 and 2 did. Like 2 was a cult classic people adored for forever, and 3 kind of was a thing that was there, and 4 was like the I think reviews even at the time talked about it as a return to greatness or whatever.
Yeah.
So like there's that underneath it, but I think Mr. X as the sort of main fear point worked better for me.
Yes.
Nemesis is a big scary guy, sure, but it was like, but he was big and scary. It wasn't the same thing as like the insidious scary, I guess.
Yeah, and I think sort of like the chaotic and anonymous nature of Mr. X just makes him more intimidating, because you don't know what he is. Like Nemesis is like, oh, this is the super tyrant from the first game. With Mr. X is like, oh, what even is that? Is that like, is he sentient? Is that like a big zombie? What is it? And it is kind of a big zombie. But like it adds depth to the world, whereas Nemesis is just, oh, it's another bioweapon super boss.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's not as good as 2. The 2 remake is better.
Yes.
The 2 original is better, but
I almost wouldn't consider them separate. I count Resident Evil 3 remake as like an expansion on 2. It's like DLC.
Yeah, that's
it's
fair.
just really
That's
good
fair.
DLC.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. I'm waiting for them, and they never will. But I'm waiting for Parasite Eve to be remade.
Oh god, that would be so good. I just want them to release a lot of this stuff on PC by itself. I don't even care if they remake it. It would be nice if they did, because they can do so much more now.
Yeah.
You know what I want? What I want is a Alien Isolation type style game with that level of like graphical fidelity, but I want it in the setting of The Thing. That's what I want. Or something like that.
Yeah, The Thing is, it's one of those really difficult properties to turn into a game because it's not actually a single player experience, and it can't be, because it's really about the social, about the not knowing the other people. It's not really a game about pursuit because there's only 6 rooms. So it's a unique one. I have a friend who's working on a sort of takeoff on it, trying to make The Thing. People have tried before. It's very hard. It's a very hard one. It's like Running Man, one of those ideas that seems like it would be a great game, but in practice is like just boring as shit and doesn't work.
I'm not so committed to like the thing itself. I'm thinking more just that kind of monster as opposed to the xenomorph. I think the
Then
xenomorph
what is the thing monster then?
um well, like there's a different type of horror between having a monster that has its own discrete life cycle and is sort of I guess fixed in a kind of way. Like the xenomorph is scary because it hunts you down and cuts you up, and it's dark and intimidating, and you can't overpower it or whatever. So you're scared of it in the sense that there's a tiger in the room. With the thing, by contrast, and this is one of the things that Dead Space does really well. A major part of the horror isn't the monster itself chasing you; it's the aesthetic of the corruption sort of taking over, and you have almost like a germophobic response to it. I think something like that would be really interesting.
Right, but what would be the mechanics of that? Is because as soon as you see someone even slightly transforming, you just melt them, and then that's the end of that creature.
Well, not necessarily, because it might be that you just lack the capacity to do so, like in Alien Isolation. So I think what would be kind of interesting. See, what I like in horror games isn't so much that they've introduced all these brand new mechanics, but I think they tend to ruin it when they go that route. I think horror games of all games need to be really mechanically simple. This is one of the reasons why the Callisto Protocol failed so badly, because it couldn't create like good horror because the mechanics got in the way. Um, I think just having like that kind of creature, that kind of story as like a narrative element would be a lot more interesting. I'm not necessarily sure I would change really anything mechanically. I think they're fine by themselves.
Okay.
Yeah. Like I would love to just have like with the Callisto Protocol. All I wanted was, hey, it's Dead Space, but we've put a new and scarier story over top of it. Instead, it was just it's just Dead Space but dumber. Do you want me to spoil the Callisto Protocol for you?
Yeah, I'm never gonna. I don't care.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So you have like these necromorph type zombies that have overrun this prison, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So what happened was the colony that pre-existed the prison was mining, and they found a giant, scary alien which they killed, and they found it was full of larvae, and the larvae infected the people there, and now some secret council got the bright idea to try and use it to create space compatible superhumans, and that's it.
Okay.
That's
it.
That's it. That's literally it.
That seems odd.
That's it. It's literally just Dead Space, but less interesting. Because that's literally that's a side quest essentially in Dead Space 1. There's the hunter. This guy's like, oh, I'm gonna tamper with this and make the monster alien stronger, as for ideological / religious reasons, and that's like
Wow.
that's like a weird aside. There's nothing interesting like the stuff going on with the marker or the Brethren Moons or whatever, or all of that. Like even Dead Space 3, even though the game itself sucked in a lot of ways, it had moments. At the very least, like the like little stuff about the lore was expanded in interesting ways, kind of, or at the very least it tried to. This was just, it was both derivative and less interesting than the original.
That's the best.
Like it failed on every single front.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. And it ran like shit.
Well,
it looked worse.
It looked worse than the Dead Space I know
remake,
because I have dual 3090s, and it was
also
not chugging very well.
Do you remember how big the install was for that game? It was like 110.
No.
It was like 110 gigs, or like 90 gigs, somewhere there. It was massive. Dead Space remake, 30 gigs.
Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's unbelievable.
When you finish with the horror arc, I've got other games to recommend. Things to try.
The horror arc is never ending. What do you recommend?
Oh, fair. Well, then I've got horror games for you too. That works. I've already sent you. Didn't I send you some horror games?
Oh yeah, you did already. I'm looking forward
I
to
should
it.
add because
Yeah.
now that you've said like the thing, you should try Distrust. Distrust is literally someone trying to make the thing as a horror game.
Well, so is Among Us.
No, no,
Yeah.
it's not. Okay, so when I say literally, I mean you're in an ice station in Antarctica and there's a thing that has a virus. I mean, it's the fucking thing.
Hey, there's an ice station level in Among Us.
Oh God.
Here, let's see. Distrust.
But again, not single player.
Oh, this is single player.
It has a single player. It has a cooperative mode
Let's see.
as well.
Is this on Steam?
It's on Steam for sure.
Distrust Polar Survival.
Mm-hmm.
That looks
I
interesting.
think. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, and they've actually finished it. It's actually a full game.
Oh yeah, no, it's been out for a while.
How long is it?
A couple hours. I think with a good group, you could probably have that happen. It's been a long time. It's been 4 years, I think, since I played it.
Okay, I could be down for that.
I'd be happy to pick it up. We could play. We grab some people on Steam.
Let's do
Give
it.
it a shot.
Let's do it. Yeah. All right. I've got birthday money left over on my Steam account. Maybe.
Did you play Carry On?
I haven't played Carrion yet.
Oh God. See, there you go. You got it. These are the games inspired by the thing.
Although Carrion would be a great one for stream, so I think you can play that one a little bit passively.
Oh, it's a very passive game. It's super fun to just. It's fun to be stupid and just play that game simply. Yes.
All right.
For
Okay,
sure.
Noted. I'm gonna add these.
Good.
Have you played the Shrouded Isle?
I don't think so. No.
It's not great, but I wish they had done the thing better because the premise is good. All right, I'm gonna switch over to that awful debate and see how awful it is. It's been a pleasure, Brooks.
Enjoy.
I won't, but thank you. We will be back next. Are you good for next Saturday?
Sure.
All right, so we'll be back next Saturday, everybody. Not entirely certain on the time. Maybe the same time. We'll play it by ear. And we'll be doing. What we're looking at here. We'll be going to the next section after the body without organs, which is.
Come on. The subject and enjoyment.
The subject and
finally
enjoyment.
getting into you and why you are made and what it means for you to enjoy or not be satisfied or be satisfied. It's you, and so it's yours, as you say, as you turn to the stream and you say, I am having a terrible time. Why am I doing this? I hate my life. What does that mean?
Thank you for that, Brooks.
You enjoy.
Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
All right, I'm going to run to the washroom quickly, and then we will continue with Dead Space. We'll watch that horrible, horrible debate. And then finally I can take my weekend. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. begins. What begins? I'm quite sure I don't know. But it does. Change the stream name, I suppose. Is atheism causing the West's decline? Debate watching. Watching atheism debate. Let's just do that. Alright, here we go. That's not even enlisted, is it? Right. Okay, we'll find out where the debate starts here. Oh dear God, that's a lot of people. I don't see Sonsol here. That must be just a different panel.
But yeah.
Okay, right. So if there's a societal component to it, then if there's a societal component to it, then shouldn't we adjust that societal component? Right? Maybe it's a kind of pressure or an influence on people to go into certain roles.
No, actually,
maybe
I think that men have.
We shouldn't
men
be pushing
have pressure.
women into lower paid roles.
No.
Wait.
48 right now. So
it's a dumb feminism debate. Let's see here. Okay. Cool. All right. Dead space.
Think Trump will win in 24? I don't think so. Thank you so much, allegedly Angelo, for the $11.99. Really appreciate it. Atheism gets a bad rep. It's Twitch panels that are leading the decline.
Sure. Hey, hang on. You hear that? Look. Look. These hacks are getting paid. We need to do the Chud Logic thing. We need to plug for money. Give me bits or whatever. I can't do it. But seriously, it really helps. I live or die by that, unfortunately. It is what it is. 3, 2, 1. Game. Show. There we go. Brilliant. Ah, coffee is arrived. Thank you so much. And now we wait. But we don't really wait.
Check him out.
Okay.
Hi, Akana boy. How are you doing? There's a zombie Reagan here.
I think Econoboy wanted to talk to me at one point. I can't quite recall. Or maybe somebody wanted me to talk to Econoboy. Not
The last night's debates. They were
passively
fun.
eager, if I'm honest.
I was very frustrated by the end of them, though.
Let's bring that audio down a little bit. I should probably bring her audio up. No? I think we probably should. Okay, when's this debate start? Here we go. Oh boy. Stop.
Okay, I added all of you to the stream, and only Beckett was here. That's funny. Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
What's up, Stardust?
Hey, I might run and get a jacket really quick, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll be right back.
We got a few minutes. You're good.
Yeah,
I'll be
I'm
right
just doing. I'm just doing setup. Okay. Actually, get this. So,
Entering zero gravity. Exiting zero gravity.
Did I go the wrong way? Oh, I see.
All right.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Handle some stuff on our end. What's up, everybody? What's up, Andrew? Richie? Beckett?
What's up, man?
I'll wait for Stardust to get back. And then we'll do an audio check. Richie and Beckett, you guys have never actually done
What's going on here?
a debate here, so if you're not familiar already, the way we do it is I'm going to start the stream. I'll do a quick intro, and there will be a music break, and then I'll bring you guys back in. You'll get to introduce yourselves. Each side will get opening statements, and then there will be an open dialogue section, closing statements, and then we're going to have callers and super chat. Does anybody object to doing 5-minute opening statements per person instead of 7, just to save time? You're muted, Richie. Richie, are you talking? Richie, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
If you can hear us, put a thumb up. Give us a thumbs up if you can
Richie,
hear us.
can you hear us?
Richie, can you hear us? Oh no, we've lost Richie.
Level 3 security clearance required.
Try texting him or calling him or something.
I am.
Okay.
Way ahead of you.
Not sure if it's well. You want to be able to hear the debate, right? Is it hard to hear the debate? Here, let me see if I can't boost the audio there. Here, I'll turn the game audio down a little bit. Typically, I have it lower than this. It's just the game's so good. Why do you want to hear this awful debate more than?
Cannot hear you, Richie. No audio. Make sure your StreamYard has your. Okay, he left. You gotta get that figured out.
Oh my god.
Alright, but nope, none of you guys actually care if we only do 5-minute openers. We can save some time. We've got 4 different people.
No, I don't mind at all. So.
Okay, cool. I don't know if Richie was trying to say that he already prepared like a 7-minute opener or whatever. But...
I'll be honest, I don't know how long mine is. I don't think it'll reach 5 minutes.
I think the audio from the
Beckett,
debate will get louder once it starts.
I think you might have the wrong mic selected for.
Oh, really?
Yeah, go to your settings bar on the bottom and hit audio, and then make sure that you have the right mic. You sound like you're using like a PC mic, like the built-in one.
Is that any better?
Oh, much better. Yeah.
Yeah, that's better.
Sorry about that. It's all a bit new to me, and I'm pretty boomer with any tech stuff, and everything's very white on this screen. It's very distracting.
Here, you know what?
It's very minimalist.
if I can't hear that accent coming through perfectly, I can't make fun of it. So
Okay, we're gonna do the debate in a second. I need to beat this thing. This is more important and infinitely more interesting.
Sing the Ishimura's engines. Our homecoming will be truly divine. And I doubt even you can stop a convergence event fueled by the entire population of Earth.
You take these things to Earth, it's all over.
Only for the faithless. Humanity will be made whole, Mr. Clark, with or without you. I'd say you've chosen your side.
Ah! Great.
Initiating cryogenic freeze. Cryogenic freeze complete. Transferring specimens to storage.
Bastard locked me out again. Isaac, you okay?
Stop that, Hunter. The Mercer's gone. He wants to take these things to Earth, Kendra. You have to seal the captain's nest and warn Hammond.
Okay, I can seal the nest, but I haven't been able to reach Hammond since he went to the crew deck. Isaac, our air quality is falling fast. If you've got liquid nitrogen, we gotta fix hydroponics.
On it. Keep trying to reach Hammond. Mercer, I don't think he's done yet.
Got something, Isaac?
It's... let's call it a tissue sample from Mercer's pet Hunter.
Careful. Who knows what mad science went into that thing?
Maybe I could find out. Figure out what Mercer's up to. If I'm fast, there has to be a DNA scanner close by.
Isaac, the hydroponics tram station is sealed off. You'll need another way there. Take the tram back towards the hangar, then head to the repair station. Remember where you took that broken tram car off the tracks? There's an access door in there that'll take you to hydroponics.
Was there debate? Yeah, I just wanted to do this sequence first before ruining it with listening to bozos figure out their tech. I'm gonna pop it in as soon as I get to a save point. Alright, here we go.
So it's
No, it's fine. I was going to
that's
get a
not
red
even fair.
coat, but that would be a bit too much to give
Right.
an American. I
Right.
didn't want to make things too easy for you, but
just get a little bit of lobster backing going, right? Just a little.
well, don't talk to me about lobsters. As I say, bed of crabs, lobsters only have any like attention because Jordan Peterson.
Well, I guess
used them in
Sans
their
almost have
books.
dropped out. I don't think he's in
Richie,
it.
Richie, give us a sound check.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So,
Can you hear us, Richie?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay with doing 5-minute openers, or do you need the whole 7?
No, that's fine.
Okay. I just wanted to do that to save time. Did you hear me when I went through the layout? You've watched the show. You've been on call-ins and stuff, so you know how it works, right, Richie?
Yeah, I'm generally familiar.
We'll do opening statements. Each person will get 5 minutes. Then we'll do like an hour or so, hour and a half of open dialogue. Then we'll go to closers, callers, super chats, that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So,
is it weird for me to sit like this, or should I sit?
No, you're
facing
good,
the
dude.
camera.
You can sit however you want, dude. Whatever is comfortable for you. But okay, let me do a quick audio check. Stardust, give me a check. 1, 2, 3.
Check 1 2 check.
Okay, start over. You're cutting out.
I'm cutting out. Check 1 2 check.
The roboting.
Uh-oh.
It's roboting really bad.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Atheism infected your audio input.
If you had been using Christian technology.
Check 1 2 check. Check. No?
It's like
Oh, that's
fading.
hang on. Stardust kind of yell a little bit.
Check 1 2 check.
See, that sounds good.
Oh, maybe I'm just being too quiet.
So if you're using, it could be that you're using OBS and your noise gate. You might have a noise gate that's on there, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I have a
and
noise
it's possible that noise gate. Yeah. So just use a louder voice. That's all.
gate. Okay.
So I have one thing that I wanted to put through just real quick. I am addicted to nicotine, and this is supposed to be going for 3 hours, and I don't smoke inside. So at some point, I'm gonna hop to my garage and smoke a cigarette. I don't mean to be rude. I'll try to do it at an opportune moment.
Yeah, that's fine, dude. Do what you gotta do.
Oh my god.
But eventually you can get cool enough to smoke on stream. So.
I mean, it's a good tactic to mess with your opponent. Like, if I sit here smoking, then we can.
Now you're roboting.
Your audio's cutting out too.
Now I'm.
Yeah, we gotta fix these audio issues before we go live.
Am I still roboting?
USSR mics.
No, you're good.
now,
Stardust.
Yeah, you're good. Okay, test.
It's just like static and robot-y.
Okay, hold on. See what I can do. What about now? Any better?
Sounds fine now.
Yeah, give me a test.
Okay.
Test.
Yeah, I think it was the test. I think it's the echo cancellation.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. Okay. All right,
Cool.
Andrew, test 1 2.
Test 1 2.
All right, you're clear as day. Richie, test 1 2.
Test 1 2.
Okay. Let gonna turn Richie down just a little bit loud.
I can turn myself down if you want.
No, you're good. You're good. Just leave it how you are. I don't want to mess anything up. Just try to even everybody out as we go. Okay. All right. Well, you guys know the drill. I'm gonna drop us all down. We're gonna go live. We're gonna get started. Okay. Oh, and by the way, Andrew and Richie, you guys open first since you're taking the turn list.
Yep.
Yeah.
Isaac, if you're near hydroponics, check your helmet filters. That air's not safe to breathe.
Yeah, I smelled it. The whole
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to The Crucible. I'm your host, Zen Shapiro. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. We've got a great debate lined up for you. I'm very excited. We've got Stardust, who is a returning debater here at The Crucible. She's going to be partnering with Beckett of Krabs, who is making his Crucible debut. They're going to be partnering against Andrew Wilson, the host of The Crucible, and Richie, who is also making his formal debut. He's a longtime caller, first-time debater here at The Crucible. They're going to be duking it out over atheism in the West, and specifically, is atheism destroying the West? So I'm expecting a good and high IQ and, enticing discussion. I'm expecting some good back and forth here tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun. I hope you guys are excited. I know I am. Before we get into the show, I want you guys to please like, share, subscribe, do all the good YouTube shit. Do all that shit that helps us in the algorithm. Hit the like button, comment, participate in the live chat, all that shit. And if you want to support us, send in those super chats on YouTube and Dono Chat. Dono Chat link is pinned in the top of the live chat. So if you want to send in those questions and comments, they will all get read at the end of the debate. And the best way to support us here at The Crucible is to become a YouTube channel member. So hit the join button the same way that you do the super chat. You hit that $sign and hit join. And you can become a member. You can get the exclusive members only perks like the emojis. You can hurl tomato soup cans at the screen as a Crucible member. It's a lot of fun. If you're already a member, please give the gift of a channel membership to all of those less fortunate in the audience that want to partake in the tomato soup can throwing. So join us today. Like I said, the best way to support us. Izzy says, Zen, you better have a beer tonight, not an aspartame drink. I do. It's Sam Adams. That's the official sponsor of tonight's stream. Thank you, Izzy, for looking out. We are anti-aspartame here at The Crucible, apparently. I don't know. That's a newfound standard that we have here. Anyway, thank you guys all for tuning in. We're going to get into the show. We'll be right back with our debaters.
This is Dr. Elizabeth Cross. To all survivors, turn back. It's all gone.
How many intros do you guys have? No, stop with your anti-monetization music, you bastards.
Host of the one and only Crucible, and I'm here to wreck some leftist faces.
All right, and Richie, last but not least, shout yourself out. Tell everybody where they can find you.
You can find me on YouTube. I have a channel called the Current Compost Network, but it's not exactly doing anything right now. Besides that, if you want to BS, I'll be in the Crucible Discord.
You're hearing this.
All right, well, thank you guys all for being here, like I said, and thank you all in the audience for tuning in. I'm very excited. Before we get into it, I do want to remind you all, please hit the like, share, subscribe button if you want to ask questions or make comments. Send those in via Super Chat, either on YouTube or the Dono Chat link, which is pinned in the top of the live chat. And the best way to support us, like I said, is to become a channel member. And speaking of, we did just get a subscription from Super Chicken. Thank you so much, Super Chicken, for becoming a YouTube member. I thought you already were one, but I guess maybe you had to resubscribe or something. But anyway, thank you. Enjoy your perks. Enjoy the members-only emojis and all that. Super Chicken also just sent in a preemptive super chat. Where can I volunteer to pick up trash with my community? We'll get to that at the end, but thank you so much. We appreciate it. And last reminder, we are going to be taking callers tonight. So if you want to call in and ask questions directly to any debater on the panel, you can do so by joining the Discord, which is going to be put in the live chat, and it's also in the video description. Get in there and get a stream link from the mods. You can call in directly and ask your question to the debaters. Get in there quick, because a lot of times the queue fills up and we can't actually get to everybody. So get in here as soon as possible to increase your chances of coming on. All that being said, we're going to get into the show. Andrew and Richie, since you guys are arguing in the affirmative, you guys will go first. So whoever wants to start, we're going to do 5 minutes per person for opening statements. Andrew and Richie, whichever of you wants to start, you got 5 minutes on the clock.
Do you prefer me, Richie, or you?
Yeah, I think you go ahead.
Okay. Clear little throat. Atheism has been, in my estimation, the primary cause of Western decadence and decline since the Second Schism. The reason that atheism is so dangerous to everybody, including the atheist or agnostic themselves, is because they can't mitigate against the greatest of dangers facing humanity. This danger is materialism. Agnostics and atheists can give no worthy reasons not to engage in degeneracy and indulgences of all kinds. They have no foundations from which to tell another person why they must set aside material pursuits for more worthy causes, because in their estimation, nothing is a worthy cause except their own subjective outlook on what they think is one. Atheists can't give good reasons to procreate or even continue the human species other than by some product of some strange preference some of them may come up with from time to time. They can't give reasons to be wholesome, reasons to focus on a family, reasons to do anything outside of their own selfish and disgusting pursuits. This is the great divide between the secular left and the religious right. The secular left can essentially justify anything by never justifying a single thing. A preferences-based society with no meaning other than that which is ascribed to it by the individual. The fall of the West has come with a whimper. Communities are gone, and in their place are cults. Cults of personality or preferences. Cults dedicated to identity or even cultural trends. These various cults have taken over the West. Like rival gangs, they fight daily for dominance or relevancy or perceptual power. In all things, the identity cults want a complete takeover of society based on their micro issues, and atheists have no real reason why they shouldn't. Atheists can barely tell a person, for the most part, why they think something's even bad. That's how lost their ideology truly is. Religion is and always has been the band which holds all of civilization together. Surprisingly, even the wrong religion seems to be more right than those with no religion.
Okay, to see how stupid this line of argumentation is, this is basically how it works. So an atheist cannot tell you definitively that there is some cosmic right or wrong. Therefore, we need to adopt, or therefore religion is necessary because it allows us to make claims that are unifying. Well, on what basis precisely? Because here's the problem, right? Like, you, even in entertaining that, as soon as you're adopting a pragmatic justification for preferring atheism over, or religion over atheism, you've given the game away. Because you still know that you're taking that position pragmatically. You don't believe it. It's a cynical move on your part. And the problem is, when push comes to shove, that's not going to factor into a calculation where you have to decide to do what is ideal or preferable for you over what is better for the collectivity.
The ultimate irony for the science bros. Christianity in the West especially has its hold on the maneuverings and craftings of a once great society. Not great in its justice or technology or even peacekeeping, but great in its fortitude and the understanding of a solid identity. Its moral undertaking to try to give people the cause to have family, community, dire threat, the consequences both in this life and after, if such shortcomings were not overcome. Atheism teaches only a material form of consequences for actions taken against the moral fabric of our societies.
No, it doesn't.
As such, that fabric was more and more ignored until ultimately it broke and a new morality has emerged. And that morality is do as thou wilt, with the caveat of as long as it doesn't hurt somebody else, whatever the fuck that means. As a consequence, society has begun its slow but ever accelerating spin into ultimate madness. Where 25 years ago we were beginning to argue about the merits of gay marriage, we're now arguing if our children should go to trans drag shows. To show just how powerful these new identity groups have become that strive to...
Who's arguing about sending children to... First of all, I don't know what the fuck a trans drag show is. What? Why am I trying to break down this guy's logic? It doesn't have
Place religion with secular ethics. 1 in 5 Zoomers identify as LGBTQ, according to a recent Gallup poll. Now there's no way 1 in 5 Zoomers is engaging in any kind of same-sex anything, but they want the identity. That's the power. The whole band of identity cults, warring in the streets for dominance with no one in sight due to the rejection of the moral fabric of Christianity, a religion so many hate because it won't sanctify their every material want and sin. This is why the West is being destroyed, and I'm interested to hear what my opponents have to say about this.
All right, thank you for that. And Richie, same thing, 5 minutes on the clock whenever you're ready.
Firstly, I'd like to say I agree with all of that, so in case anybody was confused. The interesting thing when I was researching this topic is that there is a distinction between an atheist or an agnostic or a multi-deist or et cetera, I would say that for the purposes of this debate, I would like to focus on quite literally the convinced atheist, that is to say the atheist that is certain that no God exists, right? And what typically happens is, though they don't believe a God exists, from my perception, they do end up with a sort of religious belief, the entire perception that there is no God for certainty is in itself a matter of faith.
Hey guys, this is too stupid. Can we watch something else? I'm gonna put it to a vote, okay? This is painful. This is actually just unwatchable. It's so stupid. I'll debate one of these guys one-on-one if they want, but this is just idiotic. This is actually kind of relaxing. I heard that. Oh, you sneaky bugger. There we go. Oh my god. All that ammo I bought, it's all gone. What the? I feel like I should not be able to survive that.
Security request retrieved.
Hello, security. This is Dr. Cross in hydroponics. Something just hit the hull near food storage. We think it's a rogue asteroid. I have people injured from decompression. We need medics and ground control right away. Oh my god. What the hell is this? Everyone out of food storage! It's alive! How can it be alive?
Toxic hazard detected.
Window doesn't work. I've tried. Get in close and try injecting the enzyme.
Toxic hazard clear. Clearance confirmed.
Oh, they're sneaky in this one.
Liz Cross again. I never asked your name.
Isaac Clarke, systems engineer.
Engineer. Have you seen Jacob Temple?
I haven't. But I'm looking for someone too. Dr. Nicole Brennan.
Dr. Brennan. Doesn't she help people leave unitology?
Yeah, and my mother. That's how we met.
I hope she's okay. The unitologists here didn't like anyone questioning them. And since the captain died, they've all snapped.
What gun did I pick up? Oh, the force gun, I see.
Clearance confirmed.
It's giving me bad directions. We could watch Kidology's awful video about the far right and Tolkien. That sounds awful, though. Kidology is just painfully boring. I don't like these people who just make shit up. Like, it's interesting when people have, like, weird and unusual things motivating their statements that's not just cynical. Because there's just no point then. Like, you're getting nothing from it. Like, yeah, so dumb loser with nothing to say, lies. That's the upshot. That's the most offensive thing about all these people. They're just so goddamn boring. Like, they add nothing. Yeah, stay in there. Okay, where am I supposed to go here? Come on. Oh, of course. Honestly, like, I'm getting more enjoyment out of the game than out of the debates. Let's see what else I have on, oh, let's see what I have on my playlist here. Just a radical reviewer on the Fountainhead. Well, that could probably be interesting, actually. Yeah, screw it, listen to that. It's 10 days old. Somebody interesting.
Hey, I know you. You're that jaywalking punk anarchist.
Hello, this is the Radical Reviewer, taking a look at The Fountainhead by Ayn Rand, which came out in 1943. Right off the bat, let me ask you a strange question. Is The Fountainhead an anti-capitalist masterpiece? I mean, the book is about an architect's battle for artistic freedom against the capitalist society he lives in. The book celebrates an artist pursuing their vision without compromise to popularity or market forces or the tastemakers in education or the media, pursuing their artistic creation as purely as possible, which is something that we've seen called for in other anti-capitalist books, such as The Soul of Man Under Socialism or Anarchism and other essays. But I don't know. Ayn Rand is a capitalism superfan, and has said that this book is about who she perceives to be the ideal person. So, we'll see. Now, this text has a lot going on, so to try and keep track of everything over the course of the story, I'm going to organize the characters on this chart. At the top we have the egoists, who are total chads, hyper-individualist nonconformists. They break from tradition and forge new ground. But not too new, because they are also against modern art, which they see as pushing things too far, or pushing in the wrong direction. Then, there are the second-handers. They are conformists, and they bring nothing new to the table. They don't even build on what has been done before, but simply recreate what has already been made by others, calling it celebrating the classics or properly honoring tradition. Finally, we have the degenerates. Ayn Rand considers this group second-handers as well, because they are socialists who want to all share and collaborate on each other's work, therefore not creating anything themselves as individuals. But I don't think the second-hander label fits here, because they're not just recreating the work of others, they are creating something new. New styles of architecture, new types of books and plays, new art. It's just that in the story, these degenerates, they're taking things too far. They're destroying and distorting reality with their modern art degeneracy in an evil plot to control people or, like, control the world. As we'll see, we get a little bit of an anti-globalist, secret cabal, JQ kind of motif with this group. Basically, a big thing to keep in mind going forward is that between World War I and World War II, when this book was written, modern art was taking over the art world with things like Impressionism, Cubism, Dadaism,
Not for
all
those
that modern
reasons.
art stuff. This was happening for a whole host of reasons. Advances in photography caused a shift away from photorealistic paintings. The horrors of World War I caused a lot of societal self-reflection. There was kind of this hippie movement taking place in the world between establishment and anti-establishment, between convention and the unconventional. For example, in Nazi Germany, a battle between the evil, Jewish, degenerate modern artists and the good and patriotic romantic realist artists.
The Degenerate Art Exhibition clearly was very ideological. It was a way of articulating the Nazi worldview.
A worldview that saw modern art as vulgar and a threat to the German identity.
That's not to say that hating modern art makes you a Nazi, since that's basically a mainstream conservative stance at this point.
You're so ugly you could be a modern art masterpiece.
But when you start arguing that modern art is part of an intentional plot to degenerate society, that's when you start to sound like a Nazi.
Conceptual art is shit. It doesn't enrich our culture. It degrades and cheapens society by exalting the vulgar, the crass, and the scatological.
Anyways, to make this...
I always love how it's some blithering idiot just shouting into the camera whose entire life is consumed by content creation for the lowest common denominator of crank. That's like this art that makes me personally uncomfortable. This is degrading culture.
This character organization chart really look like it belongs to some kind of kooky conspiracy theorist. I'm going to use thread to tie the various relationships on the board together. Red thread to demonstrate lovers, blue thread will demonstrate friends, and green thread will demonstrate coworkers. You know, green like money. Oh, and there won't be a thread to demonstrate enemies, because in this book it's basically the egoist Chads against the world. But alright, so over the course of the video we're going to keep in mind the relationship between artistic creation and capitalist market forces, and we've got this character graphic organizer thing to keep track of everything. So let's get into the text proper, starting with Part 1, Peter Keating. Now in my opinion, the first part of this book should be cut. It's a lot of background information that isn't really relevant. The book's long enough as it is, and I think it would have been more interesting to jump into the story proper and get any important background information through flashbacks during Part 2. But that's not what we got. So here are some of the most important things discussed in Part 1. Right off the bat, we are introduced to our main character, Howard Rourke. He's a student at an architectural college. He's got blondish-reddish hair, gray eyes, he's stoic and gorgeous. His outlook on the world is explained in this way.
He did not laugh as his eyes stopped in awareness of the earth around him. He looked at the granite, to be cut, he thought, and made into walls. He looked at a tree, to be split and made into rafters. He looked at a streak of rust on the stone and thought of iron ore under the ground, to be melted and to emerge as girders against the sky.
Oh, okay, so he sees inspiration for his architectural creativity everywhere he looks. Or maybe he's just really into Factorio or Deep Rock or something. Anyways, describing Howard's room, the text states,
It was a large, bare room. No pictures, no pennants, no cheering
philosophy?
human
I think it's cut
touch.
philosophy.
He had brought nothing to the room but his clothes and his drawings.
This is supposed to show how Howard is this total Chad who only cares about architecture and nothing else. Which makes me ask, has Ayn Rand ever met an artist? I know several painters, musicians, cooks, and I'm not trying to say these folks are messy, but the artistic types that I know are not hyper-minimalists whose homes are nothing but a small pile of sketches and a bed in an empty room. All the artists I know have all kinds of art on their walls and counters and shelves from various other artist friends. They have chaotic workspaces with clutter and supplies and bric-a-brac amidst projects at various levels of completion. You know, how you would expect a creative artistic type to live. In fact, what you're seeing on screen right now are pictures of art spaces from myself and my friends to demonstrate what an artist's work area actually looks like. I guess what I mean to say is, like many of Ayn Rand's characterizations of the real world, this depiction of an artist doesn't correspond with reality. Anyways, back to Howard. Like many of Ayn Rand's protagonists, Howard is a master of all trades, lone wolf, with little or no friends or family. He's the best at what he does, and he sacrifices all human comforts in pursuit of his craft. So of course, Howard Rourke goes at the top of our character diagram because he is an egoist Chad. At architecture college, everyone is expected to study and admire the greats of the past, traditionalist architecture. And so Howard is expelled from college for being such a nonconformist rebel. Meanwhile, his friend, Peter Keating, is excelling in school because he's such a teacher's pet who properly honors tradition. So let's throw Peter into the second-hander conformist section on our character diagram with a blue thread of friendship tying him to Howard. Throughout the story, Peter's submission to those around him is supposed to be the antithesis to Howard's nonconformist egoism. After graduation, Peter gets a job with a mainstream conformist architecture firm ran by Guy Francone. who we will go ahead and add to the second-hander section on the character diagram with some green thread showing that they are coworkers. Howard, I'm doing really well kissing ass up the corporate ladder at my firm. Everyone is classically trained, just like at school, so it's super easy. But you've always been much better at drawing than I am. Could you help me improve on my blueprints? Oh, Peter, sure I will help you. It is annoying that traditionalist, conformist firms like yours are so successful in our society. I wonder why that is. Maybe something to do with market forces, promoting mediocrity and mass appeal since that's a safe investment? Who knows? Anyways, I got a job with a nonconformist architect named Henry Cameron. He is totally my mentor, despite being a financial failure. For some reason, being an innovative nonconformist is not a recipe for economic success in the world. It's weird that it's like that. Warning him about his nonconformist egoist ways, Howard's boss/mentor, Henry Cameron, tells him,
Accept them, Rourke. Compromise. Compromise now, because you'll have to later anyway. Only then you'll have gone through things you'll wish you hadn't. You don't know. I do. Save yourself from that. Leave me. Go to someone else. There will be days when you'll look at your hands and you'll want to take something and smash every bone in them, because they'll be taunting you with what they could do if you found a chance for them to do it, and you can't find that chance, and you can't bear your living body because it has failed those hands somewhere.
I mean, what is all that if not a critique of the way capitalist market forces promote safe, acceptable ideas over new and challenging ones, thus stifling artistic creation? I mean, the starving artist trope doesn't exist for nothing. Cough, cough, patreon.com/radicalreviewer, cough. Anyways, eventually Henry Cameron's firm goes out of business and Howard is out of a job. Peter offers him one at the firm with Guy Francone, but Howard does not want to betray his nonconformist values, so he accepts the job, but only on the grounds that he does grunt work and offers no creative talents to this conformist firm. Similar to the quiet quitting type stuff that was taking place in Atlas Shrugged. So you're really gonna work with us? Boy, Howard, won't that be swell? Peter, I will not provide your firm with any of my creative talents, but I will trace blueprints, dig ditches, do welding, or any other grunt work, which of course I can do much better than anyone else because I am such a Chad.
I was a boxer, a dishwasher, a striker, and a strike breaker, yeah. I worked on the railroad, I sang the blues, I played the piano. I was an engineer, an efficiency expert, a male nurse, and an informer. I was everything, yeah.
The way Ayn Rand writes Howard, I assume she thinks Elon Musk could just walk up to a Tesla mid-construction and start working on it. Anyways, some guy wants a nonconformist style building, so
Literally,
Howard is given a job.
But
Guy Francone's firm wants to make Howard's designs a little bit more conventional, and they have a falling out, and he's fired. He then gets a job with a third architecture firm. However, Howard has a falling out with them as well, but this time the falling out lands him a contract starting his own architecture firm. After being kicked out of architecture college and 3 different architecture firms, my talents are finally being recognized. My first client, a hyper-individualist egoist just like me. I'm totally going to construct this man the coolest house ever. And so he does. And all the architecture magazines mock the house for being hideous. Not only that, the cooks and the other staff that work at the house are mocked by the general public for working at what everyone calls the booby mansion. This leaves me asking, who is this for then? There are ways to make this make sense. If the architecture magazines hate it, but the public loves it, Ayn Rand could be making a statement about how the critics and tastemakers are out of touch with the general public. Like when the audience score on Rotten Tomatoes is much higher than the critic score. Like with some Adam Sandler movie or something. Or she could talk about how the general public doesn't like it, but the architectural reviewers in society, the tastemakers who are ahead of the curve, do like it. Like when a film is loved by the critics but not appreciated by the general public. Like Perfect Blue or something. Or, and I think this is what she's trying to go for, it could be hated by the public and the critics, but appreciated by other artists, other architects themselves. Keeping with the film comparison, it would be like a film that is too much of an acquired taste to be appreciated by the general public or critics, but is loved by other filmmakers? Like Rule of Threes, what is a film that is only loved by other filmmakers? I don't know, Giuseppe makes a movie or something. My point is, instead of any of that, basically everyone hates the house that Howard designed. So how am I supposed to believe that Howard is this architectural genius when only like 4 people in the whole book ever like his work? Anyways, because his first project was so poorly received, Howard goes a long time without work, and when he does get a chance to make things, again, everyone hates them. Meanwhile, we are introduced to the main villain of the text, Ellsworth Toohey. He is a collectivist who writes for the failing New York Times. For the Banner, which is a populist newspaper in the story. Let's throw him on the character diagram under the degenerate modernist category for now. We will come back to him later. We are also introduced to Dominique Francone. She is Guy Francone's daughter, Peter's boss's daughter, and is basically the female version of Howard, a total egoist Chad, who happens to be a journalist who writes at the paper with Toohey. So let's get her on the character diagram next to Howard, but with a green coworker thread with Ellsworth. I love Ellsworth's niece, Catherine, because she's a gentle socialite that appeals to my compassionate soul. But I also like my boss's daughter, Dominique, because she's the confident egoist Chad I wish I was. Dominique tells Peter, Peter, if I ever want to punish myself for something terrible, if I ever want to punish myself disgustingly, I'll marry you. Foreshadowing? Let's put that in our back pocket for now. Hey Howard, I really appreciate your help editing my blueprints all these years. It's been nice having someone else do my work, collaborating on my work. Anyways, how have you been? Well, Peter, I'm sick of this town. I've been kicked out of architectural college, fired from multiple firms, and now my own architecture firm has gone out of business. It's hard to be a creative, nonconformist artist making a living in society for some reason that I don't understand. So I'm leaving New York. I'm going to work at a stone quarry in Connecticut instead. So, maybe this book is an anti-capitalist masterpiece after all. What's happened so far in the story we've seen time and time again under capitalism. The mainstream, conventional, mass appeal safe investments, the Peter Keatings of the world, they get promotions, they get projects, they get funding, while the eccentric, challenging, niche, inventive artists like Howard Rourke end up penniless. This brings us to Part 2, Ellsworth M. Toohey. As I said, I think it would have been more interesting if the story started here, with Howard Rourke, the egoist nonconformist architect, penniless and slaving away at a stone quarry, while his friend Peter Keating, the conformist, kiss-ass, plagiarist, second-hander architect, is rising the corporate ladder in the city, with flashbacks explaining how things ended up that way. But, I don't know, that's asking Ayn Rand to write a complex and intriguing story. So, let's just get into part 2. Boy, working at a stone quarry is hard. I could join my coworkers when they go to the bar and cafeteria and enjoy in the friendship and camaraderie. But I am a hyper-individualist who hates other people. So instead, I will walk alone in the woods around the quarry and dream about architecture. It just so happens that Peter's boss's daughter, Dominique Francone, is also in Connecticut, staying alone in some mansion where she likes to walk the quarry and see the men work, frequently locking eyes with Howard, who she of course finds attractive. As the text puts it, she thought of the many distinguished men whom she had refused. She thought of the quarry worker. She thought of being broken, not by a man she admired, but by a man she loathed. She let her head fall down on her arm. The thought made her weep with pleasure. Let's keep in mind that despite having this desire, Dominique doesn't tell anyone about it. However, we do get some hot and spicy egoist dialogue between Dominique and Howard. Dominique asks, "Do you get tired?" "Inhumanly." "How does that feel?" "I can hardly walk when the day's ended. I can't move my arms at night. When I lie in bed, I can count every muscle in my body to the number of separate, different pains." She knew suddenly that he was not telling her about himself. He was speaking of her. He was saying the things she wanted to hear and telling her that he knew why she wanted to hear these particular sentences. She felt anger, a satisfying anger because it was cold and certain. Wow, titillating. Anyways, then Dominique is basically like, "Hey, grunt worker, I need some work done on my house. Can you do marble flooring?" "Yes, I can do housework. I know everything there is to know about houses. I'm actually a total genius." "Oh, really? Well, then why don't you come on by then?" So Howard goes to do some housework and also rape Dominique. A sexual assault, which I will now detail and give my analysis of for exactly 3 minutes and 11 seconds. Starting now. Her fists beat against his shoulders, against his face. He moved one hand, took her 2 wrists, pinned them behind her, under his arm, wrenching her shoulder blades. She twisted her head back. She felt his lips on her breast. She tore herself free. She fought like an animal, but she made no sound. She did not call for help. She heard the echoes of her blows in a gasp of his breath, but she knew that it was a gasp of pleasure. She reached for a lamp on the dressing table. He knocked the lamp out of her hand. The crystal burst into pieces in the darkness. Well, cool protagonist you got there. Anyway, Howard finishes up, I guess, and goes home, where he gets a letter about some architectural work waiting for him back in the city. So he goes back to New York. Although he's happy to do architectural work again, the only thing he cares about, he's surprised that he thought a little bit about Dominique, the woman that he just raped, before leaving for New York. Again, cool protagonist you got there. Dominique reflects on what happened. She had found pleasure in the thing which had happened, that he had known it, and more, that he had known it before he came to her, and that he would not have come, but not for that knowledge. That was the degradation she had wanted, and she hated him for it. I have been raped. I have been raped by some redhead hoodlum from a stone quarry. I, Dominique Francon. Through the fierce sense of humiliation, the words gave her the same kind of pleasure she had felt in his arms. So, I'm guessing sexual assault is totally okay? If you write it into your story that the victim not only wanted it all along, but that somehow the rapist magically knew not only that the victim wanted to be violently assaulted, but that the rapist wouldn't have engaged in the assault if it wasn't for them magically knowing that the victim wanted to be raped all along? Huh. I'm trying to be fair here. Like, I'm not a prude, I'm not overly sensitive, but I think before we move on, a word on consensual non-consent. I'm certainly not an expert on this, but I do have several friends who've enjoyed consensual non-consent in their sex lives. In consensual non-consent, a lot of the allure comes from being wanted, so overwhelmingly desired that the other person can't help themselves but to ravage you. The desire of both parties in the act are important. It's what makes the act mutually enjoyable. This is very different from actual rape, where the attacker isn't acting out of a desire for the other, but a selfish desire to get their own rocks off at the expense of the other, with no regard to the gratification or consent of the victim they're assaulting, often taking advantage of someone's vulnerabilities, power differences, the use of alcohol or other intoxicants to overcome the victim's consent. Now, I've never read any erotic novels, but it's my understanding that those books handle this distinction
totally
well.
believe you.
Handle the consent and mutual desire stuff, I mean. This is important when you're writing a story and can control not only the actions of your characters, but how those actions are received and understood, the motivations and the desires of the characters involved. So, short story long, this "she secretly wanted it all along" excuse doesn't make for a sexy instance of consensual non-consent between two characters in a book. It's rape apologia. And that's not cool, Ayn Rand. Not cool. Anyways, back in New York at some social club, a woman who is another one of these modern art degenerates discusses a house that she wants built. She states, "I want a house to be ugly, magnificently ugly. I want it to be the ugliest house in New York." The ugliest, Mrs. Cook? Sweetheart, the beautiful is so commonplace. So, modern art degeneracy is what the people want, huh? I don't know how I feel about this, but, okay. I'll make a house with no windows, no electricity. It'll be a hodgepodge of random architectural styles. It will be a total mess.
Conceptual art is shit.
Peter initially feels ashamed about the house that he built and what it says about his artistic abilities. But because it's getting such good press, he begins to feel better about it. Does Ayn Rand think that the artists who made modern art didn't actually want to make it? That they were ashamed of how bad their artwork was, but they did it anyway because the public demanded it? Ayn Rand clearly didn't understand the modern art movement. Anyways, now that Peter has engaged in some modern art architecture, let's move him from the pure second-hander conformist category to something in between second-hander conformist and degenerate modern artists. A party is thrown to celebrate the intentionally ugly house that Peter designed. Howard goes to this party because he knows he'll see Dominique there. And some degenerate at the party states,
"Brains, of course, are a dangerous confession of weakness. It has been said that men develop brains when they have failed in everything else. To display one's brain is so vulgar. It's even more vulgar than to display one's wealth."
So this is supposed to demonstrate the worldview of the degenerate types in the book. Let's address both of these, the brains and the wealth of the argument. I'm assuming here that Ayn Rand is arguing that modern art involves no brains, which isn't true, but let's just work with her logic. If someone were to show Marcel Duchamp a Baroque-style painting that they had made, would he think that it was a vulgar display of their brains? No, I think he would say, wow, cool, thanks for showing me. And then maybe the two artists could have a discussion about fine art and the categorizing and curating of artistic styles in the art world and throughout history. What I'm trying to say is, it's literally amoeba-level thinking to say that some Baroque-style painter could show their work to someone who does abstract impressionism or whatever, and the modern artist would complain that the other was engaging in a vulgar display of intelligence. Oh, and regarding the wealth thing, yeah, a lot of folks think it's vulgar to flash your wealth around. That's pretty typical. It's considered impolite. Yeah. As a side note, is this really the best novelist that reactionary right-wing libertarianism has to offer? Can you imagine writing a novel where your political opposition literally complains about how smart and big brain you are? This is so stupid. Anyways, at this point in the story, Dominique is spending her time writing articles celebrating the second-hander degenerate, Peter, while lambasting Howard's architectural projects, while also having crazy sex with Howard on the side. She states, "I will fight to tear every chance you want away from you. I will hurt you through the only thing that can hurt you, through your work. I will fight to starve you, to strangle you on the things you won't be able to reach. I have done it to you today, and that is why I shall sleep with you tonight." The degenerate socialist journalist Ellsworth approves of this dynamic because he wants to destroy Howard. He's like, "Dominique, darling, I know that you have a thing for Howard Rourke. I'm so good at social sciences, I can read people like a book. There's no use in hiding it. I'm going to find a way to destroy both of you because I hate egoism so much. I'm so evil." He states, "This is a pact, my dear, an alliance. Allies never trust each other, but that doesn't spoil their effectiveness. Our motives might be quite opposite, in fact they are, but it doesn't matter. The results will be the same. It is not necessary to have a noble aim in common. It is necessary only to have a common enemy." I don't get it though. Howard is a good guy protagonist because he stands by his art and is totally uncompromising. Meanwhile, Dominique is writing articles that she doesn't believe in about how conformism and degeneracy are good and egoism is bad so that she can have sex with Howard? If she's an egoist too, shouldn't she be just as uncompromising in her journalism as Howard is with his architecture? Anyways, next we get a detailed look at our main villain, Ellsworth Toohey. Growing up, he was bad at math and the hard sciences, but excelled at the soft sciences like psychology and sociology. He lost religion, but found socialism. Here's some choice quotes from this section. "To achieve virtue in an absolute sense," said Ellsworth Toohey, "a man must be willing to take the foulest crimes upon his soul for the sake of his brothers. No gift is worth a damn unless it's the most precious thing you've got. Give your soul. A man's career concerns all society. The question of whether you could be most useful to your fellow man comes first. It's not what you can get out of society, it's what you can give." Obviously, Ayn Rand thinks that socialism is all about living like Jesus or a monk or something, dedicating your life to charity, giving up all your belongings to the poor. And if you've watched other videos on this channel, you know that this is a ridiculously inaccurate view of socialism. It isn't socialism which is plagued with asceticism, but capitalism. The Sigma male grind set, side hustles, wearing a uniform, signing an employer's non-disparagement agreement limiting what you can say about your job and your private life. Socialism, on the other paw, isn't about sacrificing submission. As we've talked about several times before, it's about giving people more freedom, more control over their lives and the society around them. Anyways, the history of Ellsworth Toohey concludes with him working at the Danner, where him and a bunch of other socialist beatniks, the 1920s version of the blue-haired SJW, they write for the paper. Their mission statement is, "Writers are the servants of the proletariat." Though Ayn Rand clarifies, here they did not talk so much about the proletariat, but merely rebelled against the tyranny of reality and of the objective. So, in Ayn Rand's view, Ellsworth and his colleagues, they're the bad guys. They all hang out and discuss their ideas at various social clubs and unions. It actually sounds kind of nice, collaborating and camaraderie and all that. This is contrasted with Howard's architectural firm, which I guess is supposed to be Ayn Rand's ideal. They do not go out for drinks. They do not call each other friends. They do not talk outside of work.
There's a part from the Fountainhead that I remember that's funny, actually. This even extends into the consumerism of the villains. They are inferior consumers, quite literally. There's a line where they're in a socialist club, and Ayn Rand takes care to point out, and they were drinking from an inferior brand of root beer or something like that. It was very bizarre.
Only focus on the work, which sounds super isolated and sad. I mean, very stoic and Chad. A socialite friend asks Ellsworth if he could recommend an architect for a temple that he wants built. And Ellsworth says, "Oh, well, I think Howard should build your temple. He's the perfect guy for the job. In fact, let's make a whole spectacle of it. The temple should be built behind walls with a big public reveal when it's finished." Something fishy's going on there, I think. So Howard gets the job designing the temple. One of the first things he does is have a conversation with a sculptor named Stephen Mallory, who had previously attempted to assassinate Ellsworth Toohey for ruining art and making it all degenerate. Stephen thinks that he's being hired out of pity or because he will be cheap now that no one wants to work with him. But it's actually because Stephen is an egoist Chad just like Howard. "Hey Stephen, I know what would make the perfect sculpture for my temple. You should make one of Dominique." Stephen can't seem to get the sculpture to turn out just right, but when Dominique locks eyes with Howard, suddenly she poses perfectly, and Stephen makes the perfect sculpture. Yep, it's just 4 egoist Chads, Howard, Stephen, Dominique, and Mike, an egoist electrician that Howard had met earlier in the story, all making a temple together all day and hanging out all night. "This temple is going to be so cool." "Yes, it is, because you guys are so cool." "Yes, we are. Being egoist Chads is awesome." Wait, didn't Ayn Rand just explain that at Howard's firm the workers didn't mingle outside of work? Or maybe that rule only applies to the working class schmucks and not these 4 cool egoists, apparently. Also, and I wasn't really sure where to put this in the video, but just like there's barely any talk about the workers who construct the architecture, there's no talk about regulations, which is too bad. I would have loved to see Ayn Rand attempt that conversation. Maybe it would have looked something like this.
Do you want the government to tell you how to do all these things and all the regulations that you got to have your electric thing this far from this and like all
the regulations like that for construction are important though.
I don't think it's the government that they're like, the government gave me this regulation, so that's why I'm going to do it right.
Well, if they didn't have any regulations, there'd be no incentive whatsoever to do it right.
No, there would be an incentive.
If they knew there were no inspectors, no one was going to check their stuff and make sure that their stuff was up to code. Listen, man, I was in construction my whole life. My dad was an architect.
Yeah.
I've been in construction since I was a little kid. The people who are establishing these codes are licensed builders or people that have been involved in construction for a long fucking time, and they know what's safe and what's not safe. That's why those codes exist. It exists to protect the consumers.
Anyways, Howard's temple is completed and unveiled to the public, and surprise, surprise, the second-handers and degenerates hate it. Ellsworth lambasts the temple in an article stating, "Nobody in his right mind would kneel within Mr. Rourke's temple. The place forbids it. The emotions it suggests are of a different nature. Arrogance, audacity, defiance, self-exaltation. It is not a house of God, but the cell of a megalomaniac. It is not a temple, but its perfect antithesis, an insolent mockery of all religion." The man who hired Howard on Ellsworth's suggestion then sues Howard for malpractice and is trying to get the temple completely redesigned. Howard is such a Chad, he's not even upset, he's just glad the building got to exist at all. Dominique confronts Ellsworth for trying to destroy Howard's career, and he retorts, "You can never ruin an architect by proving he's a bad architect, but you can ruin him because he's an atheist, or because somebody sued him, or because he slept with some woman, or because he pulls wings off butterflies. You'll say it doesn't make sense? Of course it doesn't. That's why it works. Reason can be fought with reason. How are you going to fight the unreasonable?" "You're disgusting, Ellsworth. Your horrible plot to degenerate society will be stopped. Don't you see, Dominique? I've committed the perfect crime. It's a shame everyone is too dumb to know that I've tricked them all into hating egoist individualism in favor of collectivist modern art degeneracy." The logic of the lawsuit is this. Although Howard was allowed to make the temple however he wanted, what he made was clearly not
Sunday Google fencing HBTQ, what? Fencing HBTQ. This is interesting. This is actually really interesting. Okay, hang on. Let's see what we're looking at here. All right, let's see here. Swedish fencing organization raises HBDQ issue due to having the 2024 Fencing World Cup in Saudi Arabia and got told to be quiet in speech.
TQ fencer speed. Walk restrictions. Walk rest. My plane leaves tomorrow afternoon, so if you want to continue to be undemocratic, take your time. Walk restrict.
What is this? When the chairman of the... Oh, of course it's a freaking locked article. When the chairman of the Swedish Fencing Association wanted to discuss questions about LGBTQ and women's rights at the International Associates Congress, he was outvoted, silenced, and asked by the association's vice chairman to stop. The most hilarious thing is nobody stands up and says there must be some damn order, not to help me, but for the sake of our sport. Do you have an article? Sorp, what are you talking about? What? What on earth is the conversation happening in chat right now? Anyways.
Not a temple based on the history of what a temple is supposed to look like, therefore he did not make what he agreed to make. Wait, but wouldn't this argument include any of the modern art being made in the
Going over the video. Oh, don't go over the videos you have saved in chat, Sorp. That's very strange and disruptive.
Story as well? Because that stuff also doesn't fit within the traditionalist framework either. Anyway, throughout the trial, Ellsworth and Peter and various other folks all dump on Howard. Then Dominique takes the stand. Don't you idiots get it? Howard is the exaltation of the human spirit. His work is the most Chad thing to exist and should be seen as such. If you don't understand that, it is because you have been tricked by the degenerates in the media who are making you think that you prefer traditionalist art and modern art over this objectively superior art. Journalism has taken possession of those means and institutions of communication which form and thus finally rule over public opinion. Journalism was very clever indeed, especially in employing its position in the press with the help of so-called art criticism, and succeeding not only in confusing the natural concepts about the nature and scope of art, as well as its goals, but above all in undermining and destroying the general wholesome feeling in this domain. Oh wait, that wasn't a quote from the text, that's part of Hitler's inaugural address to the Great Exhibition of German Art. Oh, and also, Hitler didn't say journalism. I think we know what J-word he actually used. Anyways, Howard is such a Chad, the only thing he does during the entire trial is to place some photos of the temple on the judge's podium and say, "The defense rests." Howard loses the case, and in retaliation, Dominique publishes her testimony as an article in the Banner and is promptly fired by Ellsworth. So let's go ahead and cut the green thread between them, I guess. Peter, totally demoralized by the whole ordeal for joining the side of the second-handers and degenerates against his friend Howard, goes off to marry Ellsworth's niece, Catherine. But then, Dominique, feeling pretty defeated herself, comes over and asks Peter to marry her. Remember what she said earlier in the text? Peter, if I ever want to punish myself for something, if I ever want to punish myself disgustingly, I'll marry you. Well, Dominique and Peter get married. So let's tie them together with red thread. She then goes back to Howard and they have a crapload of crazy sex. And then tells Howard that she got married to Peter. Apparently Howard is such an incredible Chad that the only way Dominique could fight off the evil second-handers and degenerates is to marry Peter and thus destroy herself and their world or something. It's stupid and sacrificial, not at all something that a true egoist character interested in their own freedom and pursuing their goals and interests would do. How about instead of marrying Peter, why doesn't she open her own newspaper and compete with the one that she was fired from? That would be a lot cooler and give her character something to do other than being so infatuated with Howard that she has to...
The video just leaked to Swedish media, no international coverage. Alright, let's look into this quickly. I want to know who is responsible for the pounding, if it was just sort of organic or what. Let's see here. Alright, so... Okay, so we have... What do we have here? So we have Swedish fencing organization. They raised an HBTQ issue. What does that mean, HBTQ? Not familiar with that lingo. HBTQ. What? Initialism of homosexual, bisexual. Is that like a different? Oh, I see. So it's a different version of LGBTQ. Sure. HBTQ stands for homosexual, bisexual, transgendered, queer. English uses the letters LBGTQ, which stand for... It's always been LGBTQ. Why are you being weird with that? Okay, so it's just LGBTQ issues then is what that means. All right. So okay. So what is said precisely? Let's work this out.
LGBTQ fencers be? What restrictions?
Woke restrictions.
What My plane leaves tomorrow afternoon, so if you want to continue to be undemocratic, take your time. What urge the Congress.
Oh, we haven't seen... Okay, so it was longer than that.
Undemocratic, take your time. What
Excuse me. Now we're here this to speak on the spot. Nothing to do with what you are going to say now. Please stop it immediately. Mr. President, please. You should stop immediately.
No, you should know who you're talking to, Mr. Mann. Then you would not say that to me, because I will never refrain from speaking my word in a democratic world. We in the Swedish Federation...
Mr. President, yes.
We in the urge the Congress not to take a decision before the questions I just raised are answered.
I have no idea what he's saying. Is there an article that goes into detail on this? Hang on. Saudi Arabia fencing... told to shut up. Okay. Saudi Arabia fencing news 2023. So the leader of the Swedish National Fencing Organization raised the issue about having Saudi Arabia host the 2024 Fencing World Competition, but he got told to be quiet and booed and disturbed during the speech. Was he in Saudi Arabia when he was giving the speech, or was this in Sweden? Or where was this? Can somebody speak Swedish provide more context to this? What Congress is this? Who was present at the event? The context was a Junior World Cup in fencing being awarded to Saudi Arabia at the International Fencing Federation. Presumably, representatives of all national federations were present. The event was held in Switzerland. This is in Switzerland. That's fascinating. The person shouting at him to be quiet, I believe, was the vice chairman and Egyptian of the International Fencing Organization. Let's look that up. International Fencing Organization. Let's just go to their website. I guess these are both the same thing. I guess it's the same thing. International Fencing Federation, is this FIE? FIE. The International Fencing Federation is recognized by the International Olympic Committee as the world governing body of fencing. We are proud to be in Olympic sports since 1996 and to have 153 affiliated member federations over the world. Mission. To promote the development of fencing throughout the world, to tighten the ties of friendship, to ensure that the principle of non-discrimination on the grounds of race, sex, ethnicity, religion, political opinions, family status, or other is respected. Interesting, okay. That's a part of their mandate. That's their mission, as they say here. Executive Committee. Interim President. I'm assuming that's... What? What is this? Katsiaticus Emmanuel? Hellenic Olympic Committee. See. No, that's the guy who was talking. That's the man who was talking. So that's the interim president. Who was telling him to shut up? That's the Egyptian flags. The vice president told him to shut up. Is that what's being said here? The vice chairman. Oh. That's interesting. Google translated the article. Ask LGBTQ questions. Silenced by the fencing. Okay. Oh, good. They have the whole article here. Brilliant. So somebody actually got through the paywall. Ask LGBTQ questions. Silenced by the Fencing Congress. Published at 2:07 p.m. Otto Drakenberg. Let's just go back up here again. Otto. Which one's Otto Drakenberg? Is he on here? Or is that somebody else? It kind of looks like him, but I guess that might be somebody else. Otto Drakenberg wanted to discuss LGBTQ issues at the International Association's Congress, but was outvoted, silenced, and asked by the association's vice president to stop. When the chairman of the Swedish Fencing Association wanted to discuss questions about LGBTQ and women's rights at... I'm just going to turn Dead Space off. When the chairman of the Swedish Fencing Association wanted to discuss questions about LGBTQ and women's rights at the International Association's Congress, he was outvoted, silenced, and asked by the association's vice chairman to stop. The most hair-raising thing is that no one stands up and says, there must be some damn order, not to help me, but for the sake of our sport, says Otto Drakenberg. Jens Latoren, it is a film that says a lot about the view of democracy in the International Federation, FIE, and the willingness of some member countries to discuss sports washing. Sports washing. Is that where you use Sports washing is a neologism that has become a mainstay of media reporting around the current World Cup in Qatar. It refers to the ways in which a country invests in sports to promote its reputation on a global stage and deflect attention away from less favorable perceptions of its actions and institutions. Okay, that makes sense. When Otto Drakenberg took the floor at the Federation's Congress in Lausanne in November, he wanted members before deciding to award Saudi Arabia the 2024 Cadet and Junior World Cup to discuss what possible restrictions will apply to female participants and LGBTQ athletes and whether it is right to put the championship in a country that is at war. But he has barely started his speech before several countries' delegates try to drown him out by shouting, clapping their hands, and banging on the tables. The union's vice president, Abdolmanim Alhami El Husseini, interrupts Drakenberg and tells him to stop talking. That is this person here. And remember, the mission... Let's go back here again. The mission of this place includes... This is on their website. The mission of this place includes to ensure that the principle of non-discrimination on the grounds of race, sex, ethnicity, religion, political opinions, family status, or other is respected. So the vice president is telling somebody to shut up for doing precisely that. So the vice president interrupts Drakenberg and tells him to stop talking. We are here to talk about sport, and it has nothing to do with what you are now talking about, says the Egyptian, and receives applause. Image 1 of 2 of the Swedish Fencing Federation's chairman, Otto Drakenberg, was silenced when he asked questions about possible restrictions for LGBTQ athletes and female fencers. It takes several minutes before Drakenberg, after strongly raising his voice, manages to get through his speech. Everything is captured on film by the Swedish Fencing Association's vice president, Anna Valera Colantes. She describes the incident as unpleasant. There was a threatening feeling in the air. Afterwards, people avoided talking to us, says Valera Colantes. The concept of sports washing has been widely discussed in connection with the Football World Cup in Qatar and the fact that Saudi Arabia bought the Premier League team Newcastle and started the LIV Golf Tour. They have started to apply to organize major championships. Drakenberg and Sweden wanted the FIA Congress to at least discuss human rights in Saudi Arabia. It soon became clear that many did not think this was a good idea. 189 countries were present at the Congress. Drakenberg says it is difficult to say how many countries participated in the protests because it was dark and many of those who have voted him were seated far back in the room. In Sweden, fencing is a relatively small sport. The countries that have been most successful internationally in the last 5 years have been Russia, Italy, the USA, France, and South Korea. Saudi Arabia was the only applicant nation. Despite that, 29 countries voted against the proposal and 4 abstained, which Drakenberg believes shows significant resistance. But none of these dared to stand up for their opinion during his speech. According to Drakenberg, Olympic fencer for Sweden in Seoul in 1988, many are afraid to clash with FIA's management. The association was led until last year by Alisher Usmanov, the Uzbek oligarch and multi-billionaire who is close to Russian President Vladimir Putin, then announced that he would take a break from the post of chairman because he had ended up on the EU's sanctions list. Drakenberg says that Sweden has never held back from asking controversial questions about the business and says that they experience threats. Usmanov has personally invested large sums in fencing, and FIE and many of the member countries have ended up in a form of dependence on him. That's really interesting. Although Usmanov has officially left the Federation, he is still considered to have a strong influence over decisions. I would be interested to know when this mission statement is dated to. Olympic Charter, page 1016. That's very interesting. So it looks like there's a very strong, essentially Russian-funded, anti-LGBTQ, anti-women, frankly, influence in the FIE's executive structure. This is despite the fact that, again, that it's actually in their charter to ensure that the principle of non-discrimination on the grounds of race and sex is respected. Drakenberg, this is a strange sentence that this person who is under sanctions for his association with Vladimir Putin is still considered to have a strong influence over the organization's decisions. Drakenberg says that Sweden has never held back from asking controversial questions about the business, which has caused us to fall out of favor with Usmanov. He says that the 2021 Congress, Sweden put forward a proposal for changed Olympic qualification, which Usmanov did not like. But instead of afterwards staying and discussing the matter, he sent his lawyer. He said, remember Poltava, the place where the Swedish army under Charles XII suffered a historic defeat against Russia? It is clear that we took it as a threat, says Drakenberg. In 2021, Usmanov dislikes a decision, a proposal by Sweden for changed Olympic qualification. I wonder if they mean qualification for nations to hold the Olympics, in which case they might have requirements with respect to sex and gender equality, etc., etc. Usmanov doesn't like this and says, remember Poltava. Did he know something? That's bizarre. Fencing is a popular sport in Saudi Arabia. Last month, the tournament was organized in Riyadh with 90 female participants. Drakenberg says that this is not what his criticism is about. My questioning of Saudi Arabia as an organizer is based on the fact that the values of the National Sports Confederation, FIA, and also the International Olympic Committee are in conflict with those that this has. Bringing up a discussion about this is the least you can do. Personally, I don't think that you should have championships in such countries, said Drakenberg, who at the same time believes there's reason to be self-critical. Hang on. We will fight for hours, but I think that we Swedes must really think about how we should act to bring about democracy, that everyone thinks like us. I am not saying that we should become undemocratic, but if we want to win over more people at our side, we need to familiarize ourselves even better with how it is in countries from other parts of the world. What? I don't know. This is a bad translation. So it seems like the issue So we wanted to discuss LGBTQ issues. What were the issues? I want like specifics. What was he trying to get into? Was it about like transphobic or homophobic legislation in Saudi Arabia? Because homosexual relationships are illegal in Saudi Arabia. You can get punished for it. So even discussing that, given the influence of Putin, makes sense. I don't know how they choose their leadership though. Hang on, let me check chat. Let's see what you guys are saying. You should look into the anti-gender movement. What? Oh no, I'm Yeah, I'm aware of this, unfortunately. Interesting. So the article is incorrect. 144 federations took part in the Congress, of which 123 were present and 21 were represented. I guess represented on stage, or they had representatives there. I don't know what it means for them to be present but not represented in this context. As a Swede that remember Poltava line is just crazy to say. Poltava is about the Swedish army lost against the Russian army, effectively ending the Swedish Great Power era, a battle a lot of Swedes know about. Dragenberg should contact Usmanov now. Hey, Alisher, how's Ukraine's situation in the sanctions treaty? That sounds like he knew about the February invasion. And he was taunting them with that. Like he was being cryptic. No? $5 Sunday, you should look into the abiotic theory of oil and the book Deep Hot Biosphere. I think you could... What? That's so out of left field. I'll look at that in a second. I'm interested though, whatever that is. Thank you, Noah, for the $5. I really appreciate that. We're reading Reddit. That's a bad sign. Well, it's cutting edge news that's not reported yet, so this is where it is. Oh, here we go. It's on Twitter. This is actually insane. Apparently in 2021, the previous president, now under sanction, now on a sanctions list, rather. Sanctions list. Usmanov, is that how you spell it? Usmanov. Taunted Sweden when they proposed participation changes he didn't like by saying, remember Poltava. The war Sweden lost to Russia. FIE seems corrupt. Let's see, now under sanctions list connections to Putin. There we go. Boom. That was a thing. What do you mean fact? I mean, I'm just looking at the article. If new information comes to light from there. That little word apparently does a lot of work for you. Here, let's actually look at the comments here. If it was the case that he wanted to propagate the insane position that trans women should compete among women, then of course he should be silenced and happy to throw out when fact-resistant people don't seem to be able to figure out the enormous genetic advantages men have. Fucking hell. Freedom, the right to be, shall always be firm with courage. Yeah, Pippa, there's nothing to fact check. This is what's there. Alright, translate to English, damn you. Come on. Okay. Anyways. Russian oligarch bought votes for the presidency of the FIA and was reelected multiple times. That's interesting. So he might have actually stacked the executive of the FIE. That's very interesting. Isn't fencing a finesse sport? Yeah, honestly, women fencers have no disadvantages to men, even on like strictly gender essentialist lines. A cis woman and a cis man, fencing is the great equalizer. It is entirely skill. I think the only advantage you can have is being tall because of the extra reach. The story was published in Swedish news yesterday. Okay, well let's take a look at that then. FIE shouted down Sweden. God, why are you showing me news from 2020? I Google has become so useless. Okay, here we go. Here's something at Uzmanov, at least. Lovely. This is Radio Free Europe. I don't know anything about them. Uzbekistan-born Prussian tycoon Alisher Uzmanov, who's under Western sanctions over Moscow's war in Ukraine, has asked the Russian Union of Industrialists and Entrepreneurs, RSPP, to cancel his membership as he was heading into quote-unquote retirement. Uzmanov's letter to the RSPP... What is the RSPP? Oh, the union. And a brief telegram... German media have reported that Uzmanov 69 is accused of evading at least 555 million euros in German taxes. Read the original story by RFERL's Russian service. Click here. It's not Dumontieu alleged. So Alex Navalny, who are these people? Okay. So Alisher Uzmanov is the founder and largest shareholder, 49% of the USM Group, which owns in particular Metalo Invest, Udacon Copper, and Megaphon. Uzmanov owns the Commercant Publishing House, previously was the owner of VK Contact Social Network, and co-owner of the British Arsenal until March 2022. He served as head of the International Fencing Federation. Doesn't look like much of a fencer to me. The U.S., the EU, and the UK sanctioned Uzmanov shortly after the Russian invasion of Ukraine last year. Western countries consider him an oligarch close to the Kremlin and therefore responsible for financing the aggression. Because of the sanctions, Uzmanov's properties in the EU and UK, as well as the Dilbar yacht owned by structures associated with the businessmen, were arrested. Uzmanov himself did not speak publicly about the war. He challenged the EU sanctions in court. Although that's interesting. That line, if that's true, the that line he said about remember Poltava, that sounds like he was taunting them. That's a very strange thing to say. Why would he say that? Well, I mean, why else would he say that? Huh. Sanctions were only introduced after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Yeah, you're right, Daedalus Media. Training is a great equalizer. But I mean, like, even adopting the vantage point of, like, a gender essentialist. Not even close. But, like, that's the nature of... That's what the small sword is fundamentally does. It's a dueling weapon, right? When you're in an equal fight, both with the same type of weapon that way, it's not a strength weapon. Like, you do need strength, but it's designed in particular to require next to, like, zero pressure whatsoever to land a hit, and parrying, etc. That's entirely a function of finesse. It does not require a great degree of force to parry in fencing at all. What it requires is extreme precision. There was a big Russian international film about Poltava in 2007 called The Sovereign Servant. Interesting. Alright, well, that was a thing. I guess we have a segment out of this. Sort of. We'll see what Wednesday does with it. But yeah, thank you for the tip, Dialethia. That was interesting. Alright, we got a Leviathan to kill, don't we? Okay, I don't know if we saved yet, but we'll save anyways. Just in case.
Entering zero gravity. Exiting.
I hear you. I hear you. Where are you? Oh my god. Can't bloody see anything.
Exiting zero gravity.
What's shooting at me?
Entering zero gravity.
Oh, there you are.
Exiting zero gravity.
Can you follow me here? Yeah, of course you can.
Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
Speed.
Warning. Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
Oh, shoot. What? What the? Where the hell did you come from? That was cheap. Oh, fuck. Let me in, let me in! Oh god, don't let me in.
Clear of filtration tubes.
Why was Sort banned? Because he was spamming, like, random stuff from websites he saw. I'll unban him later. It's just like, I told him not to, he just kept doing it. It's weird. My chat's for chat, it's not for whatever that was.
Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
Where'd he go? Alright then. Jerry, don't go into the light.
Warning. Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
Oh, okay, so I need to be in here, I guess. Yeah, I'd be upset too, but, you know, you made your bed, now you can sit in the walls.
Toxic hazard detected.
Well, hello there.
Toxic hazard cleared. Warning. Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
The most recent Keffel's platforming drama makes my brain hurt. It's stupid. It's the same people who were insisting that she was racist for defending a white person making a noodles recipe book. It's so dumb. Like, look, okay, I've given Keffels a hard time. There was real stuff to do that on. This is just stupid. This is just so stupid.
Warning.
People need to get a life.
Thermodynamic purifiers malfunctioning. Stand clear of filtration tubes.
feel like I didn't really need to work for that one.
The Leviathan's metabolism is slowing.
Cross, something's up.
It must have worked. You gave it enough enzyme to dissolve a freighter. Okay, I'm unlocking food storage. Quickly get back there and space the bastard while we have the chance. Entering zero gravity.
Seeing people turn on Aaron and Alejandra because they're friends with Keffels, it's the worst of IRL organizing condensed down into a sludge. What is this? Oh, is it because she was speaking to Buck Angel? The issue with... Okay, so... The issue with platforming is not just arguing with bad people. It's okay to argue with bad people. The issue with platforming, like for example, the difference between Destiny debating Nick Fuentes and getting chicken and waffles with Nick Fuentes, is that debating him is using the debate to show to his audience and to Destiny's audience why he's wrong. The chicken and waffles thing is just allowing him to ingratiate himself to his audience by putting him into a casual situation where he can make himself likable, so that he doesn't need to actually win an argument in order to make him appealing. That's the issue. I don't know why anybody would care if Keffels is having a debate with somebody. You can criticize her for doing it badly. Maybe, like I'd criticize her for the Keemstar thing. I don't think that debate went well. I think that was terrible. I think she needed to plan for it, and I think treating it flippantly was a mistake. But that's not the same thing as recklessly platforming Keemstar by itself. What a boom.
Level 3 security clearance required.
What even is that? That's supposed to be like acid or what? Never watched any Keffels content? Wow, you're a hero. Rate of fire. We don't really need more rate of fire. We can use that kind of sparingly. Suit. Yep is always good. Air is always size. Stasis zone. I see. Yeah, that's a good thing. Okay. I only dislike Keffels for giving money to Infrared on Twitch. I super chatted Infrared on Twitch years ago. Like that's the condition of speaking to some people. That's why people do it. Ultimated Judeo-Christian is well known to me. Oh, who is this? I am mildly intrigued. Let me consider it for a second, okay? Hang on. I am intrigued. I am intrigued. And Wednesday does say I need to be more content brained, so I guess this is the test. Alright, come on in. If it's bad, I won't keep you on for very long, so I guess mind your manners. But, well, now's your chance, I suppose. Come into stream guests and I'll pull you in. You're still around. Against the better judgment of my mods. Titan, DM me if there's any particular thing I should be concerned about. You apparently know this person.
Contamination detected in food storage. Cycling airlock. Damn it! The airlock's open, but the Leviathan's too strong. It's clinging to the interior of food storage. We need more enzyme.
There's no time. I'm going in. Maybe I can cut it loose.
The Leviathan has a 10-kiloton mass. Do you really need me to tell you this is a bad idea?
Well, I'm all out of good ideas, so guess what's left?
Okay, I gotta pause this, I suppose. Or do I want to? I kind of wanna... I'll keep it going. I'll keep it going passively. I don't want to have this conversation with nothing on in the background. Alright, here we go. Hold on to your butts, everybody. Apparently this is ill-advised. Hello, hello. How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hey, you're on stream. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'll just mute the stream.
Sure. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, this is Ultimated Judeo-Christian YouTuber. I have a YouTube channel obviously titled Ultimated Judeo-Christian, where I primarily engage proving Judeo-Christian / biblical presuppositionalism. I'll just ask the question again. Do you accept our God of the Bible as true?
What do you mean by that?
Do you accept that our God of the Bible exists?
I am in the dark about that. I don't know. I'm not entirely clear on what exists even means at that level, right? Because typically, the Judeo-Christian God, at least in present day, is taken to have some kind of foundational anchoring or constitutive relationship with reality itself. So to say that he exists, I mean, it seems in a certain sense almost to be committing yourself to a view that he's a part of his creation, which seems a bit odd. Does that make sense?
It's not. It's fallacious. I'll just ask you a different question.
Well, no, it would be fallacious,
agree...
but that's why I would find, like, saying in a declarative sense that he exists to be a little bit strange. Because we're operating at a level where we're talking about something that is constitutive of reality. Therefore, to say that God is real is sort of making a circular argument, right? Because you're saying God is that which makes reality is real, but it also makes reality, so it must also be outside of reality, whatever that means.
Exists as a verb, and it doesn't matter that it's circular, my argument, so I'll ask you a clarifying question.
Oh, no, hang on, sorry, just for my clarity. Exist as a verb, what do you mean?
A doing word? So my new clarifying question, do you agree that God exists?
I don't know, just for the conceptual difficulties I just mentioned. I don't believe that God doesn't exist, because I find myself in an equally strange situation that way. But the positive statement God exists, I don't know how I would be in a position to say that without fudging something.
Well, you know God exists depending on your knowledge of the proper noun God. I've just private messaged you an ultimative categorical syllogism proving Judeo-Christian / biblical presuppositionalism. If A isn't C, then B isn't C. So premise 1, biblically / awesomely, God's definitionally ultimate truthful love. Reply?
Hang on, let me look at this thing. Oh, I see. Okay, so premise 1, biblically / awesomely, are these taken to be equivalent in this language? This is strange. God's definitionally...
It's a adverb.
I understand. So God's definitionally ultimate truthful love, sacred theology / revealed theology, the creator-creature distinction. How is this a premise? I don't understand. Can you explain premise 1 to me? Like, what's the content of it?
Yeah, the theology is in the brackets.
No. I understand that, but the part that's not. Oh, I see. Hang on. Okay, but look, I'm going to read it out for you directly, right? So premise 1, biblically / awesomely, God's definitionally ultimate truthful love. Oh, I see. God is definitionally ultimate truthful love. So God is, by definition, ultimate truthful love. I'm curious as to how you arrive at that definition, but... And then in brackets you say sacred theology / revealed theology, the creator-creature distinction, perfect being... I don't know what these are referring to. And then premise 2, God definitionally authorized the Bible, biblicism, from Genesis 1. That's not... How is that in the definition of God? In the conclusion, this Judeo-Christian biblical presuppositionalism follows the law of rational...
It's in the definition.
I don't understand what I'm looking... Can I put this onto the screen just so people can see what I'm looking at? Just in the interest of fairness.
Yes, you can do.
Both
You can
of us,
do what
honestly.
you want in regards.
Okay.
Yes, you can do what you want in regards to this.
Just give me a sec so I can do that. Hang on one moment. J-O syllogism, let's call it. Or just guest syllogism. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, here we go. Let's open that up. And let's pop that onto this screen. I guess window capture should do. Oh, that's not even... I think we're back now. Let me just check. YouTube. Okay, are we back? Yeah, sorry, OBS stopped responding for a second. I don't know what exactly happened. It's been weird ever since the update. Okay, so I want that one up there, and I want my game back. And then I wanted Reddit to pick up guest syllogism. There we go. So that's what I'm looking at, chat. So premise 1, biblically awesomely, God's definitionally ultimate truthful love. Premise 2, God definitionally authorized the Bible. Conclusion, the Judeo-Christian biblical presuppositionalism follows from the law of rational inference. All right, can you justify those premises for me?
Yes, we'll start from premise 1.
Sounds good.
So I'll justify premise 1 with the creator-creature distinction. But just to restate premise 1, biblically / awesomely, God's definitionally ultimate truthful love through sacred theology / revealed theology, dichotomously backing the creator-creature distinction, biblically Deuteronomy 29:29, 1 Corinthians 2:7-12, Psalms 19:1-4, Romans 1:17-20, Romans 2:14-15, 2 Peter 3:9. More basically, God defaultly wants kin, thus he embodied us with sacred theology / divine revelation, Even more basically, ontotheology / agape theism connaturally entails the lovingness for kingship, therefore, the embodiments of conscious creatures with sacred theology / general revelation. Again, even more basically, biblically / awesomely, an absolute ageless mind / omniscience defaultly is absolutely self-loving, entailing their benevolence for fatherhood, thus their actualizations of mindful temporalities with sacred theology / natural revelation. Meta-ontotheologically, the adjectival noun absolute states a biblically / awesomely permanent non-physical mind, as only life / libertarian free will is freely singular, backing
What?
the law and spiritual law. Yes.
I'm sorry. You're completely losing me here. You're listing off a bunch of jargon terms in like a
Can you
very dense
paraphrase
fashion.
my argument?
No, I can't. That's the problem. It's
Well, then you can't say that it's incoherent.
well, no, but I can say that it's indiscernible, right? So, which is not much better. So can you
can't
try
paraphrase it, you can't-
can you try and render it in like in like English terms, like pretend for an instant
is
that the person
English?
I understand it's technically in English. Pretend though that the person you're speaking to does not have like a map of the internal workings of your mind. Like, I need you to actually explain this and make it legible, because at this point I'm just listening to a list of terms. I'm not hearing a coherent thought here. Maybe there is one.
Because if I put this through Grammarly.com, I average a score of over 90. So I've made this as basic as I can. So Grammarly.com is one of the most popular editing websites which supports academic writing online. And because I'm reading this word for word off my project, and if I copy and paste this to said website, I get a score of over 90, sometimes 100 out of 100. So I'm assuming we share the same definition of God. So what is
But
your
why would you
definition of God?
why would you assume that? I'm not even necessarily sure that I'm committed to a definition of God. I just said I'm not even clear on what it means for God to be real.
Well, God is real, as
But
he
I'm
is
not sure what
ultimate
that.
truthful love.
Okay, if you say so, but I'm not sure I understand.
It's an
what
ultimate fact.
How is this established as an ultimate fact? What is an ultimate
The
fact
law-
exactly?
God is an ultimate fact backing the law of identity that A equals A. So the first A would be God. The second A would be a definition, a tautology.
What are you, a
or synonym
fucking
to
liberal?
The first A, God. So to simplify this, God is absolute, eternal, and revelatory. An ultimate fact is absolute, eternal, and revelatory. Thus, premise 1 of my syllogism is an ultimate fact. So you just have to accept that before we move on to premise 2?
Do I have to accept that premise 1 is an ultimate fact?
Yes, because you just presupposed God with the pronoun I, backing the creator-creature distinction as referenced earlier.
Wait. Hang on, slow down. How did I explain that one, please?
The pronoun I, so because you are a creature, or in
Yeah.
other words, a contingency, you are subject to our ultimate, perfect Judeo-Christian God. It's a true dichotomy.
Well,
The only two
hang on though. So you're insisting that the bare fact of contingency, which you think is for some reason implied by the pronoun I, despite the fact that,
It's
by
not,
the way,
the-
doesn't God use the pronoun I?
Yeah, in
Is God
Exodus
therefore
3:14.
contingent?
No, because God just is.
So what is the pronoun
Exodus
I?
3
What is the pronoun I doing for us exactly?
Well, for us, we are temporalities.
No, sure, but you're
contingent on
you're using the pronoun I as the basis of justifying a premise. Explain.
Not necessarily, because I'm responding to what you said. You said I, and then
Okay, but
something else.
me saying I does not imply that which is outside of our contingent sphere of existence. No, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
It does, because you have limitations. you reference God who doesn't have any limitations.
But I haven't referenced
That's a
God. I've
true-
simply said limitations. Just referencing limitations does not therefore imply the existence of that which is unlimited, and it certainly doesn't confer a whole bunch of things associated with the Judeo-Christian God on it. That's just doesn't follow.
It does follow.
But you haven't established that it
because
follows. You can't just say that. Continue.
it's a true dichotomy because the only two things that can exist is God and temporality.
How have you determined this?
Because you want because through the law of excluded middle, Robin's law of polarity.
Okay, you can't just list laws. You have to like
sacred
explain how you
trilogy.
reason from. You have to explain how you reason to this, not just list things off. Pretend I'm not like pretend I'm not like a philosophical wunderkind, and I'm just a dumb political scientist who used to do a landscaping job. Try to explain it to me in a way that I can understand. Because if the only thing you can do is say something that makes sense to you, but you have no capacity to convince a stranger, then I don't know what you're doing. You're just wasting your time. It's like, good for you. Why don't you go
No, it
meditate in
makes
the mountain or
sense.
something?
It makes sense to a lot of people. I have over 200 plus videos.
Let's have a poll.
Where I
Hey.
have converted people.
Who thinks this makes
Hang on,
sense?
don't appeal to a possibly biased audience. So I will justify premise one.
Why don't you bring your audience in? You have hundreds of videos, right? You've convinced a whole bunch of people. Why don't you stack the decks against me?
Hang on, don't. This is you're possibly derailing. So back to premise one. God definitionally is ultimate truthful love. So what I mean by ultimate is that God is absolute, eternal, and revelatory. What I mean by absolute is that God is singular, freely independent, aka omnitude, omnipresent, infinitude in size, infinite in size defaultly. What I mean by eternal is an all-powerful / omnipotent mind choosing to sustain their existence without chaos, contingencies, random self-destructiveness, or suicidal thoughts.
What about suicidal thoughts?
That's-
Hang on, slow down. Also, you need to use like a euphemism for that on YouTube.
Yeah, I'll refrain from that.
Thank you. This is not my decision. I think it's dumb. It's just how it be.
I'll just take a note there, just a moment. So what would you want? What is it that you want to hear?
What do I want to hear? Nothing. I'm happy just playing Dead Space, honestly. No, just YouTube's new rules penalize people for saying the unalive word. It's very, very stupid.
I've just taken a note of that, so I'll do.
Yeah, if you're
Do my
noticing a
best
whole
to
bunch of
refrain.
lost monetization on your channel, they might be picking stuff out. I don't know.
It's just it's just recently that I've added it in. But back to justifying God's attributes. So I'll address this from a different angle. So only an all-powerful mind can be eternal, not subject to chaos.
Why
have-
an all-powerful mind? What does all-powerful mean in the pre-existence of the world and presumably the domain in which power can be had? And why mind?
Well, a mind, firstly, because, as stated earlier, free will is freely singular through the law and spiritual law of cause and effect.
Hang on. What do you mean, though? What do you mean? Like presumably
Only
God.
in-
Well, presumably, like, how? When is will enacted? Right? Like, when does one's will actualize? When does one exert one's will?
We have free will because God has free will.
Sure. Okay. So let's
what I
run with
mean
that.
by-
God has free will, right? Like, this is an essential property of God.
Yes.
Okay. Does God pre-exist time?
Yes.
Okay. At what point does God exert his will?
I can't give you an exact date.
Well, that's well. Hang
this
on.
is-
No. But what I'm asking you is, you don't need to give me an exact. I'm saying like prior to time, like conceptually prior to time. How does God have will, and when does he exert it? Like, explain. Like, you will too, right? Like, will implies some kind of linearity in time. I will some action and then I follow through on that action. If there's no time when there's a will, unless you're saying that God is intrinsically temporal, which would undermine a few other
No,
things.
I've already stated this from earlier. So God defaultly wants kin. So to further justify this, as I'm
Wait,
just
God
scrolling
wants?
down my
Is God deficient without kin?
yeah, God, because God God is a personal being, so he
God
wants
wants.
children.
God wants. Is he not perfect?
Yes, he's perfect for
And
being
yet
able
he is incomplete.
realize-
He is not satisfied. He needs kin.
Oh, but he already has that in him. So he has the knowledge of us already, and then he's just actualizing what he knows. So he's not out of nothing actualizing kin.
Well, he's not actualizing. He's not
pre-existing information.
Well, then he doesn't
And
want
this
it,
is not
though,
an argument.
does he? He has it already.
You're presupposing God with your questions, so you're presupposing premise 1 of my syllogism.
It's not. I don't think you can't cheat and just say, "Hey, if."
I'm not cheating.
Well, yeah, it's an open question whether or not God exists. You can't just say, "Oh, well, you technically mentioned God, therefore you must be agreeing with my position, anyways." I mean, you can understand why people wouldn't buy that, right? Like that's not compelling. You don't have any special access.
Work.
No, because see, when we speak with each other and when we argue, we are making reference to things that come to us through our experience that are themselves contingent on the confines of our senses and our cognition and the nature of the world in which all that takes place. We don't have straight access to the contours of a super universal beings, whatever that means at that level, qualities, etc. We can at best make inferences on the basis of what we see in the world here. You are making
This is a rhetoric, not an
necessarily.
argument.
No, this is.
You're not
this is-
providing an argument.
I'm not required to. You're the person who's making the statement that requires some kind of defense. Now, if you want to
I'll
insist
address your
against
straw man.
No, because if you want to insist against every single person who is telling you, "Hey, this is not compelling. I'm hearing you out, but this is just
Hang on,
not."
don't bring
this
in
is
other
not
people.
swimming."
You're on the hot seat.
No,
You're
I'm
on the
not. I'm
hot
not.
seat.
No. I'm bringing up other people in the context of a conversation. I'm not bringing them in as support. What I'm telling you though is that I have people telling me right now that you've had like a lot of conversations like this, and you are used to meeting impatience on the part of your interlocutor. If you're just going to insist that we'll know Grammarly, which by the way is a tool made by man, it's a bit of a strange type of deferred authority to refer to. But okay.
What's the argument here? Otherwise, I can disprove your.
That's what I am asking.
Argument.
That's what I am asking.
Yeah, well, I will address your strawman argument.
Okay.
Word for word.
Hey, can you restate my strawman argument for me?
Yes, you were critiquing on God. To paraphrase, on there are temporalities, so God's immune to temporalities. That's my position. You were objecting to that.
No, I'm not objecting to that. I think that God would have to be atemporal if we're going to say that he is causally responsible in some sense for temporality existing definitionally.
I'll address this straw man.
But what am I straw manning? I don't understand like a straw. You know what a straw man is? A straw man is a straw man is a misrepresentation of an argument to make it easier to take down. I have no idea what your argument is because
you're presupposing God. I will address your straw
is my straw man presupposing God?
Yes, and I will address it.
Wait, so hang on. Wait, hang on. Sorry.
Ignorance aren't
No, wait. I wasn't asking you if my straw man also presupposes God. What I'm asking you is if presupposing God is the straw man.
No, not that. But I'll address this properly, so you can't use it again.
Okay.
God's immune to time / space-time, even though temporality.
Yet he wills.
Allow me to finish. I'll start again. I'm reading this word for word.
What's your channel called?
God's
Say again.
Ultimated Judeo-Christian.
Ultimated.
It's the same as my avatar or picture here.
179 subscribers. What have we got here? Oh dear God, you have been busy. Busy little bee. Oh my God, these things are hours long. Are these
So
like?
you're on the hot seat here.
I don't feel very hot. I
saying.
feel
Well, you
feel as
allow
cool
me
as a
to.
pickle in a fridge.
Well, then allow me to get these
Dear
sentences
Lord.
out. So
Yeah.
God's immune to time / space time, even though temporalities exist,
Yeah.
as they fulfill his default lovingness for kingship. So analogically, like feeling causelessly aware of dreams or lucid dreams and actually wanting to wake up.
Wait,
So
hang on.
conditionally,
Sorry, you lost me there. What about lucid dreams?
lucid dreams are dreams that you are aware of.
Yes.
You know that you are dreaming.
Yeah,
So
no,
that's
I
an
understand that, but
analogy.
what are... Okay, go on. Sorry, I think you're about to answer my question.
So the analogy is in reference to God's eternalness and his will of temporalities. So it's like feeling, I'll just repeat the sentence. Analogically, like feeling causelessly aware of dreams or lucid dreams and actually wanting to wake up. So that waking up part, wanting to wake up would be God wanting to actualize kin.
So God is
And then-
dreaming and he wants to wake up.
It's an analogy. I didn't
Is it an
say
analogy?
we
Because
are
it
in
sounds like you're just kind of stating it.
I said analogically.
I know you said analogically, but I'm not seeing what it's an analogy to. It seems to just be the entire description.
It's an analogy to the previous sentence. So I'll repeat the sentence. But God's immune to time / space time, even though temporalities exist, as they fulfill his default lovingness for kingship. Analogically, like feeling causelessly aware of dreams or lucid dreams and actually wanting to wake up. Full stop. I've provided 2 arguments / syllogisms to back up that sentence.
Those weren't... Okay. Can you...
So, yep.
If you had to make those arguments much, much, much shorter, like let's say 2-3 sentences.
It's one sentence.
Okay, well, maybe make the sentences shorter. Who is
It's
this?
33 words.
Okay, I'm happy for you. So here's a question: who is this for exactly? Like, the reason what I'm asking you specifically is, you've come into my chat specifically. You've solicited a conversation. You are giving me one of the most obtuse presentations I've ever heard in my life. I don't think trained theologians would do so.
Hang on. You're not providing an argument. You're poisoning the well.
Fruits of the spirit, my dear. Just patience for a second.
But you're this is slander. I'm helping. Don't sin.
Sorry?
Don't sin.
Okay. What I'm asking you is, since you're not meeting me halfway, and since you get defensive as soon as I ask for clarification,
And don't slander.
You're a nobody. I can't.
This
slander
is to you.
What?
Don't slander again. You just
how
slandered
am I
again.
how am I slandering you? What?
You're making baseless opinions about me, negative opinions about me, or you're just lying. So this is to you. You're on the hot seat.
But
This
no,
is
I'm
you
really
could call this a debate.
I'm really not though. I'm really not. Like, I don't think there's
You
a
just
single
presuppose God.
I don't think there's a
with
single
God?
person alive who would find this line of argumentation compelling.
Hang on, you can stop bringing in other people again.
I've got
evidence of converting people.
No, but your evidence is illegible, and it amounts to a series of nonsense statements that you categorically refuse to justify. You just insist.
You just presuppose.
No, you just
God.
yes, exactly. See that, but that's bullshit. Frankly, that's bullshit.
You
No, I
have
don't.
to
I don't.
accept
I
the
don't.
truth.
I don't presuppose God. Like, let's look at premise 2 for a second
just
here. I just
did.
want to. No, I just want to. I just want to show you like how ridiculous this is. Okay. Premise 2, God definitionally authorized the Bible biblicism. Where did you get your Bible from? Which Bible, first of all? You mean he
Well, you
owns
have
the
to
printing
accept
press?
premise one first.
What are you talking to? No. I'm
accept
talking about
premise
something
one.
I'm talking about something much more mundane than that. So the Bible that you
If you want to switch, hang
no,
on.
I'm talking about premise 2 for a second. Just chill.
I am chill. Don't interrupt me. Don't project. Don't project. So accept premise one
when you
before
say,
we move on to
no,
premise two, because you're possibly gonna backtrack to premise one.
Well, hang on. Premise 2 doesn't follow from premise 1. Premise 2 is just an additional premise.
It does?
No, it doesn't. No,
If
you're
A
saying
is in
no.
C, then B is in C. So address premise one.
No. Look. Premise 1 is just that God is definitionally ultimate truthful love. Premise 2 is that God definitionally authorized the Bible. But what do you mean by that? Which Bible, for instance? There are Bibles that include content that God could not have authored because it contradicts other versions of the Bible. Or is this referring to Scripture generally? What?
Biblicism.
Biblicism.
I've stated God definitionally authorized the Bible / biblicism. That would entail all the versions.
You think God authorized all the versions, even the ones that contradict one another?
All the versions in regards to the first sentence. So I'm referencing, if you could see, Genesis 1:1. So maybe I should have restated all the legitimate versions.
All the legitimate versions. Okay.
Not the fake, not
the fake ones.
arbitrary
Which ones are the arbitrary ones and which ones are the fake ones?
People who just write down, people who plagiarize the Bible today. So those would be fake ones. So let's stay on one premise at a time. So premise 1 is still outstanding against you. God's definitionally ultimate truthful love, biblically / awesomely. Respond.
God is I don't know what any of these words mean. You said something about God.
I've already explained it.
Yeah, but your explanations
I'll do it again.
but your explanations don't explain. Because, for example, look, this is actually being too generous already. But even if I buy your explanation, this is going to run afoul of a whole bunch of other things you want to attach to God conceptually anyways. You're going to require God to be temporal. You're making an intrinsic part of his being that he acts in time.
Making too many mistakes. I have to interject. So again, for a conception of God to be understood, we have to reference said conception to the actuality of God.
What's your philosophical training like? What's your background?
Hang on, save your personal questions till after.
No, I will ask when I like. I'm indulging this because it's funny. So what are your personal qualifications?
I'm in the process of getting a PhD in philosophy.
Really?
That's all you need to know. Yes.
Well, I determine what I need to know, my friend. You're in the process of getting
running out the clock.
What part of the? Excuse me.
You're possibly running out the clock by asking me personal questions.
There's a clock. I don't see a clock.
You haven't.
Where's the clock?
Yeah, you're possibly because in like maybe half an hour you'll say, "Oh, I've got to go," or something like that.
No,
You'll probably say something like that.
I'm gonna be playing Dead Space for hours. You're gonna tire out before I do.
No, I could do this all day. I'm standing. I've got a lot of motivation to do this.
Okay, well, can I take breaks to get coffee occasionally?
Yeah, I've got it all here next. Got my supplies next to me here. So premise 1, I've already justified the definition of God. So what is? I've asked you this earlier. What is your definition of God?
I don't have one.
Well, then you can't say that premise 1 is wrong if you don't. No,
I didn't say that premise 1 is. I didn't say that premise 1 is wrong. I said I don't buy it, but I don't.
Negativity to it.
How did I imply a negativity to it?
Because if you don't know what it states, then you can't say that it's incoherent or false, etc.
All right.
So
well,
what is your definition
not
of
incoherent.
ultimate?
It's incoherent is the wrong word. It's illegible. I don't understand what it means.
What is your definition of ultimate?
Of ultimate?
Yes.
I guess just in a general sense, that which is last.
Best of its kind.
Well, not necessarily.
Is a more... that's... Yes, necessarily.
Well,
that's what it means to be ultimate.
Well, no, actually, hang on.
Yes. Don't just appeal to one source.
No, I'm not. No. Ultimate in Latin means to come to an end. It refers specifically. It refers specifically to the end. Well, yeah, but it's by analogy, right? So it's the best in the sense that on like a tier list or something of things in order of greatness, God would be on this definition or on this construal. At the end of the list, like at sort of the top conceived as an end, something like that.
Furtherist, so that furtherist would mean absoluteness. So that's what I stated earlier. What I mean by ultimate is absolute, eternal, and revelatory. Eternal means to have no beginning or end. Absolute would mean to be singular, or in other words, infinite in size, as I stated that earlier. So what is your definition of eternal?
Does singular mean infinite in size? Is that what that means?
In this context of God, yes.
Well, are you just asserting that, or is this actually following from a definition?
Loaded question because I can't assert God, as God is an ultimate fact. So I can't make a subjective claim.
I'm not asking. No, you're not asserting God. I'm asking you, are you asserting that sentence? Like, is that sentence motivated by something, or are you just insisting on it?
It's not an. You're asking me a loaded question.
What's it loaded with?
Because
what are you afraid of happening if you answer the question?
It's a loaded question
Yeah,
because,
but
as
it's,
I've already stated, I just stated it's like
no,
over 10
but the
seconds
reason
ago.
why the reason why loaded questions are an issue is because if you answer a loaded question, it commits you to a position that is disadvantageous to your argument. So my question is, meta to the question that you're claiming is loaded. What are you afraid of
It's
happening?
not a claim?
What are you afraid of happening?
I'm not afraid of anything.
Well, you seem very avoidant. Avoidance to me
I'm not.
suggests fear.
You're presupposing the argument. You're presupposing God.
I was asking you a question.
Yeah, you asked me a loaded question.
I know what was it loaded? No, what was it loaded with? What was the problem with the question?
I didn't assert God. So
I didn't say you asserted God. I didn't say you asserted God. I didn't say you asserted God. No, I was asking you that sentence about God. What's motivating? Or actually, I think it was you had an additional thing to say about singularity meaning infinite size. In this context, that's what that means. It seems that a lot of your arguments would be following from the grammatical logic of the words that are used to locate the sentences that you're saying.
God is logical?
Thank you.
So you're referencing God again?
What?
You're referencing God because God is logical?
If I use a different word than God, am I still referencing God?
Your hypothetical question references God as he is ultimate truthful love. As I was going to say earlier, all questions references God.
Well, what's love?
Your question references God because God is ultimate truthful love.
Okay, cool. But that sentence is comprised of multiple components, right? You're not just saying God, you're saying God is, and then drawing upon additional things to describe God. God is ultimate truthful love. So I'm just starting from the back. What is love? What does that mean?
Systems are running haywire.
What is the meaning of the words that you are using to make your premise?
Firstly, I'll address your possible rabbit trail. Firstly, your question presupposes God as he is ultimate truthful love. Love, it can mean to give. So it depends if you're referencing the noun or the verb love.
Okay.
So back to
my
earlier point.
Okay.
Is that you're presupposing God. There's no loopholes in this. You just have to accept
there's no loopholes. It's just a perfect loop. I asked you, what does love mean? You said it can mean to give. Okay, but what is the ultimate fact?
As I've already stated, so this is where you have to paraphrase my responses now because I am repeating myself.
You are indeed.
So God is.
You are indeed, sir.
So
you are
God,
repeating yourself.
I have to because you're asking me the same question. So now you have to You have to really
But I asked
pay
you.
attention.
I asked you. I asked you. I asked you. I asked you. I asked you.
Stop interrupting me. Stop
I asked
interrupting me.
you.
Stop
I asked
interrupting me.
you.
Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me.
Love is, and your
Stop
response
interrupting
was
me.
just
Stop
to
interrupting me.
say,
Stop
my
interrupting me.
sentence
Stop interrupting
has
me.
inferred God, right? I asked you what
Yeah,
love
I said
is.
firstly, and I said firstly.
But you
and
didn't
then
follow
I
with
addressed
anything.
the
You just
question
stopped there
yes,
and moved
I
on to
did.
something else.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Okay, well then
Don't
what's
lie.
love then? Well, what's love then?
I've already explained this.
What is love?
It can mean.
Baby,
It can mean.
don't hurt me.
Firstly.
No more.
Firstly.
No more.
Allow me to respond. So, firstly, your question presupposes God. To address your question directly, is love can mean to give. That would be the verb. The noun. There's the verb love and the noun love.
Does love mean to give?
So you're
on Christmas, do people love you gifts?
Firstly, your question presupposes God again.
Can we just look. Let's just look. No, I'm going to grant that. No, I'm going to save us. I'm going to save us so much time. Okay, let's just presuppose that every single sentence in our conversation presupposes God. We don't need to say that anymore. It's established. Okay, fine. I'll grant it. Everything we say presupposes God.
It's not about granting. You have to accept that.
Why do I have to accept it?
Because in order to move on to premise 2, you have to accept premise 1 because premise 2 is reliant on the truthfulness of
no, but we're
premise
still talking about premise 1 though. Like I'm asking you about like what love is. So you give me one meaning. I don't think this is the meaning you're gonna land on because it doesn't seem to lead that way. You say love is to give. I'm unfamiliar with that usage of the word love, but okay. To give. Continue, please.
Yeah, so your response just now presupposed premise 1 of my ultimative syllogism.
But I'm asking you a question about premise 1.
Stop interrupting me.
I'm asking you a question about premise 1. You can't refer to premise 1 to justify premise 1.
Stop interrupting me. You just referenced God again with your most recent response. And then to address more directly your question, love, you reference presents of some sort. So if somebody's giving a gift to somebody out of love, that would depend. Some people wouldn't be able to determine that because if someone's out of their free will giving a present out of love or out of spitefulness, etc. So your question is a possible rabbit trail. It's a rhetoric. This is not an argument. Questions aren't
Wait.
arguments.
No. You misunderstand me. I wasn't asking. I wasn't making that point or making that characterization as a rabbit trail. I'm saying that usage of the word love is unfamiliar to me. Is that actually the one you're landing at? Like when you say God is ultimate truthful love, are you saying God is ultimate truthful giving, or is there another meaning that you're going to there? Like what is the meaning of that word in the premise? Am I making sense to you?
It would be the noun. So yeah. So
I thought you said it was a verb.
God.
Wait.
I'm referencing. Yeah, I assumed. Okay. I assumed you were referencing the verb.
Well, I'm referencing. I don't know if it's a verb or a noun. I'm just asking what that word means in that sentence.
It depends. That's why I stated that love is a verb and a noun. So I will address the noun love. So that would be more explicitly on God. So God is ultimate truthful love because he is ultimate perfection, entailing him to be self-loving, aka meta-ontophiologically omnibenevolent, further entailing him to be benevolence /love to his kin, backing premise 1 of my ultimative syllogism.
I still don't know what love is though. It seems like you've just referenced the word love again. In your
I just
definition
answered
of
your.
love.
God is love.
Yes.
that God self-pleasures himself.
That's very blasphemous.
It's not. You possibly just jump to a negative sort of pleasure. So God positively pleasures himself. That's the second greatest commandment in the Bible, to love your neighbor as yourself.
There's sort of an implication there. If God actively pleasures himself, there will be a time. Can we use a different phraseology? This is making me very uncomfortable.
God positively. So it's like you.
Well, see there, you're capable of working around terms. I'm asking you to tell me what love is, not to describe a thing that also. No, you're describing a dynamic, but you're referencing the word love in that description, and so you're not actually leading me to.
I referenced a noun and a verb in one.
What's the
statement?
What if you used? Okay, what if we removed? What if we talked about something else besides God, the topic specifically, when we're talking about love? How would you use the noun in a different context?
Well, your question presupposes God. So
great. We're all jolly theists here, okay? We all agree with each other. But what does it mean?
Okay, we'll move on to premise 2. So if you want to ask,
but I'm asking you about premise 1. I need to know about premise 1 to understand premise 2. Remember?
You reference theists. So your question presupposes premise 1. All of your questions presupposes premise 1. I've got a lot of patience. That's why I'm happy enough to answer questions. But I do like to point out is that, firstly, your question presupposes premise 1. So now we can move on to premise 2.
But I don't agree.
Premise 2.
I don't know that my question presupposes premise 1. If the look.
It just did.
I believe you. I believe you that you believe that. However, if the purpose...
Don't twist my words.
If the purpose...
God is an ultimate fact.
Sure,
it's not a belief.
Sure. Okay, justify true belief then. If...
No, I said God is an ultimate fact.
What's a fact?
An ultimate fact?
What's... No...
So a fact in general...
Well, an ultimate fact will be... An ultimate fact will be underneath the category of fact, right? It's a type of fact. There are facts and there are ultimate facts.
An ultimate, there has to be a distinction between an ultimate fact and a fact.
I agree, but an ultimate fact is still a type of fact, right?
And no, an ultimate fact is in a different category.
Why are we using the word fact for it then?
I said an ultimate fact.
Yes.
Or ultimate truth, or a brute fact.
Wait, are you saying an ultimate fact is in a different? But I mean, it's still called a fact, right? Like it's a type of fact. The phrase ultimate fact presumes the concept fact. It's a fact that's ultimate.
It's not just a presumption. It's an ultimate fact. You're using slippery terms.
The phrase ultimate fact refers to the concept fact.
I've already addressed this.
I know you think so, but you really haven't. So
I already have. The law of identity.
Who have you... What?
A is A. So the first... I'll just paraphrase
but
what
A is also... But hang on. A is also not equal to not A. So...
That's the law. That would be the remaining laws. So I'm referencing more precisely the law of identity.
That is the law of identity.
Not A would be the law of excluded middle. A or not A.
What are words? What are words to you? What are they?
You just ask logical values. So you're just
They're
setting
logical
up more
values?
rabbit trails.
Words are logical values?
So let's go back to the premise.
Perfulous.
So God is an ultimate fact.
Perfulous.
God is an ultimate fact.
Perfulous.
Backing God is an ultimate fact.
Hang on. Give me a sec.
And there can only be one God, as there can only be one ultimate fact. Backing, so just in case you use this,
okay,
there can only be one God definitionally, as there can only be one ultimate truth. Backing the law of identity, A is A. But there can't be multiple
But even the phrase A is A has two terms in it. There's A and then there's is.
You say A equals A is A. So the second, I already stated this. I'll do it. You're gonna have to paraphrase my responses now.
I don't
and if
know
you
how.
interrupt me, I will interrupt you back. So,
Okay.
God, the first A, law of identity.
Wait,
the
God
first
is
A
the first.
would be
okay.
God.
Okay.
God would be the first A. The second A would be a definition, a tautology, a synonym to the first A. So God is
Well,
an ultimate
it's-
fact, and vice versa. So can you paraphrase
Wait,
that?
is the second A different from the first A?
Same A. So you need to paraphrase
Yeah, it's
or
the same.
summarize.
So they're not different, right? They're the same. It's literally just stating that which something is its identity.
God's an ultimate fact. So the second A is a definition to the first A. Or you could say God is a brute fact, God is ultimate truthful love. So this all applies to premise 1. Premise 1 is an ultimate fact. Premise 1 is a brute fact. Premise 1 is ultimate.
Okay, but you're also your justification for saying premise 1 is an ultimate fact is to insist that all its terms are ultimate facts. You can't you haven't been able to explain any of them without just referring to this phrase
references
ultimate
God.
fact. Yeah, you said that. You said that. If only saying that would make it so is the problem.
So you just presuppose God again within your most recent response. So again, because I'll just justify this through perfect being theology. In fact, there is still a lot more with my creator-creature distinction. I've got around 9,000 words.
I believe you.
But I have suppressed this into around 2,000 words.
Bless you.
So, meta-ontologically, the adjectival noun, I've already gone through that. Okay, the analogy. No, I haven't gone through this analogy. So I'll give you an analogy to God's absoluteness with 3 singletons. So God's absoluteness on causality is a ripple/domino effect. 1, inwardly moved singleton 2, then singleton 1 has life/agency. Adversely, if an outer cause...
I don't know what you just said. Inwardly moved? What? Oh, inwardly moved. Sorry, I heard something else. Your accent threw me off for a moment.
Inwardly. INWARDLY.
Yeah, no, I figured that out. Thank you. I heard inwardly. It was odd.
So adversely,
like this poetry or something. Sorry, continue.
You have to paraphrase this. Otherwise, I could just copy and paste this and send it to you, and you have to read
But if I paraphrase you though, I'm presuming God.
Yeah, you're better off to read this word for word. So I'll just private message you so we could follow along word for word. Just a moment.
Okay. Let's look at this. If singleton 1 inwardly moved singleton 2, then singleton 1 has life/age. What is?
So this is in regards to God's absoluteness.
What is life? What does life mean?
As stated earlier, libertarian free will.
Libertarian free will means life?
Yes.
So, a polyp has libertarian free will because it's alive? Or does that follow?
I don't know what that is. A polyp?
A polyp. You don't know what a polyp is?
No, that's why I asked.
Oh, how about a sea anemone? A sea anemone.
I don't know what is. Just tell me what it is.
You don't know what a sea
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what a sea anemone is?
No.
What
is it?
I'm trying to think. Do you know a cactus? How about a cactus? You know what a cactus is, right?
Yes. What is the other thing? Do you know the other thing that you stated?
Is a cactus has life? Yes. Would
I
you
know
agree?
what a I know what a I know what a cactus is. What is the
Yes.
other
No, no,
two
no, no.
things
But
you
but like
stated?
a cactus has life, right?
No, not in this case.
Cactuses aren't alive.
No. Alive would mean to have the ability to move without an external cause.
What about
So
Venus
ambulation.
flytraps?
Yeah, I've seen, heard them.
Yeah.
So this is
They move, right?
You need to read the
They
read
move,
the
right?
paragraph.
So
I
are
sent.
Venus
Read the
flytraps alive?
paragraph.
Are Venus flytraps alive?
Again, I've already stated this.
Well, yes or no? Are Venus
Life-
flytraps alive?
No, because something without the assistance of something else. So to have the ability to move
Are human
without
beings
the
alive?
assistance of yes.
How are we? Why are we alive?
Free will.
But we don't move
Because
without the assistance
God-
of other things. We have metabolism. We require gravity. We require time. We require a whole bunch of things to make us move.
Gravity is false.
Say
The Earth's
again.
flat. That's a different topic.
But well, what keeps us on the flat Earth? Why can't we fly?
That's a different topic. So I just.
But I am
put it
curious.
out there.
That sounds like a million times more interesting. Why can't we?
Why
can't we fly on the flat Earth? What keeps us down?
We can talk about that.
But I want to. Can we talk about that one though?
later
Because I'm
time.
bored of the other one. Can we talk
We
about that?
can we can talk about that at a later.
How about
time.
this?
You're
I will
stalling the hot
listen. I will bring you on to talk about the other thing again if you let me talk to you about the flat Earth first, okay? Please.
You're possibly
Pretty please.
You're possibly dodging.
I'm completely dodging, but we will switch to that or I will end the conversation because that's way too interesting to pass up. What keeps us
My
from
argument's proving.
what keeps us okay, but maybe you can prove God indirectly because you will prove God by proving the flat Earth because the flat Earth presumes God. What keeps us from flying away on the flat Earth? Why can't we fly? Why are we stuck to it?
So just for clarification, before I address this,
Oh, bless you. He was gonna do it.
are
Okay.
you dodging? Are you dodging
Yes.
my syllogism proving?
I'm dodging like Neo in the Matrix.
Okay, so you've asked what keeps us down
Yes.
without gravity.
Yes.
So that would be the weight, density, mass.
What makes weight give objects a tendency towards objects of large or towards the ground, I suppose, because you don't is the flat Earth like infinite in like expanse, like does it just go on, or is there like a drop off point?
Do you mean does it have a edge?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so if it has an edge, right? Presumably it has like a side as well. So if you were to go towards the edge of the Earth, and you were to look down, you would see a side, right?
A sigh?
Yeah, a side, S-I-D-E.
Yeah, I haven't been to.
No, but
edge,
like
I would
it's
say.
like it is sort of like at the very least three-dimensional that way. So if you look down the edge of the Earth, you'd see like a side. You'd see the cliff, right? It'd be a cliff.
Well, I would say no because apparently there's some ice wall or something.
But beyond the ice wall, if you could get past the ice wall.
Yeah, you would.
You'd see a side.
There would be a curvature wall.
Why
like
is
a thin cylinder?
Yeah, why is the so the Earth is flat but it has multiple surfaces? That seems
Yeah,
that
you
seems
could
to follow
say
kind of
that.
trivially, yeah. So what makes this the top?
What makes what the top?
Why
I'm not
does
seeing your screen.
why does weight and mass tend us towards sticking to this surface on the Earth but not the side? Why don't we roll off until we hit the side and then lie flat?
If you find this, I'm off deck.
Because we weigh more than oxygen.
What?
Or we weigh more than the things around us.
But what makes
in
what
regards
makes
to oxygen?
But what makes weight cause objects to go down? Like why does the fact that we weigh more than oxygen not cause us to sit above oxygen? Like why don't we rise up again on the oxygen because we're lighter than it?
That's just how it is. We don't need a.
But what
invisible
makes it so?
Made up force of gravity.
What makes it so though?
That's God's creation. That's just how it is.
But what has he created? Why?
Because
like when he declared at the beginning of the world in Genesis, as you will remember since you seem very biblically informed, let there be up and down. What was the meaning of that? What made up and what made down down? How did he separate the two?
Yeah, that's because God. I have to reference Genesis 1:2. So I'll just prove flat earthism and I'll reference Genesis 1:2.
Okay.
I do have a syllogism for this. I'll just paraphrase it quickly. So God sits on a throne and looks down on everybody equally without having to put aside people upside down.
Wait, God physically sits on a chair?
Yeah, the Bible states that.
Wait, so
but we know God would look down on everybody.
Wait, so
equally?
God has a physical body that he sits on a chair with, and it's literally up in the sky.
He would have a dualistic body now because he is Jesus.
Okay,
But in
but
regards
prior to Jesus, was he sitting on a chair?
Yeah, I would say so. So he doesn't put aside people upside down. It doesn't set a good picture. So hypothetically, if the Earth was a sphere and God's sitting on a throne looking down on it, he would have to tap into his omnipresence to observe the people underneath.
Yeah, that'd be very
So when the
inconvenient. Would that tire God out, or why does he go that far?
Because a personal God would make it known to us that we are all on an equal level field. So some people want a relationship with God without him having to tap into his power constantly. So when the rapture happens, people will be taken up, not down, sideways, then up, straight up. And in Genesis 1:2,
so when the rapture happens, people just become momentarily weightless.
yeah, you can say that's, but it would be God using his power to take us up. And then this addresses the up and down question of yours. Genesis 1:2, CSB, Christian Standard Bible, BibleGateway.com. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness covered the surface of the watery depths, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the surface of the waters. Okay. So God was hovering over.
But the earth was formless, right? When God was hovering over the surface of the waters, the earth was formless and void. Yes?
Yes.
Well, so whence up vis-a-vis the formless earth? Because if the earth is formless, then it's sort of like you're orbiting a sphere. If you were standing on it, technically it'd be up. But you still have up and down, despite the fact that it's formless, somehow.
Yeah, so what is your argument if you don't accept what I'm telling you as it's the truth?
No, I'm asking you. I'm just asking you a question. If the
questions
earth is...
aren't arguments?
No, they're not. That's exactly right. I'm not making an argument. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, but I've just laid out the arguments. God sits on a throne and
But
looks down on people equally?
Yeah. But I'm just asking you questions about that.
I've made it as simple as I can.
Yeah, but I'm asking more questions. Am I not allowed to ask more questions?
Yeah, but what don't you understand of my arguments?
Well, if you're referring to God hovering over the formless earth, my question to you again is that given that the earth is formless, i.e. it doesn't have a top, it doesn't have a side, it doesn't have a bottom, what in particular about that suggests that God still stood in the same relationship to the earth then as he does in your picture of the world now, where he's literally sitting on a chair somewhere up there, somewhere. That's, I guess the ice wall's kind of a dome, so he's on top of the ice wall. Is that how that works?
I referenced Genesis 1:2 to address your previous question to give you an understanding on what is up and what is down.
Okay, but it didn't really work. So, do you have anything else?
If you can raise your hand up.
Yes. But hang on, if I'm being dangled from the ceiling, if I raise my hand up, my hand is in fact going lower, you know?
I understand. So what is the point of all of these questions? I just addressed your one question from earlier on what is up and down. The main argument is.
But what are they though? What are they though? What is up and down?
Just places of location.
Sure, but with respect to what? What's the anchoring point?
God is the standard. That's why I referenced Genesis 1:2. God was hovering over.
How do you know?
waters.
How do you know God isn't upside down?
It can't be, because that would imply contingency.
Why would being upside down imply contingency, but being right side up wouldn't? Aren't they direct references to each other along a single axis?
Because to be upside down,
doesn't your sentence about down imply up and vice versa?
If you're referencing Genesis 1:2, so God was hovering over the waters, so the earth has a face pointing up.
But it's well, hang on. Does it have a face pointing up? It says it's formless. If it has a face, that implies form, no?
You reference the whole sentence. It says, formless and empty, God was hovering over the surface of the waters.
Yes, so that just sounds kind of contradictory. It's both formless, but it has a surface. What does formless mean?
So that would, I have to reference the next part. Genesis 1:3.
What does formless mean? Does formless is it fair to say that formless means without shape?
You could say that, yes.
Would it be correct to say that anything that is formless lacks shape?
You could say it's without a clear or.
No, you're in philosophy. This is not difficult. So if something is if I say an object is formless, is that definitionally saying that's without shape? If I say an object is formless, is that definitionally saying it has no shape?
If this is not difficult, then
it's just a yes or no question. It's just a yes. It's just a yes or no question.
But why are you? But if this is not difficult, why are you asking me the question?
I'm a creature of whimsy, and I'm simply curious what your answer is. If I say that an object is formless, am I definitionally saying that's without shape?
But you said it's not. But
you not know? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's a bit more of a complicated question if you don't know. You can't answer.
But hang on. But if you don't know, if it's not complicated, why are you asking me the question?
Curiosity, just pure curiosity.
But you said it's not complicated.
Well, the question.
You're asking me but you're asking me questions.
Is it complicated?
That's what I'm asking you. If it's not complicated, why are you asking me questions on it?
Am I not allowed, or simple questions not allowed? I mean, you could just answer the simple question. We could move on. If you
No, but
dislike
just
it so much.
provide the arguments.
But I don't have an
It's a
argument. I'm
quicker
asking you a
way.
question. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, well. Yeah, but
asking a
then
question
you've
does
got-
not
this is a
imply
ra-
an
this
argument.
is a rabbit trail.
But you could just answer the question, and then the rabbit trail would be over.
I've answered all of your questions.
But you haven't answered. Like if I
Yes, I
say
have.
if really so. Well, what was your answer?
Yes.
Then? What was your answer then?
Well, I said that without cusps, or to paraphrase,
Without what?
clear cusp, edges.
Without edges. So to say something is formless is to say it's without edges.
So what's the argument here? What's the point of these questions? Because I laid out the argument proving flat earthism.
Well, okay, but let's sure. So the earth is flat, but in the verse you mentioned in the Bible, the earth is without shape, without form rather, and void.
What about it?
What does it mean for something to have a face but to be formless?
That doesn't follow?
It's literally in the sentence. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the surface of the waters.
Yes, and what about it?
What does it mean for something to be formless, but to have a surface? Would you not agree that a surface is a part of form?
It's... I'll just get Google so we can follow the same definition.
Sure.
The formless, without a clear or definite shape.
Yes. What's a shape?
So they
Why don't
wouldn't-
you Google?
so
Why don't
they
you Google a
wouldn't-
shape? Google a shape. See what shape means.
So it just means earlier. Get up, shape. So it just means Genesis 1:2 when it states the earth was formless and empty. There's no label to the shape of it yet.
Sorry, say it again. Dead Space was too loud for a second. I couldn't hear you.
So to Genesis 1:2, now the earth was formless and empty.
Yes.
So formless would mean without a definite shape.
Oh, so it can have many shapes.
It can, but it's a label, so there wouldn't be a definite label to the shape of it yet.
So hang on, is the earth formless or not?
Genesis 1:2, yes, it is.
Well, it does say that, but it also says it has a surface. Not just a surface, the surface.
It doesn't have formless. I've already
Yeah.
stated this.
Yes, but what's the next verse after the earth was formless and void, and darkness was upon the what?
So you're asking for Genesis 1:3.
Am I?
Well, you asked for the next verse.
You're the expert. You tell me.
God said, "Let there be light," and there was light.
No. Before then, look here. Hang on. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was moving over the face of the waters. Explain to me what it means for something to have no form, i.e. no shape, and yet to have a definite face. The face, it says.
So it's without going off Google.
Yes.
Formless. Without a clear or definite shape.
Yes. Now, what is a shape? To understand what that means, we need to know
I've
what a
already
shape
stated
is. Well, let's Google it. Google it. Let's see what
It's
Google
not a
says.
definite, without a definite shape. So when God said, "Let there be light,"
No. Here, I'll Google it. I'll Google it. Hang on. No. You've been doing all the work tonight. I'll do it. So let's Google shape. Shape, meaning. Shape means, oh, the external form, contours, or outline of someone or something. Or, alternatively, a geometric figure, such as a square, triangle, or rectangle.
And there are multiple meanings for formless. Lacking order or arrangement.
Well, I mean, shape is a kind of order, wouldn't you say? Shape is an arrangement.
Yeah, but I reference formless.
Yes, you did, which means, according to Google, without shape.
Without a clear or definite shape. So
It
when
doesn't
God
say.
said,
It doesn't say.
light, when God said, "Let there be light,"
Oh, you
then
mean he
you
couldn't
have a definite shape.
So you mean he couldn't see? He was squinting. He needed the lights. He needed to turn the lights on so he could see the shape of the
God
earth.
knows.
So what was actually
knows
going on? I
within
see. So what was
himself.
actually going on is, in the beginning, God couldn't see the earth all that well.
No, God knows already.
No, well, then what do you need the light for?
That's for us. So look, this is.
But you
where
hang
is
on.
this
But
leading
you're
to?
saying the formlessness of the earth refers to our Oh dear God! You're saying the formlessness of the earth refers to what again? Just say that one more time for my. Just indulge me.
I'll just read out the sentence, the chapter and verse, and I'll address formless.
Okay.
So now the Genesis 1:2. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness covered the surface of the watery depths.
Yes.
And the Spirit of God was hovering over the surface of the waters. So formless here
Yes.
would mean without a clear or definite shape.
Okay, but it still says the face, right? That's definite. That's pretty definite. That's actually saying it's pointing out a single one.
But he's still, yeah, but but without, but then with the next verse, let there be light, then you have a definite shape, a definite identity to it. Like God already knows within himself. But if we were there, hypothetically, as he's doing this, we wouldn't see a definite shape until God said, "Let there be light." So now the earth was, going back to Genesis 1:2, now the earth was formless.
Yeah.
So formless here, I've got multiple definitions. I'll just
Bear
go
with
off
me a second. This part's kind of hard.
first.
Okay, sorry. As you were, continue, please.
So to restate for emphasis, without clear or definite shape.
Okay, but
there's
it's
still there's the shape's there. The shape is there.
Believers are
But
there.
because there's no because there's no light at that time, it's not a definite shape.
So
If there was an observer-
okay, I see. So there was an observer. But there was an observer. Right? God was there.
You can say the angels were observing. I don't know exactly.
So in the beginning, before God... Hang on. So... You know, it doesn't say the earth was without form because darkness was on the face of the deep, right?
Say that again.
It doesn't say the earth was without form because darkness was upon the face of the deep, right? But you're saying like quite literally. So quite literally, the earth had a definite shape. Just you couldn't see it because it was dark.
Yeah, you can say that.
So in the beginning, God, it's literally just in the beginning, God made a disc, right?
Yeah, you can say that.
God made a disc, okay. And then he sat on it. Ugh.
He was hovering over it.
Sorry, he was hovering over it.
You just have to accept the truth. Don't you're possibly trying to find loopholes in this. The Bible is the top-selling book worldwide because it is true. As a perfect God will make sure of that.
So capitalism proves God, huh?
Capitalism, is that what you stated?
Yeah, capital. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, I see that you're very preoccupied. So do you want to talk about my previous arguments at a later date?
No, just give me a second. I'm just curious if that's still the case. Is the Bible the best-selling book of all time?
Yeah, www.guinnessworldrecords.com.
Well, as of right now it is. Was it always the? I guess.
Yeah,
I'm not entirely clear that's the case. Like, for instance, there would have been a long time prior to the Bible being written, which was not the best-selling book of all time. No.
it has to be the top-selling book because God will make sure of that.
But what if it doesn't exist,
God's-
though, as it didn't for the vast majority of humanity's history? You believe humanity is 6,000 years old, right?
I know the Earth is young. I don't know exactly.
But 6,000
the
years,
day.
right? Would you say it's older than 4,000 years?
Yes.
Okay, so presumably then, at least roughly half of the lifetime of the Earth, much less humanity. Let's say they're the same thing. Let's say they're all it's the same week, right? So the Earth is 4,000 years old. Let's say that to be conservative. Humanity is also 4,000 years old. Would that be fair? Because it's it's a week's difference. We're not going to be picky about that. So for at least half of humanity's existence, for at least half of the world's existence, the Bible wasn't the best-selling book of all time because there weren't any books being sold. Right? Seems to be.
It is.
But if the Bible is not the best-selling book of all time, if for 2,000 years, let's say, for half of the world's existence, there was no best-selling book of all time, then really the Bible is only the best-selling book of some time.
I reference a 2021 citation, and I can reference a 2012 citation, businessinsider.com, and there are heaps of others. And it goes without being said, because God is perfect. He would make sure that the Bible is the top-selling book, entailing Judeo-Christianity to be the dominant religion worldwide. So
Wait, hang on. Entailing what? Sorry?
Proven the flat Earth.
Hang on, how'd you prove
This
the
is
flat Earth?
going down-
No, hang on, slow down. How'd you
Yeah,
prove the flat Earth? I don't remember you proving the flat Earth. I thought we were discussing the flat Earth. What proves the flat
because
Earth?
God's love.
God's love
he-
proves the flat Earth.
Yeah,
A
because
loving God wouldn't make wouldn't make a round Earth.
Yeah, he wouldn't put assign people upside down. It doesn't.
Well,
set a good
hang on.
path as
Does he
well.
have to be assigning?
Just visualize it.
Well, hang on. If
Just
it's
visualize
a
it.
sphere though, there's not really an up and a down, right? So there
Try to
wouldn't
put
be
your-
people being upside down, and the Earth would spin. So I mean, people would have turns. It'd be all equal.
Try to see this from God's perspective.
I am, and God in orbit could very easily look down equally along every single person just by a carefully planned orbital route.
I'm not making claims of autism or anything like that, but try to see this from God's perspective. He sits on a throne and looks down on people without having to put aside people upside down. So it shows
But
that
if
God
it's
is
on
personal.
a sphere though, he wouldn't have to decide because there wouldn't be an upside down. Everybody would be right side up by reference to the center of the Earth.
No, but there is an up. God would be taking some of us up.
Well, couldn't God? Well, what if he instead decided to just privilege north instead of up and down? He could just be at the North Pole. Maybe he is. Maybe that's where my Christmas card came from.
The way I see God's aesthetics is he is spiritual fire. So just visualize a lot
Fire,
of fire
but spiritual. Got it. Okay.
So yeah, spiritual fire, but within that fire, there's a human, I wouldn't say human, but a person figure of spiritual fire again.
So God's on fire.
So you got he's not on fire. There's a video of this.
But you said there's a person in the fire, right? So he's person in fire is person on fire.
No, God is that fire. The God's the spiritual. God
is the fire, but he's also a person in the fire.
I'm saying he would have the aesthetics or the visualizations of a person of fire.
Do you have much experience of the aesthetics of a person of fire, such that you can say what a person of fire experiences?
Just, I can reference a video. It's off a biblical movie.
You're gonna show me what God sees by showing me a movie. Did God make the movie?
No, I'm putting because you referenced. Well, what if God was, not to paraphrase, what if God was on a North Pole or something like that? That has to be...
Oh, I guess he'd melt it, right? We don't want that because he's on fire.
There's an up and a down.
But why must there be? What if God just didn't make up and down? What would change, really? Like, think about it. What's this actually doing for us?
That's just how God has put things in place. We are in his reality. We have to accept how he has designed this universe. You just have to accept that.
Okay.
So, I've proven a flat Earth.
How though? Well, hang on. Did you though? I think you just said that God. Yes. I think you just said that God must have because he's loving, but then when pressed as to what that actually means or why that would necessitate that, you just kind of give up and you say you proved it.
No, because you're interrupting with questions, and I'm happy enough to address them. So God sits on a throne, looks down on people equally, without having to put aside people upside down, as that sets a.
Oh no, but if the reason is that he doesn't want to put people
personal nature.
I mean, sitting on top of us doesn't seem particularly personal either. No, I'm honestly like, well, what about when we're lying down too? Because we sleep when we lie down. Why does he make us go sideways? Why does he require us to go sideways constantly?
I don't understand your question.
Well, I mean, if the reason why the Earth, the entire world, like literally the entire world itself, the reason why the world itself is flat, is to keep God and his loving nature from having to make some of us bear the indignity of being upside down for a period of the Earth's orbit. Why does he make us sleep by lying on our sides? Is that to punish us for our hubris?
Where is this leading to?
I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, but then there's probably more questions. I've just proven the flat
Questions
Earth.
within questions, endlessly. Yes. I'm an incorrigibly curious person, or incurably curious person.
You're possibly trying to give off the impression that you need clarification on my argument. I made it as basic as I can. God sits on a throne, looks down on everyone equally without putting aside people upside down. So just visualize this in your mind.
I am.
God sitting on a throne.
Well, hang on. Wait.
And
is the throne equal in width to the Earth?
I would say no.
No, is it smaller?
Yes, because
it's smaller.
Jesus is God.
But I thought you said Jesus had infinite size.
You referenced the throne.
But well, I mean,
But, yeah, but
if God
Jesus
sits
has
on the throne,
God
the
has
throne has to be
multiple
able the throne has to be able to accommodate God, right?
Yeah, just that personally figure. So the outlines of a person in fire, which is connected.
Was the throne there before Jesus was resurrected and flew up?
I would say yes.
So there would have been a period of time where there's just a chair up there.
No, God would.
It's just
God
just floating.
changed
There's just a chair
mode.
just floating up there, right?
Not at all times, because God had changed mode whilst remaining ultimate.
So when God changes
Came
mode,
down
God
to
changes
us as
the furniture.
Jesus. I don't know. This is going down a different topic now. Jesus is God.
Yes.
So you
But
just
only
addressed this.
Jesus is God, but only Jesus sits in the chair that God puts there when Jesus goes to where the chair is.
Just admit the Earth's flat first before we address this.
The Earth is flat. Completely. I mean, I look around, I don't see curves. Do you?
No, not to what some people.
And I
putting
think,
forward.
can I imagine a loving God making geometric objects with curves on them? And I tell you I can't.
Now
you
Jesus
got me dead to rights there.
You've already know this, but people you may have been suppressing the truth.
Really?
Yeah, the Bible states this in Romans 1:16 to 20, or maybe 1:17 to 20.
Because I know about the
suppress
flat Earth.
Yeah, you would have been suppressing that if you were really in objection to it. So we can move on to the next topic. Jesus as God, very simply because there is no greater love to die for your friends, thus Jesus is God. John 15:13.
What about well, hang on. Does that mean that other people who die for their friends are also God?
Not necessarily, because Jesus died for everyone.
Well,
So
I mean,
doubt these.
I mean, you could die for everybody, right?
If God wanted me to,
Yeah.
yes.
So then, would you be God?
But Jesus did it already.
Oh, but if
No,
God
because it's
wanted
already
you to,
been
would you be
done.
God? Well, I mean, why not do it again? You know, why buy one when you can buy two for twice the price?
Like, it wouldn't do that. It's already been done.
But
that's the last words
But
of Jesus.
why only do it once? It worked out so well the first time. Let's do it again. You know?
It's not necessary. It's not necessary. God loves me too. I'm God's best friend. I assume you knew this based off my username, Ultimated Judeo-Christian. I talk about this a lot throughout my YouTube.com ministry. God touches the left side of my head.
Your head in particular?
We go for, yeah, the left side of my head right now. So, and I can give you a good reason for you to believe me, as I know who's in the book of life. So I know who's going to God's new kingdom.
Oh, so you can. So
I know where you're going.
So what'll it take for you to tell me so I can, you know, place bets and win big on that?
That's I know. So I'll just state, because I ask God many questions and sometimes I don't know his response, but in regards to this question, I know he's giving me straight answers in regards to who's going to his new kingdom or not. So I've asked him, are you going to his new kingdom? And trying to be...
Dietrich for $5 asks
trying to-
if he's in the Book of Life. Thank you, Dietrich.
Yeah, I don't want to... I'm trying to keep this sort of G-rated.
Okay, well you can say
without bringing-
you can say spoiler alert, right?
Yeah, let's just say that X is not going to God's New Kingdom.
Well, that's not very specific.
Assuming you know what I mean by X.
But I don't know what you mean by X. Who's X?
So you know I'm speaking the truth.
Yes, but who's X? You can't just leave us in suspense like that.
You should know. You should know who X is.
Who's X?
So X is X. You should know.
But I don't know. My.
So, I'm assuming you know who I'm referencing here.
I honestly do not. I give you full look. You are entirely allowed to say who you're referencing on my channel. Just go for it. Who are you referencing?
I'm trying to be careful with this because it may be used against me.
All right. Well, the streams being enlisted afterwards. We'll edit out anything compromising. Okay.
I'm trying to put emphasis.
Besides,
to this.
what's it going to be used against you? Like, who's going to use it against you? You're God's best friend.
But people may see. I sort of looked into this.
Is there like a statute of limitations on God here, or what?
You.
Me in particular?
When I say you should be able to connect that to the other points.
I'm not following. What's that an answer to?
So that's in regards to what I said earlier.
I assumed that, but you said a few things earlier. Which one in particular? No, my bomb.
So I'm going to God's New Kingdom.
Okay.
So that's
Okay, and
So
who
look,
else? Who else? Who isn't going? You said somebody isn't going. Who isn't going?
There are a lot of people not going.
Okay, well, Dietrich wants to know if he's going.
Yeah, you already know. You already know.
I don't even know who Dietrich is. I think Dietrich is just curious about what you say. I'm sure Dietrich knows. Dietrich, you know, right?
The only problem, though, is if I ask God the same question twice, so if he may move my head differently. So it's only the first time I ask him, is this person going to your new kingdom? The first response I know it is definite. If I ask the same question, then my head will move at random places. So this person you're referencing, I may have already asked God.
About Dietrich in particular? Do you know Dietrich?
No, but the person behind that username. So this is, I have to take notes of who I asked. That
I don't think Dietrich heard about you until today. I think you're safe.
No, but I may know this person already, not off that username, but maybe off a different username.
Well, hang on, don't you think it's possible that you've spoken to me before in a different username? I've been around for a while. How old are you?
You have to ask God that personal question.
You have to ask God how old you are?
Yeah, because if you want to know, then ask God.
Well, wait, do you not know how old you are?
I do, but if you want an absolute answer, then ask God.
Oh, but I don't want an absolute answer. I just want your answer.
Well, this is going off topic now.
No, well, that's fine. That's fine. It's okay to go off topic once in a while. How old are you?
You just have to find out during Judgment Day.
But you'll be older. But hang on. You'll be older on Judgment Day. I want to know how old you are now.
Yeah, look, I'm not gonna tell you because I'm giving you incentive to reach out to God, and the same applies to other people. So this is why there's some things in regards to Jesus' appearance. It's not stated what he exactly looked like, but I know what Jesus looks like because I have asked God, and I get revelation either from his eternal power. I get pictures on my devices. So it's incentive to reach out to God. So if I
God sends
tell you my
pictures on your phone.
age, I wouldn't say directly, but I could come across a website, and if I see a picture of a face, and if the numbers line up, if I see like the number 7 or the number 9, it's like, okay, I've got pictures here.
So does God look like
but
Rover?
God looks like me, so God has made it known to me that we look alike.
What do you look like? What features have you got?
You just have
wait,
to
hang on. Wait. Hang on. First, for the $5 says Sunday. I just got off the phone with God. The guy you're talking to is definitely not in the Book of Life.
I am.
What do you have to say to that?
I am.
You've been challenged.
That person could just be lying.
I mean,
and what is that?
You could be lying too, right?
Yeah.
Which one of you's telling the truth? I just plumb don't know.
Well, I can support my self-identity with my YouTube.com ministry. I've spent a lot of hours on this, so that shows that I'm devoted to God.
Aren't you supposed to?
And
well, hang on. Are you though?
Yes.
Well,
but my main argument, I've got a syllogism for this somewhere.
Oh, I believe you.
But overall, it all comes down to asking God. So it doesn't matter if people don't believe me that God is interacting with me, because you just have to ask God. So Jesus went through this. People were against his identity statements.
Although I think he gave answers though, didn't he?
Yeah. And my answer is to ask God.
Well, Jesus' answer wasn't to ask God. Why are you better than Jesus?
I'm not saying that.
Well, I mean, you're not willing to put in the same amount of work.
I am preaching the gospel, and Jesus states to love God, to reach out to God. That's what I'm saying. Reach out to God.
I don't think Jesus said to reach out to God. Where'd you say that? I think you're
John
paraphrasing.
14:6.
I think you're paraphrasing.
Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life.
That doesn't say Jesus said to reach out to God. That says Jesus said he was the way and the truth and the life.
It's implied, and it states the greatest commandments: to love God with all your heart, mind, and soul.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Obviously, that entails to ask God questions, pray to God.
No, it doesn't.
That's in the entailment, yes.
Loving entails asking questions?
Yeah, to have a relationship with God, ask questions.
Wait, hang on a sec. So earlier in premise 1 of your syllogism, when you were saying that God is ultimate truthful love, you were saying that God involves asking questions. Like that's an intrinsic part of God's being. God is ultimate truthful something, asking questions.
I don't know what the question means, but I reference my relationship with God. I ask God questions in regards to who's in the Book of Life or not. Any personal questions, ask God.
Okay, well here's an impersonal question, okay? So we've established God as a chair. Would it technically be possible?
Just to let you know,
yes.
It's almost, from my perspective, it's been an hour and 44 minutes. This is going off different topics. I don't know where it's going. So
Well, hang on.
I've
You
got-
said you could do this all night or
Well,
all day, wherever you are.
Yeah, if it's on one topic.
Oh, I see. So
But
there
I
were
can't- I have to-
conditions on that, so you can't really go all day, really.
I can, but there are other. But I have to target those against Judeo-Christianity. So if you
I'm
were
not against
playing
Judeo-Christianity.
ignorant, yeah, I'm saying if you still are, and if you were playing ignorant from earlier, then I'm happy enough to do that.
Well, where are you going? Where are you going next?
Yeah,
Who are you talking to after this? Who are you talking to next? What's your next engagement?
and
I want to watch it.
Whoever's live on YouTube.
Just whoever's live on
So
YouTube.
you've been targeted because you've got atheism in the title.
Oh, I see. Oh, I was watching a completely unrelated debate by some other people while I was playing Dead Space. Oh, I'm not atheistic.
Yeah, and then I asked you a question in the chats, and then here we are now.
Yep.
So you can, if you want to watch, if you want
what's your next? Well, hang on. You're the one saying you're running out of time. What's your next appointment? You haven't convinced me yet.
I don't have a.
You're
hang on,
leaving.
you're switching it to you.
You're leaving, not having made your case convincingly.
Hang on, now you don't.
That's not very
lie.
loving.
I've already proven my points.
To
My main
whom?
point was
To whom?
To you and some of the listeners.
I don't feel like you've proven anything. I actually am not really
don't
convinced of anything at all.
Hang on, I said we.
Hey, prove I'm lying.
Said you said I got a good memory on this. You said you were dodging my first argument.
Oh, I was
and
just
then
kidding when I
and then
said
we went
that.
to. Well, then we have to do that at a later time.
Why?
You said that.
Why? I'm good to go. Let's go.
No, but I'd rather you do it on a separate video.
I could die tomorrow. That's a possibility. My eternal soul is in danger, sir.
You already
You
know
will
where
have to
you're
answer.
going.
You will have to answer to God for what happens to me if you end this call.
No, I'm not. I'm not responsible for where you go. You have free will, so it's your
Well,
fault.
so do you. Are you really gonna go to the pearly gates of Judgment Day and say, "Yeah, sorry, I got tired."
I'm stating. Stop interrupting me. I'm stating. I've made the main points I wanted to bring forward to you. I have. So my main.
You just wanted to.
Stop interrupting me. Stop
You
interrupting me.
spent
Stop
an
interrupting
hour.
me. Stop interrupting me.
You spent an
Stop
hour
interrupting
and
me. Stop
45
interrupting me.
minutes.
Stop interrupting me.
You
Stop
spent
interrupting
an
me. Stop
hour.
interrupting me. Stop
You spent
interrupting
an
me.
hour.
Stop interrupting me.
You spent an hour.
Stop interrupting me.
You spent an hour and
Stop interrupting
45.
me.
You spent an
Stop
hour and
interrupting
45
me.
minutes. I will stop when I finish speaking. You spent an hour. You spent an hour and 45 minutes. You spent an hour and 45 minutes just to say the Earth is flat.
No, we've spoken about many points. Don't underestimate my memory. I've got 200 plus videos.
That's
So,
a lot of that is
again-
a lot of memory. You must have multiple hard drives for all that shit.
I'm talking about my mind. So when I presented to you the first argument proving Judeo-Christianity.
Yeah, you referenced the flat Earth.
ontologically-
I was asked like,
Stop
okay,
interrupting me.
why is
Stop
God love? And you said
interrupting me.
because the
Stop
flat Earth
inter-
proves
stop
God is love
interrupting
or
me.
something.
Stop interrupting me. Stop
Something like
interrupting me.
that.
Stop interrupting me. You're not gonna get a sinful reaction out of me if that's what you're trying to do.
Trying to get what?
So when I present,
No, I didn't hear what you
you're
said.
Not,
Okay.
No, you stop it.
No, but
you're
what am I not gonna
going
get?
If you're trying to get a sinful reaction out of me,
A sinful
it's not
reaction?
going to, yeah. If that's what you're trying to do,
Look,
by
I'm
interrupting
very
me-
progressive, but I don't.
Stop interrupting me.
No,
Stop
listen. No, I need to
interrupting me.
reassure you something. I am very progressive, but I don't actually swing that way. You're safe here. Don't worry.
So I'll restate what I am trying to get across. We have been speaking. Firstly, it's been 1 hour and 49 minutes.
Damn.
It
You're a
will
trooper.
take 10 minutes. We have been talking multiple topics. The first topic was proving Judeo-Christian presuppositionalism. I asked you are you dodging it? You said yes. So we moved on to flat earthism. And then I asked you, or I stated to you, if you want to talk about Jesus being God, then accept the earth being flat. And you agreed to the earth being flat. And then we talked about Jesus being God. And then we talked about my relationship with God, Book of Life. You asked me personal questions. So my task is done.
Well, not exactly.
If you
I
want to talk- if you want to-
am really curious about one thing. Somebody's been actually begging me to ask you this the entire conversation, but it was really esoteric about the flat Earth thing, and this is the kind of thing that stumps flat Earthers all the time. So I'm just kind of curious as to your response to it. So you're probably familiar with if you've been like engaged in flat Earth debates. You've debated flat Earth quite a bit, right?
Yeah, but theological flat earthism, not scientific base.
Well, that's perfect because this is the purely philosophical. It's an age-old philosophical problem with the geometry of the Earth. So you're familiar with Isaac's ratio, right?
Maybe I've forgotten. Maybe I have to refresh my memory. I'm not into the science.
That's not science. That's a purely theological thing that comes up pretty constantly. You must have heard Swinburne talks about it. You must have heard about this.
Say what? You reference Newton?
No, Swinburne. You don't know Richard Swinburne?
No, I don't think so. Sounds familiar.
What about Plantinga? He talks about this a lot.
Yeah, sounds familiar.
How about Oregon? Or Origin? Is it Oregon or Origin, chat? I think it's Origin. Augustine. Surely you know about Augustine's treatment of Isaac's ratio. This is like an age-old thing.
Isaac's ratio. Yeah, that's Isaac Newton. Isaac Newton?
No, not Isaac Newton. It predates Isaac Newton by thousands of years. Isaac Newton was named after it, in fact.
What's the formula?
You don't know? Really?
Is this... I don't know. What is it?
Okay, well maybe
you said it's a theological.
Look. I don't look.
Thing.
All touching aside, I don't want you to like embarrass yourself on stream. So maybe you should research that afterwards. Then when we come back, you probably have an answer.
I would never. You won't embarrass me. God judges us based on how much He loves Him, not on how much we.
Yeah,
know.
but you seemed really concerned about how stuff would be used against you.
You said this is a theological formula. So
No. It's well, if you don't understand it, it's going to take me like forever to explain it. I'm not sure I'm even competent to.
I'll just look it up.
If you've never heard about it,
Isaac's formula.
Isaac's ratio.
That it?
Isaac's ratio.
Ratio.
Yeah.
Doesn't it sound like a theological thing?
The name Isaac doesn't sound theological. It's a biblical name.
No, Isaac's ratio.
Yeah.
Isaac's ratio. I'm looking.
It's related to the phi ratio.
I'll just type in theology to get a.
Okay. How about this? How about this? How do you address the Merkaba linkages between Earth and Mars if the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on that. Are you referencing scientific theology?
Just theology, pure theology.
Well, yeah, this sounds like a mathematical thing. You're referencing ratios. It says. Yeah. So, look. What was the question from the listener?
Oh, I interrupted you so rudely when you're in the middle of a thing. Just continue with your final words, whatever you're doing.
Yeah. Well. Just firstly, there is theophysics. So there is a scientific theology of theological science. So I'm assuming this is my closing, correct?
If you want, you were trying to get out of the conversation for a while now. I guess.
I was.
You prayed for patience, but you should have prayed for charisma.
My task is done.
What was your task?
However,
what was your task?
To
tell me that
to
the earth is
lay
flat
out
and to lay out to read me the thing
the
you wrote.
argument. If you dodged, I'm gonna take that as a concession. You've conceded to the argument.
Oh, I conceded the earth being flat an hour ago, I think. Roughly that.
However, because I've already stated this, you may revert back to false ideologies to back your indirect or direct Satanism.
Oh, that's no good.
So
you need to do something about that. You can't let that slide.
Yeah, that's what I'm stating. If you, because you may revert back. So do you want to talk about or debate again the first argument, proving Judeo-Christianity ontologically at a later time? And I'm happy enough to
no,
pay
because
you.
I don't know that either of us will still be here at a later time. Anything could happen. We need to treat this with urgency. This needs to get taken care of now.
Well, then it's already been done.
Well,
It's already been
I don't think it's been done. What would we be talking about at a separate time then, if it's already been done?
No, because I'm saying if you revert back to atheism,
yeah.
If you self-proclaim to be that, then obviously I'll have to address that again. But at a later time.
Why at a later time?
On a separate video.
But why a separate video?
So then because it's a way to promote my channel.
You're endangering my eternal soul to promote your channel?
No, I'm saying that I rather have if we have a new interaction, we set that up at a later time on a separate video.
I'll tell you what. If you want, I'll tell you what. If you super chat me $50 right now, we'll set it up at a later time, and I'll let you promote your channel to begin with the talk.
I don't know how to do that.
No, just go into
PayPal you.
Just go into or
Yeah.
just go into YouTube. Just go into YouTube and just super chat. There's a button right at the bottom. It says, you see the little square dollar sign there?
Yeah, well, hang on. I have to get some details first.
Well, you can just follow my you have PayPal, right?
Yeah, I could just PayPal you.
No. I don't use PayPal. Use use Patreon. Just go right onto Patreon. I'll wait for it. You can do it right now, and we'll set a date as soon as you do that.
Can you send a $50 donation?
Yeah, in fact, if you send me a $100 donation, we can do it this week.
Yeah, $50 is fine, and you could choose the date.
Sounds
good.
good.
I do have one scheduled on Thursday.
All right,
Eastern
I'm watching.
Time.
Just let me know. Just let me know. I've got my notifications open. I'll see it as soon as it comes in.
Yeah, so hang on. I'll just have to. I may have to ask you questions. Okay, so I'm bumping it up.
I can accommodate.
I'll just do it
any
through.
time.
I'll just do it through Patreon.
Yes, exactly. That's so much better.
You may have to walk me through this.
It's super easy. So
No,
you literally just
Yep.
click donate. It gives you a tier. Yeah.
Okay, so your Patreon is linked. I'm assuming.
Yes, in the description.
Here it is. Okay.
Yeah.
Can I send a one-off payment, or do I have to cancel?
If you send a payment, it will automatically prepay the first payment, and then you can cancel afterwards.
Okay, I'm only seeing.
You can put in any amount
so
you
there's
want.
free-
The tiers just show the benefits.
Yeah, you're gonna have to walk me through this. I've just clicked the link on your.
Yeah. What here? What part is confusing you here? Let's see. Can you share your screen? Do you feel comfortable doing that?
Um.
You're not on.
I've got
It
too many
won't be
stuff.
visible on stream. Don't worry.
I've got too much stuff opened up. I'm just on the membership level.
Okay. Yeah. So just click the highest membership level, and it'll ask you to put an amount down. Just put down 50.
Okay, just a moment. I'm doing this as fast as I can.
I got all night. Don't worry. Take your time.
It's only giving me set. I can't put manually a figure.
You can actually. So here I'll show you on my end. So if I go to let's see. So when you click on the tier, actually I don't think you need to click on the tier. Hang on, let me search.
Yeah,
for
maybe if you do it on yours.
Yeah,
if you do it on your screen.
Here, I'll show you. I'll show you. One sec. So let's go to Second Thought. He's got a Patreon. So if I go into Second Thought's channel, and I go to his About, and I go to his Patreon, and you select your membership level. So I would click.
I can't see the Patreon on your YouTube video.
It's in the description. It's right here. I can send you the link privately. I'll do it right now.
Oh no, but I mean, are you gonna do it?
Oh, I see. You're trying. I'm just. Oh, yeah. Hang on. One sec. So I share my screen. Separate that out. And yeah. So as you can see here, on Second Thought's channel, there are 3 tiers. So if I click join,
I can't see Patreon on your YouTube video.
Oh, you have to click the. It's not on my YouTube video. It's on. I'm sharing it in chat on Discord.
On Discord.
Yeah. So look on Discord. See there's see the third window there. There's me. There's you. And there's the stream.
Just a moment. Okay, yes, I see it.
Yeah. So if I want to join, I click. And then that gives me an option, right? And, oh, I guess that's automatic there, isn't it? I think, though, see, all 4 levels. What's all 4 levels? Oh, here we go. See, I believe the way it works is, he's got, like, set payments, doesn't he? I'll tell you what, send 50 in super chats. Send 50 in super chats, and we'll call it even. YouTube will take 30% of it, but that's fine.
Even that's a bit complicated. Do you have a PayPal?
No, I don't.
That's
literally just click on at the bottom of the screen underneath the chat. There's a $ sign in a square. Just click on it. In fact, it'd be great because if you do that, then you can actually make a message as well, and then you can put some of your premises in. It'll be immortalized.
Yeah, but I'll just double check something.
Also, Dietrich asked for $10. Is Brandon Rogers of YouTube fame going to heaven or hell?
Yeah, you just ask God.
No, sorry, Dietrich. I tried. Oh yeah, so here we go. So you click Become a Patron in the top right corner. You scroll down, you select Make a Custom Pledge, and you enter. Yeah, there you go.
Can you open it? Can you reopen the stream, the share screen?
No, because look, you literally just need to click the top tier. So you become a patron in the top tier available. So in tier 3, which is I think $20 or $25 on my Patreon. And then if you scroll down, there's an option to make a custom pledge.
Custom. No, I don't see it. I'm in tier 3. I click join.
Then scroll down.
I don't see. Yeah, I don't see custom.
Let's see here. So if I go into top tier here and I look down. Oh, I guess he has rigidly enforced ones. I'll tell you what, I'll make a new tier just for you, okay? In fact, I will make. That's exactly what I'll do. That is exactly what I do. So I will go into here. Edit page, edit tiers. There we go. So we will add a tier. And it will be called God tier. The monthly price will be $50. And at least one benefit. I suppose
Yeah, I'll be cutting this portion out, this whole Patreon thing, because I'll be uploading this footage. So I'll be cutting this bit out.
Brilliant. All right, there's a new tier now called God tier, $50 per month. So you can just
Okay,
click on
I'll
that.
just
It'll auto take it out, and then you can cancel immediately, and that'll work.
Okay, I'll just do that now. Okay. Any second. Hang on. What's this? Yeah, this doesn't usually happen. Hang on just a moment. It's not my PayPal address, email address. Okay, here we go. Any second now.
Putting the God in Bugatti.
Okay, I've just sent the money.
Let's see. Hang on. I'll let you know when it loads. I should get a notification any minute now. Beautiful. I will what's your preferred day, sir? Once again?
Well, it's up to you. You can choose. Just not on Thursday, Eastern
Not on Thursday.
Standard Time.
How about the Tuesday after this weekend?
Yes, that works.
Let's do it. Just DM me and make sure you're comfortable with that as the date approaches. We'll do, well, I guess, yeah, so not this Tuesday, but the next, the 14th. Sound good?
The 14th, okay. Yes, and what time and time zone?
Well, I'm PST, so right now it's 2:17 a.m. for me. What time would you like?
So what time is it? You PSE?
PST. So,
ST.
Pacific Standard Time.
I'll just double check.
What time's best for you? What time during the day?
I'll go off PT time, PST time. Just a moment. So it's like, I'll get back to you in under a minute. Or the afternoon or night?
From the afternoon till night?
Yeah.
So in PST time, what's your preferred time?
Well, I'm asking you because I'm.
Oh, I'm
mostly
open. I just
24.
don't like mornings.
Okay, I'll keep. So let's. 1 p.m. in the afternoon.
PST? Beautiful. Sounds good. Let's do it. And let's say hour and a half, same as tonight.
Yeah. On one topic.
Dealer's
approving
choice.
Judeo-Christianity.
Deal it whatever you like.
You have. Yes, and I do have 1 or 2 preconditions. You put my username,
Yes.
Ultimated Judeo-Christian, in the title, so I will message you all of this.
Sounds good.
Which I will do.
Just
So
a word
I'll
to the
do-
wise.
I'll-
A word to the wise. Always set conditions before you've exchanged money.
Yeah, these are basic conditions.
Putting your name in the
yeah.
putting your name in the title is like basic courtesy. I agree.
Yes, and you upload the footage. Those are the 2 conditions.
Oh, you better believe I'm gonna upload the footage.
Okay, so with that being said, you can give a closing, and I'll give a closing, and then I'll export this footage and upload it to my channel.
Sounds good.
So I'll just, yeah.
Well, I don't really have anything to say. If you have a closing statement, feel free.
Yes, I will give a closing statement based off my project here just a moment. So to summarize the primary ultimative syllogism, God's existence involves his authorization of the Bible /biblicalism, thus Judeo-Christian /biblical presuppositionalism follows. If someone accepts Judeo-Christianity as true, then they may still promote shams to back their indirect or direct biblical Satanism, depending on their knowledge of the Bible /biblicalism. No one can force implicit and explicit biblical Satanists to love God, as that would contradict their life /libertarian free will. Therefore, love must come by choice. And lastly, if you want to see more or listen more on my ultimative project, you can find us out through my youtube.com ministry, Ultimated Judeo-Christian. It's the same as my avatar picture here, so it shouldn't be too hard to find. With all that being said, do you have any last words under 10 seconds before I go?
Pleasure doing business with you. Have a good night.
You too. God
Take
bless biblically. Bye.
Bye. There's a poll in the chat, guys. Oh my god. I can't believe that worked. This has been the most lucrative game of Dead Space I've ever played. Oh lord. That was a thing. Oh, Q&A. What? No, that's not Q&A. I don't want a Q&A. I wanted a poll. No, end the poll. I don't want a Q&A. There we go. There we are. I didn't swindle him. That's that was a completely legitimate exchange. If you pay me $50, I will give you a stream for an hour and a half. No questions asked. Easily. And I guarantee you, it wouldn't be nearly as fun with any of you. Ow. Should probably change the probably change the title of this. Oh god. Oh man. This is just going to be called The Stream. Alright, you know what? I need to... We've been going for 7 hours, dear God. I think it's time. Have a good night, everyone. Take care. Cherish the little things. Good night.